nothing can save ya, cause this is the season of funky behavior. I came to relax your mind, you can recline. On what? On this here rhyme. I like the style, I'm staying for a while. It helps me show cats that I'm versatile. I'll touch your dial, turn your frown to a smile. I'll make you feel like you're having a child. So relax and open up, style. I'm about to make you walk what? Pimp style. Or pimped out style, you don't understand the logic. See, if you don't have it all, I'll take a deposit. I got shit for you, it's alright indeed. It's like going to the garden and planting the seed. It might tickle for a second, but it won't bleed. So just relax, just hear a dope track. I'm just real nice, everything is real fat. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can wear your hat. Just relax, and just hear a dope track. I'm just real nice, everything is real fat. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can wear your hat. Just entertainment, at the same time edutainment. In other words, you could call it bent. What I'm saying is that I'm here at your service. It's hard work, but then again, I deserve this. I'm helping people enjoy their spare time. I'm like an instructor when I'm doing my rhyme. Relax and just hear the dope track. It's really not all that, it's not like a gat. We like that when everything is relaxed and chill. You don't have to get fucked up or take pills, cause I like being myself, it feels good. Yo, it makes my meals taste good. 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 So just relax. If you're a dope track, I'm just real nice, everything is real bad. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can wear your hat. Just relax. And you're a dope track, I'm just real nice, everything is real bad. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can wear your hat. Just relax. My mind state, that balloon, it won't inflate. Just take the buzz, this much wiser kid, fuck the shade. And take it to a lower level, and dig a ditch for a devil. Got some more kids and pass the shovel. Dig a hole, take them on a spiritual roll. Lyrics unfold, either that or unroll the scroll. Episodes keep reoccurring and stifling. People's vision get blurring, their hearts start murmuring. I'm about 5 times iller than a Sherman. Introspection is God's gift to the miracle. I freak material, lamb's milk without the cereal. When MCs say your booty, they mean venereal. Your fake material hip-hop killers, they more faking than fucking Michael Jackson and Thriller. The status of a hoe, Quanto Costa. They wanna know how much it costs, kid, I bet for keep to me. Just relax, and just hear a dope track. The vibes is real nice, everything is real fat. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you could wear your hat. Just relax, and just hear a dope track. The vibes is real nice, everything is real fat. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can wear your hat. Just relax. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it.
Orientation in this place we call Earth. Love from conception, from your mom, your birth. Pops planted the seed in the turf. From there, you must find out what life is worth. Grew up learning your do's and don'ts before working on your motor skills, working on your coordination, right? And orientation to what you like. The brand new thing, so gentle the soul we're capturing. In this distance, the alphabets the kids sing. They celebrate when it's time to go outside. As you get older, you learn to let all the troubles in your life just glide away. Stay focused, keep it smooth, keep you cool. Things in life can make it get rude. If you let it, don't let it. 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 If you let it, let it. Let it, what? If you let it, don't let it. Let it. If you let it, what? Don't let it. If you let it, don't let it. Let it. Don't let it.
We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it.
Check 1 2 1 2 1 2.
On this journey to your soul, you wanna have a good time.
Yes, it is. Let me see here. It's 0858, Sunday the 16th August, Central European Time. That makes it 0258 Eastern Standard Time, America. What's good, everybody? Welcome back. Sorry again, I was a little late. Work the last week was a lot, and if for the first time in a while, I kind of found myself just sleeping as much as I feel like it. Not really relying on the alarm. I had my alarm turned off because I kind of know what it's like to, need to sleep and not be disturbed. Just wake up naturally. Normally I wake up when my alarm hits, but actually, apparently I needed some more extra sleep because I had my alarm turned off, but I noticed I actually woke up instead of like 5 minutes before my alarm. I woke up, half an hour after the alarm. You know what I'm saying? Just naturally though. But anyway, I'm still here. I'm here. You know what I'm saying? I hope everybody's with me and going to check out the program. Okay, today we're talking about Trump and some new shit that's come out about Trump. New information about Trump. Epstein, who else? Todd Blanche in the Epstein files. But before we get to that, let's cover some of the regular stories. The national news, what's going on, or international news with the U.S. And then and take it from there. Now let's see. There's been some reporting about Gaza or about the West Bank, and Israelis. Settlers, I guess if that's what you want to call them, settlers. Here it's called terrorist. Apparently the U.S. government has changed its language against Netanyahu, right? But that's been going back and forth. But I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't trust it. I just think it's been going on. Well, first of all, there was already known issues between the U.S. government and Netanyahu, right? That was in the Biden administration. All the presidents have gone on record in their own writings. Now, when you're a president, you don't usually, people often may doubt you because presidents don't always project. Right. They tell the people around them. They tell the people concerned using the back channels. They have conversations. They don't usually run out to the news media and say, hey, man, I'm not happy with this person or fuck this person. Better keep this person in check. But it turns out that Biden and others had, they've written about how you have to keep Netanyahu's ass in check. Trump he kind of made it seem like, that wasn't the case. He trusts Netanyahu all the way, 100%. That's literally what he said. And now look, months in, a half a year in or whatever, now he's calling them terrorists. They're using this kind of language. I don't know if he used it, but this act of terror is what they call it. So I just kind of find it strange because people already said these kind of things. So let's hear and see a little what that is about. Appreciate it.
Homes by Israeli settlers in the West Bank, where they have cut off water, electricity, and essential supplies to some residents. The U.S. ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee, called the settlers' actions a, quote, act of terror.
Is that Sarah Huckabee's husband, or are they related, Sarah Huckabee and Mike Huckabee? In any way,
adding American pressure.
It's interesting. Okay, Mike Huckabee.
Supplies to some residents. The U.S. ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee, called the settlers' actions a, quote, act of terror, adding American pressure that appears to have prompted Israeli forces to intervene. Nick Schifrin spoke with one family victimized by the recent violence. But first, a look at how it started.
The siege began when Israeli settlers turned a home into a prison brick by brick. They closed the only road in, cut off the water and power, and trapped nearby families. Dozens of settlers, as seen in security camera footage, swarmed a home in Kusra, built by a Palestinian American, trapping his family inside, Kusai Riddi and his teenage son, Ahmed. Just 2.5 weeks ago, settlers set fire to the village mosques, burning the inside, and on the blackened facade left a menacing message. The land of Israel is redeemed with blood, revenge. Outside the Riddi family home, the settlers remained even overnight. Their threat forced much of the rest of the village to flee, including 28-year-old Ruqayya Hassan and her daughter.
We woke up many times at night to the sound of stones being thrown at our house. Just like the sound.
All right, let me bring this back a little bit. Sorry about that. There we go.
Nick Schifrin spoke.
I just want to start that again, make sure I'm hearing everything correctly. I just had to take care of some technical things.
Spoke with one family victimized by the recent violence. But first, a look at how it started.
The siege began when Israeli settlers turned a home into a prison brick by brick. They closed the only road in, cut off the water and power, and trapped nearby families. Dozens of settlers, as seen in security camera footage, swarmed a home in Kusra, built by a Palestinian American, trapping his family inside, Kusai Riddi and his teenage son, Ahmed. Just 2.5 weeks ago, settlers set fire to the village mosques, burning the inside, and on the blackened facade left a menacing message. The land of Israel is redeemed with blood, revenge. Outside the Riddi family home, the settlers remained even overnight. Their threat forced much of the rest of the village to flee, including 28-year-old Ruqayya Hassan and her daughter.
We woke up many times at night to the sound of stones being thrown at our house. Just like the sound of bullets.
She escaped with the kids. Her husband remained behind to try and defend their home.
My daughters were overcome with fear and panic. Because we were trapped in the house, my daughter kind of became scared. She doesn't go to the toilet by herself, for fear that settlers might come.
The UN says attacks by Israeli settlers have reached unprecedented levels. More than 1,400 incidents in 260 communities just this year, displacing more than 3,800 Palestinians.
Okay, so they're saying attacks by Israelis. Israeli settlers. This is what they're calling them. Settlers, colonists, whatever. This is so shameful, the language too. Settlers, right? Yeah, they're just settling. They're gonna have Thanksgiving next. Yeah, this is what's being reported. Mike Huckabee. All right, let's go.
And killing more than 75.
It's actually 150 or so. What you would call juvenile delinquents.
On CNN last month, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said it was Palestinians who attack Israelis in the occupied West Bank. Israeli officials speaking to PBS NewsHour cite more than 300 Palestinian attacks this May alone. And they argue they've also arrested dozens of settlers in the West Bank. Last month, Netanyahu also vowed to reduce settlers' crime.
I think it's wrong on its own account. I don't want and don't accept vigilantism, and I don't care if it comes from Arabs or Jews. Our citizens cannot practice violence against anyone.
We are not going anywhere.
But just this week at the United Nations, Israel's government vowed to expand Israeli control in the West Bank, referred to in the Bible as Judea and Samaria.
Jews have never been and will never be settlers in Judea and Samaria. The vast majority of residents in Judea and Samaria are law-abiding citizens.
Okay, so he's making a distinction between, he's saying it's Judean Samaria. But what makes it, is that a legal term? Judean Samaria? Is that a lawful term? Is that a term the United Nations recognizes? Who recognizes the term Judea Samaria when it comes to borders and boundaries and nations? I'm just curious about that. I never heard the term. I don't claim to really know all of the nuances, obviously, with this particular situation. Although I do know the overall picture is that people came, the state was created. It didn't used to exist before. What it turned into was not what the people were told when the original settlers arrived. Like, the deal has been changed. Ever since then, there was a war. Then ever since then, there was a two-state solution set up, which all countries participate in. And since that promise was made, it hasn't happened for decades and decades and decades and decades. And now you still see this conversation about Israeli settlers or reasons why Palestine cannot be a nation of its own. Right. Yeah. So we've heard the story. I know the story about how Palestine has changed hands of different nations the whole time. Now, the U.S. is there speaking up for it. Before, it was another country. Before that, so it's gone from Western countries to Middle Eastern countries being territories of theirs or being administrated by many powers. That's the proper term, administrate. So that's what I know, and I don't claim to know more. But I'm just curious about that term, like Judea Samaria. Okay, is that what it's called? Is that a particular language? What does that mean?
Violence are a tiny fraction of the people living there.
Palestinians say the state and settlers are working together. Outside the Riddi family home last weekend, an Israeli soldier joined the settlers in prayer. On Tuesday, the Defense Forces released a statement vowing that any soldier involved will, quote, face disciplinary action. And the statement described the settlers taking over land as, quote, illegal, reprehensible, and unacceptable activity that harms the residents of the areas and disrupts their daily lives. Yesterday, the IDF fired tear gas at the Israeli settlers, but the family remained besieged. So last night, the U.S. stepped in. U.S. Ambassador to Israel Mike Huckabee issued a rare rebuke, labeling the settlers Israeli terrorists and actions by those who carried out this horrific act of terror meant to intimidate and harass this family are disgusting. This morning, Israeli soldiers evacuated the Riddi.
Alrighty, let me just look at this. All right, let me see. It says, I just want to make sure I see this all the way. All right, it says, this is another lie. Okay. U.S. Embassy in Jerusalem, right, has been very involved in the IDF and Israeli police have gone at our request to remove the Israeli terrorists doing this. The action of those doing this family home is criminal. The White House hasn't intervened because we have kept D.C. apprised of the situation already. Okay. Actions by those who carried out this horrific act of terror meant to intimidate and harass this family are disgusting. No excuse for such thuggish behavior, but saying U.S. Ambassador to Israel and U.S. Embassy in Israel, right, doesn't care or hasn't done anything is simply untrue. Aha. Okay. That's interesting. What do you all think? You think Mike Huckabee's statements reflect mostly truth? Let's say mostly truth as in no intentional lie. Let's say mostly truth, 90% truth, 10% falsehood. Put a 1 in the chat if you think it's mostly true, this statement. Put a 2 in the chat if you think it's mostly false. I'll put it to you like that. It doesn't have to mean there's nothing true or nothing false, but mostly true or mostly false. If you think it's mostly true, put a 1 in the chat. If you think it's mostly false, do me a favor and put a 2 in the chat. I want to hear this. There's a little more left to this. Let me just bring this back.
Last weekend, an Israeli soldier joined the settlers in prayer. On Tuesday, the Israel Defense Forces released a statement vowing that any soldier involved will, quote, face disciplinary action. And the statement described the settlers taking over land as, quote, illegal, reprehensible, and unacceptable activity that harms the residents of the areas and disrupts their daily lives. Yesterday, the IDF fired tear gas at the Israeli settlers, but the family remained besieged. So last night, the U.S. stepped in. U.S. Ambassador to Israel Mike Huckabee issued a rare rebuke, labeling the settlers Israeli terrorists and actions by those who carried out this horrific act of terror meant to intimidate and harass this family are disgusting. This morning, Israeli soldiers evacuated the Riddy family, although they have since returned to the house. The IDF also said it's reinforcing the area with an additional battalion and dismantled nearby settler outposts, which are illegal under Israeli law. But the Riddy family provided the NewsHour this video today, settlers still roaming outside the family home.
Damn. Okay, they're still roaming. They're still a menace, apparently. Well, if you're a Palestinian, of course you got to think that at least the change in language is a good thing, right? That's what I would be thinking, and of course Palestinians don't have to be involved politically with the party system in the US. They can just agree with the US's actions or not. They don't vote. I mean, only Palestinian Americans vote, but Palestinians around the world don't vote in American elections. Palestinians in Palestine don't vote in American elections. Palestinians around the world, which are many, there's a huge diaspora, by the way. I mean, this is what I wonder about. People that are against immigrants and are like, stay home, go home, don't come here, go to your home. Well, why don't you help Palestinians get their home? Why don't you help them? Why don't you speak up about it? Help them stay at home. How about that? Because there's a whole lot more people that's going to be coming if we involve ourselves in these conflicts and don't have positive results. You see, that's pretty much how it works. And I just wonder. I really wonder what the disconnect is with a lot of voters in the United States. I'm talking about American citizens now. Before I was talking about the people that couldn't vote. Now, there seems to be a disconnect between the right wing and center politicians about immigrants and war. Like, war creates immigrants. Failed states creates immigrants. Asylum. I'm talking about asylum. It's not the only immigration factor, but we're talking about asylum, which is what people generally mean, because asylum. It's a lot of people running away from failed states and conflict in South America and in Middle East and Africa and different places around the world. Eastern Europe, it can happen too. But it doesn't seem like they mind when we're there selling all the weapons. The right wing doesn't seem to mind, or even center politicians often don't seem to mind when we're there selling weapons. But when it's time for the immigrants to come, then there's a political problem. Like they agree with the weapons. Now I'm not talking about the left, but the center and the right right, they pretty much agree with selling the weapons, but they don't agree with receiving the people. It's basically what I'm saying. When it comes to receiving the people, they like, we don't know, how did this problem start? But when it comes to bombing somebody, they know every fucking thing. They would have had a nuclear weapon if we waited one more second. And then all of a sudden, after months and months and months of conflict, after you needing to do something, or they would have a nuclear bomb for that 1 second later if you didn't act. The rest of the time it's like, we don't know why they coming here. Why are you coming? Go home. Like, just total disconnect. And I can't blame that on bad reporting. I have to blame that on people that have a serious fucking intelligence problem. Like, and you know, I hate to sound like Hitler, but are you born with this problem? Like, is this deeper? Is this some shit that can't be fixed with education? Because it's that deep. You know, you shouldn't even need to fucking go to school to figure this one out. This is an easy one. There's a correlation. This is a problem school can't fix. If you haven't figured this shit out, like, this is a problem school can't fix, yo. Oh my God. Anyway, there has been some new language used. Mike Huckabee, let me put the link in the chat for the panel. Mike Huckabee, he doesn't like it. Apparently, he sees it a little bit deeper than others see it on the right. You know, I don't know. It says here, look, it says Mike Huckabee's in hot water. Let me see here. Let me pull this up. It says, okay, this is, well, you know, I won't tell you who this is from. India Today says this. I wonder if there doesn't seem to be that much reporting. Let me see how much reporting there is on this story. But the Indian Today says this. When the mob of Israeli settlers laid siege to several Palestinian homes in the West Bank, village called Kusra. I've heard that village a lot. And again, I don't know all the ins and outs, but I've heard of that village before. So it's happened before there, including one owned by an American citizen. One, did you hear that in the reporting on the, like, in this? No, what? They say one is owned by an American citizen. Yes. Let me pull it up. Oh my God, I had no idea.
Today, the U.S. condemned.
I didn't hear that mentioned. Now let me see here. Let me see if I can pull it up on the screen. Where is it at? 2 seconds. Is my system running a little slow? Here we go. Let me pull it up on the screen. All right, it says it right here. You know, hey, this is what it says, including, you see that, right? Here it is. Here it is, including one owned by an American citizen. That's what it says. Any American citizens got any Palestinian land? So this was a Palestinian American. Yeah, this is a Palestinian American's home. It sounds like to me, right? And when it comes to this American stuff, man, I mean, you know, we're gonna either have one America or we not. Like, you know, you don't get to pick and choose. I mean, unless you want to run for a political office or unless you're voting for somebody, right? You don't get to pick and choose who the rules, you know. Some people complain about this shit, but they don't even go out and vote. You know what I'm saying? But you don't get to pick the rules about who's an American. The rules are pretty much the same unless you've been found out to be a terrorist or something, or had a family member who's a terrorist or something when you applied. But to me, it sounds like a lot of Palestinians are born in America, born in the United States, and have been, because of this conflict has gone on for decades and decades and decades. People not being able to go home. You know, people only saying, go home, but nothing being done for them to go home. So that's resulted in hundreds of thousands of Palestinians, Palestinians born in America, Palestinian Americans. I don't know exact numbers, so don't quote me on the hundreds of thousands, but I'm pretty sure it's substantial. There's millions all over the world. There's more Palestinians living outside of Palestine than inside at this point, because they've all been chased out pretty much over the decades, and you know, people not being able to come to a fair, humane, accord according to the agreement that was made. You know, so there's a Palestinian American family. I'm pretty sure that's what that means. Cut off. American is an American. I shouldn't even say Palestinian, because it doesn't matter. Like, American is American. That means that person grew up there, pretty much grew up there. But I want to look into some more on that. I know there's some people out there. Yeah, but prove they're American. How many generations? Well, how many generations? I mean, my family goes back on both sides to the colonial era, before the country even exists. What about yours? You know, and I've grew up with people, with Americans whose families go back to the colonial period, like mine, and others that go back to maybe after that period, after the Civil War, or maybe even because of World War II, you know, or maybe because of recent events. I mean, I've grown up with people that have different backgrounds. You know what I mean? Of course, the city I come from is Washington, D.C. A lot of a big African American community there when I was growing up. But we didn't have nothing against nobody else. Like, what is that? People conform to our norms. So because of that, we got all kinds of, you know, people. We don't know them to be Muslim or Jew or, you know, this or that or what. No, because they behave like and think like everybody else, because they grew up there, you know. But I'm sure there's some naturalized Palestinians, but, you know, there's definitely a generation or two Palestinians born in the U.S. now. Let me see here. Now, this is his statement, actions by that. We read that already. He further noted that the U.S. Embassy requested Israel military and police to remove the Israeli terrorists doing this. Yeah. Attack on Teba Church. Okay, so this is other attacks that happened. He also called this an attack of terror and it's crime. Hold on. A Christian village, Teba Huckabee, visited the site and publicly stated that desecrating a place of worship was an act of terror. It was a Palestinian Christian village. I'm sure some people have heard about this. I heard a story that happened. I just played a little bit of it. It was incidental. It was about bigotry, religious bigotry, and so, you know, we were covering religious bigots from different backgrounds, and we just showed up at that version where there's some Israelis that are bigots against Christians, you know, in Israel, you know. So yeah, but let me see. Did I get the link out to the chat? Yo, the link is for the panel. Oh, here it is. I didn't put it down. I'm sorry. Panel. There. I forgot to press go. So anybody want to hop up, you let me know. Yeah. I think it's become abundantly clear that there's a problem with the problem that people have been saying about settlers taking more land, that this is pretty much a fact. It's not made up. You know, it's not made. I find it hard to believe that this could just be made up for such a long period of time, and then this happened, and people still be like, "Oh, it's not happening. They just making it up." Then nobody's taking more land. That's not why we're upset. It's just because we don't want the state of Israel to exist. I think it's important to recognize the difference in different groups of people. You know what I mean? And also, I could tell you straight up, if somebody attacked the United States of America, you're going to hear some very, very hateful things coming out of Americans. And I'm serious. Like, after 9/11, you probably saw some hateful Americans in the military. After 9/11 on the streets in New York City, you probably saw some Americans that were goddamn enraged, like livid, like if you resembled a Muslim, or if you resembled something that even resembles a Muslim, Sikh people were being attacked. Like, so it can happen to anybody under pressure. People get angry. People get enraged. People go for the revenge thing, thinking they can identify some source of revenge that didn't have anything to do with what actually hurt them or harmed them. So I think it's just fair to say people experience that. It's not just you won't just hear people saying things like death to Israel, or but you got to ask yourself, who's saying it, when are they saying it, why are they saying it, and is it all people saying it? Is it all groups saying it? No. So you know what I mean? You kind of gotta deal with things with reason and situation awareness, right? You can't, if somebody comes up to you, and says F your mother, you know what I'm saying? What are you going to do? Hold the person that responds? You're going to be like, well, you said this, and you must have really meant it, huh? Yeah. After 9/11, you know what I mean? You must have really meant what you said about those. You know what I'm saying? Like, you kind of got to be real about it. And people grow, people change, people say stupid things. I've said stupid things when I was a younger person, like straight up. Shit, kids can be brutal. Kids can be brutal just without any bad situation happening. Kids mob each other and say nasty things without bad things happening. So you can imagine when bad things happen, people might say some stuff that is also bad, horrible. But it seems as if, in terms of this thing, I can understand why someone would be fucking pissed off if people kept taking my ancestral land, because that's what you're doing. When you take Palestinians' land, you're taking their ancestral land. What, you think they ain't going to lose their mind at some point? You think no? Shit. I mean, I'm pretty sure everybody knows what I'm talking about. And I'm not talking about Palestinians' ancestral, anybody's ancestral land. People go crazy over that. Didn't you know that? Like, it's true. It's true. People go crazy. So don't forget, there's some people that are like, well, the Jews were there and then they were expelled and then they came back. Some Jews were expelled. All Jews weren't expelled. But and then the Jews came back. Yeah, well, maybe they're related to those people that were there. Maybe they weren't. That's another debate. But here's the thing. Maybe it is their ancestral land too. But that doesn't mean it's not Palestinians' ancestral land. How could you be so adamant about your ancestral land and you're not thinking about somebody else's rights on their ancestral land? Like, that doesn't work. That doesn't work. So my thoughts would be, you need some real leaders. And I'm glad Mike Huckabee said something. I'm glad he said something. And I'm pretty sure, regardless of his politics, because I don't necessarily like him, but I don't follow all of his I don't follow all the things he's voted on in his past, right? I know he's quote unquote conservative, but what the fuck does that mean in the United States? That doesn't even mean anything anymore. Conservative could mean somebody's on the down low, sneaking out at nighttime. A man is on the down low, sneaking out at nighttime, dealing with his lover, and then going home in the daytime with his wife and kids and going to church. That's what conservative can mean in the United States of America today, and then go past anti LGBTQ laws and be on the down low. It could be a MAGA Mike Johnson version. But I'm serious, like. Or what's this guy who just died? You get my point. It's a lot of these people that call themselves conservatives that are just utter hypocrites. So, I don't know if Mike Huckabee is that kind, but I'm glad he said this, and I'm pretty sure Palestinians are happy that he said this. I wonder if this is some sort of Republican midterm election ploy too. You can't put that out of the realm. They usually do this coming up to an election, play dirty, all of a sudden care about things they never cared about before, call everybody else a communist if they had any empathy for Palestinians. And now they have empathy. Ooh, wow. That's amazing. What excellent timing. In any case, Yeah, just more of the same. Just more of the same. But let's hear. There's another story now that actually happened. This is a big story too, by the way. This is the reporting on the U.S. Lincoln crisis. Apparently, there's been also some disinformation about it. They said there was some American soldiers fighting each other, but I don't think that's true. But apparently there were different soldiers of different backgrounds, American, obviously. I'm talking about different ethnic groups of Americans that were jumping ship, walking the plank.
Good evening from New York. I'm Antonia Hilton in tonight for Chris Hayes. Every day, the immense financial and moral costs of Donald Trump's war come into sharper and sharper view. All week long, we've been telling you about the saga of the USS Abraham Lincoln, one of the biggest symbols of American military might, whose 5,000 sailors and Marines are in crisis, at war, and at sea since last November. Their tour extended twice. No port calls, no land. Families tell MS Now the crew has gone hungry, without showers or mail, basic toiletries or hot water or drinkable water for long, long stretches, as the fleet can't keep up with the increased logistics of an open-ended war. And many service members are in a mental health crisis. Multiple Lincoln sailors have jumped or attempted to jump overboard. The wife of one showed MS Now a text in which her husband...
This is wild. This is wild. They've been there for a year, over a year, right? With no relief on that ship, on that vessel. I don't know how many people know what it's like to be on one of those vessels, but you're packed in. It's like a can of sardines. I mean, obviously it's not that bad, but it's comparable to regular life. It's like a can of sardines. 9 months? Yeah, 9 months.
And wrote in the days before he jumped, "The boat is finally getting to me." The mother of another sailor told MS Now that the problem is not the ship, it's their leaders.
Whoa.
What I want people to know is how would you feel if that was your kid over there, right? And I've heard people say this about Trump and his son. Send your son over there if this is all okay to you. And I don't disagree with them. How would you feel if that was your son over there? How would you feel if this was you over there?
Where is the president on all of this? Yesterday, we heard from Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth, who denied there were any problems on board the Lincoln. A claim directly undercut, by the way, by the fact the Navy prepared to redirect another aircraft carrier, the USS George Washington, from its station in the Pacific to relieve the Lincoln. A move that will then mean that the U.S. has no carriers left behind in the Pacific for the foreseeable future. So every choice, big and small, made by this administration in the midst of this war comes with a...
So basically, they ignored the general's view of things, warnings, and they got outplayed on the logistics. I mean, simple movement of materials and people, preparedness. They just totally ignored our own experts, our own generals in the military, admirals, and all of this shit. They just ignored it, and now look. I mean, it's embarrassing. It's embarrassing, and you gotta ask yourself: is Pete Hegseth really this stupid, or is he just a flat out agent? Like, is there more to the Pete Hegseth story? Is it that he's just a drunk who's stupid, or is it that he's a drunk who got caught in some gambling debt by the Russian mob and they got him a job? Like, which one is it? Because how stupid can you be? Like, any half serious person would not approach it the way they approached it. And I think there's more to what's going on in the USA than what is being said by certain politicians. And I mean politicians like Biden, Kamala Harris, other people that were inside of the last administration. I believe they know a whole lot more about what's going on and just didn't say anything. And because not to say that they're not trying to help people, but I think they just know more. I think there's more going on. I think there's more going on. Like, really, I know a lot of people are disappointed because it seemed like Biden just stepped down. Oh, well, I lost the election. Oh, well, see you later. But I just I've had this feeling before too. I just have a strange suspicion they know more than what they let on, and yeah, we're gonna find out a lot in this next couple of months. But I just don't think Hegseth. I can't believe he's just an imbecile. I have to believe he's an imbecile that has a price tag. And somehow somebody's got their hooks in him because he keeps showing up to work. No real American would want this, would do this. You would be like, man, fuck this job. We got to go home, Mr. President. This is what a real American would say. And this dude is not saying it even at this point. After fumble, after fumble, after fumble, after fumble. I mean, it really is. Either he's really, really, really goddamn stupid, or he's really, really, really goddamn stupid and got some gambling debt bought by the Russian mob. Something's not right.
Have those costs registered with Hegseth's boss, the commander-in-chief, though. Trump hasn't been as eager as usual to perform for reporters and the cameras in recent weeks. And perhaps that's because he gets questions about this war anytime he gets in front of a mic. Remember, people around him say that he's...
Okay, let me ask, put a 1 in the chat if anybody is... well, I know you're probably not going to do it, but if you are, I don't know, you let me know if there's anybody with any military experience. I mean, real military. I don't mean the National Guard, no offense, but I mean active duty experience. You don't have to be active right now or in the military right now, but if you've had any active duty experience, let me know. Put a 1 in the chat. I'm curious what your thoughts are on this. All right, let's continue. He's
been getting bored with this war that he started. Earlier this week, he was telling Axios that he's, quote, low-keying it. But today on the tarmac, Trump stopped in front of the cameras to talk up the economy, and he could not avoid a reporter's questions about the USS Lincoln.
I have a lot of things that are happening, a lot of good things. The economy is doing unbelievably from the standpoint of Wall Street. We have a record stock market. 401ks have set a new record. What else do I have to say?
Family members of U.S. service members are concerned about the conditions on board the USS Lincoln.
No, that ship is moving. That ship is moving right now, or very shortly, and it's being replaced with another very similar ship.
Has the deployment gone on too long? Are you worried about mental health concerns?
Not nearly long enough. Thank you, everybody.
Not nearly long enough, says the president.
Yeah. Ed, you there? Ed, can you hear me?
Hey.
Yeah, Ed, what's up, man? What are your thoughts on this, man?
Hold on.
Okay.
Hold on.
Okay, you want me to give you a minute? All right, let me play a little more of this real quick.
Hegseth indicating a military blockade of Iranian ports could go on indefinitely. The thing is,
I mean, I'm sorry. This just sounds like what a Russian spy would do. Like they're holding the line on this looniness. Like, Trump. I mean, damn, Ed. I'm sorry, yo. Forgive me.
Yeah. Okay, you can hear me now. Okay.
Yeah.
I was gonna let you go because you were gonna make a point there. But,
no, go ahead. What do you? I mean, my point is they're holding the line on the stupid shit. They're holding the line on the stupid shit. Like, yeah. What are your thoughts on this, man?
Your first warning should have been when Pete Hegseth changed from Department of Defense to Department of War. You should have known they were going on the attack. I don't know why people don't understand that.
On the attack, like what do you mean? Attack like what? On Iran or just?
Well, Venezuela, Iran, Cuba's coming soon, so that Marco Rubio has somewhere to go and be president of.
Oh right.
Because he ain't going to be the president of the United States.
Yeah. Oh, they're doing that. They're doing that. Russia, China, USA split up the world thing.
Well, no. See, all of the departments in the United States are named wrong to begin with. The Department of the Interior deals specifically with things that exist outside.
Right.
Like national parks and trees and shit.
Yeah.
Okay. So why do they call it the Department of the Interior? It's because it's the interior of the country, but it's not what
It's
you
dealing with-
usually use the word interior for.
They dealing
Okay,
with drapes
but
and sofa renovations.
exactly, that's interior. Exactly. That's the Department of the Interior. It's how much gold leaf can we put in the fucking Oval Office? That's the fucking Department
That's a
of the
fine
Interior.
artist term and shit.
Yeah. But
Alright, go ahead.
everything is kind of the absolute opposite, okay? See, it used to be called the Department of War, and we waged war. And then we decided to become a peaceful nation after World War II and try and control the world and shut down big wars and shit like that. And we
Right.
renamed it to the Department of Defense.
But isn't that
Now-
a better term? Defense? Like what the hell? Why
Well,
would? Because war
it's
doesn't
not like
mean
we
you're
weren't
good at
still waging
defending.
war.
No, but war doesn't mean you're good at defending anything, right? It's just
Well, but
we
the
wage
idea
war.
was that we were going to take a more defensive position. You know,
Oh, okay.
speak softly and carry a big stick sort of thing.
Right. Well, this is what I think. I don't know, man. I think it's better. I think the defense is better.
Threw that out the window and said we're going to wage war
Yeah, yeah. Well, now I get
by
your point.
renaming
Yeah.
it the Department of War.
Stupid war. Here we go
He said,
again.
fuck all that. Yeah, we're just going to do stupid war because I'm a drunk Nazi that never commanded more than 14 fucking people in the military, and now
Yeah.
I'm in charge of the whole fucking military.
Yeah.
You know, we never ran out of bombs during World War II, and we never
No.
ran out of bombs during Vietnam, and somehow in 150 some days we've run out of fucking bombs with Iran.
But why would you use bombs when they're using drones, man?
Well, because the United States military is built on funneling money to rich people.
Yeah,
The
you know,
military
use those
industrial
bombs.
complex is
Let's
meant
pay
to
for
make
more bombs.
money,
Yeah, let's get more money from the taxpayers.
and we've got to build the biggest, most expensive bombs.
Right. It's just crazy. Anyway, go ahead, Ed. Go ahead. Yep. You wanted to say more?
Okay, now I can't remember exactly why I called in.
No, it's about it's about
no,
Hegseth and holding the line on stupidity. It's about Trump in this
Oh,
war.
yeah.
Like, why are they just continuing the stupidity? Is it because he's just stupid for stupid sake, or is it because he's stupid, did some stupid shit, and the Russian mob, you know, it bailed him out of his debt? Your internet, your audio went out. Your internet, your connection is low. It just went out, man. Your connection just went bad. Yeah, your connection just went bad. So, it's okay. Yeah, your connection went weak, man. Yeah, it's not there. No, it's not there, Ed.
I'll call back.
Yeah, just call back real quick. All right. But in any case, all right, that was Ed Thornton. Yeah, appreciate Ed hopping up. Now listen, anyone else want to hop up and give your insights on this? I'm curious, especially if there's anybody that was ex-military, you could say. Hop on up. Let me know what your views are about this particular topic here. Hegseth and what's going on with the war with Iran, how it's being dealt with overall. All right, let's hear some more.
Ships require maintenance. Munitions get depleted and destroyed. Sailors, human beings, need to go home. So you have to ask, does this president care about the costs? Or does he only care about getting something that resembles a win, or at least the fantasy version of a win?
Hey, David Boyle, thank you for your polite statement. I appreciate that. Although, you know, you could also hop up and make the conversation better if you think they're stupid. But maybe you just like watching stupid shit with your time. Is that what you're up to, Dave Boyle? All right. Well, you're welcome to be here. Come on. Fill up the algorithm. Make it work. Appreciate you.
That exists in his mind, which he shared on stage, by the way, at a political rally in Long Island today.
And after we finish defeating Iran, which is being very badly defeated, Pretty soon I'll be declaring the Hormuz Strait a territory of the United States.
Damn, he can't even say it. He can't even say it.
Pretty soon, until then, whenever that is, well, Trump has other priorities for now.
I'll be declaring the Hormuz Strait a territory. Pretty soon I'll be declaring the Hormuz Strait. Pretty soon I'll be declaring the Hormuz Strait a territory of the United States.
All right, Ed, you back? Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. Well, come on back when you're ready, Ed. This is crazy. Like, Trump wants to do, this is what he's saying. Now, obviously, he's saying this because people are going to talk about it. People are going to say, did you hear what Trump said? He said some more lunatic shit. Ha ha ha. You know, it's for his base. It's not ever going to happen anytime in your lifetime. But yet he's proposing it like he does a lot of things. Not going to happen. But meanwhile, they are going to do some things inside of the U.S. Like they're moving to, you know, at the end of this year, your Medicaid, you're going to lose more Medicaid funding. So loads of elderly people that have paid into Medicaid for many years are going to be cut out of it if Congress doesn't act. And they said they will be going for Social Security next, even with this slight majority. They barely. So if they are not voted out of power, your Social Security is next. If they're not voted out of power, your grandparents, your parents, or your grandparents pretty much are going to pay even more for the health care they have. And it's up to you. I'm an American citizen that lives outside of the U.S. You know, I'm born and raised in Washington, D.C. Family goes back on both sides to the colonial period. But as a grown ass man, I moved to Denmark, right? And so I've been living in Denmark. I'm 56 years old. I've been living in Denmark for like 20 years, roughly, off and on. Like, I was out of the country a little bit, and then for a few years, and then back in the country, right? But everybody here has universal health care. If you want it extended to the luxury version, you could pay, a couple $100 kroner more a month, which is like $20 or $30 more, $30 maybe a month more. If you need some, if you find yourself with health problems that, it's easier to just pay a little extra fee to resolve. But otherwise, Denmark has one of the cheapest medication. Medication is very cheap in Denmark. Healthcare is reasonable, but they don't have a system like the U.S., like where the administration fees are 30% of what you pay. In Denmark, 5% administration fee is what you pay. So you get your service, but then you pay 5% the people doing the paperwork, on the computer, filling in your name, sir, man, how old are you? They get 5%. Their company gets 5% to administrate. In the U.S., you pay 30%. All right, go ahead, Ed. Did you hear this guy? Did you hear him?
In the United States, I know what you're talking about. In the United States, you pay for CEOs. They get paid hundreds of times more per year than the people that do the administrative fees.
Yeah.
People that make $36 million a year to run a company that makes profit, and benefiting off of someone's illness is sick.
It's sick, bro.
It's a sickness. If you do that sort of thing, then you need to be Mangione, as far as I'm concerned.
Right. Right.
If you take out the middleman,
yeah.
If the insurance company is the government that's going to pay for your health care, and you take out the middleman, then you take out all of those CEOs, board of directors, investors that need that constant influx of money into their
to keep the stock going up.
Coffers.
Yeah, it's crazy.
And you all of a sudden have something that costs a lot less all the way around. Second of all, the insurance companies on a regular basis.
Yeah.
You go into a doctor and the doctor says you have cancer, and the doctor says you need a cancer treatment, and then you tell that to your insurance company, and your insurance company says you don't need cancer treatment, and they deny your claim. Well, you have cancer and you need cancer treatment, and a doctor says you need cancer treatment, and then somebody that has no medical experience whatsoever is saying, nope,
Someone,
according to us,
yeah, someone who's not your doctor.
that medical treatment.
Yeah.
And so they've taken all the money that you paid in insurance. And by the way, insurance is betting against yourself. You're betting you're going to get sick. You're betting your house is going to burn down.
And
you're
you are.
betting that you're going to go through a flood.
Yeah.
Betting against yourself.
Yeah.
You're giving money to somebody so that when the bad thing happens, you're covered. And then when the bad thing happens, the insurance company says, nope.
Yo, hold on,
That's
Ed.
not how it's supposed to work.
Wait a second,
That
Ed.
wasn't the deal.
Yeah. Wait a second. Somebody's from Aarhus in the chat. Vorborduhen. Copenhagen. Your boy Copenhagen. Vin. Yeah, okay. Aarhus in the house. That's Aarhus. All right, go ahead, Ed. Go ahead, Ed. I just had to stop because it's Danska and then Danska here in the chat.
Good.
So go ahead.
You're good.
Yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead, Ed.
But they're continually denying people. And United Healthcare denies more people medical treatments than any other insurer in the United States. There's a reason why Mangione did what he did.
Oh yeah, definitely.
And
Okay.
very specifically, because United
We should all send
his mother down.
Yeah. You know what? Yeah, he had a horrible time. Yeah.
I got a candle burning right now with his face on it. You know.
Yeah. Ed, I don't want to stop you, but I agree 100%. Everybody should send him some attorneys. Should give him some support with his GoFundMe because that's true. He
every person
yeah. Look him up, by the way. But listen,
but Ed, him $1, he'd have the best attorneys.
Right. But Ed, let's go back because I know I started talking about healthcare and shit like that, but it's a side story. This story with Trump. What do you think about this bullshit that he's on right here? What is behind it? So is it just they want to make money? Is to how the warmongers are going to make money off of weapons?
Story to me because on Discord I can't watch the chat and I can't watch your show.
So Trump said this,
and I can't see the clip.
Okay, Trump said he said this. Hold on, I'm gonna play it and then I'll tell you what it says.
Defeating.
He said something about they're going to take the Straits of Hormuz. It's going to be called the Straits of America. Hold on.
Which he shared on stage, by the way, at a political rally in Long Island today.
Hold on. Wait a second, Ed. Here it is. Hold on.
And after we finish defeating Iran, which is being very badly defeated, pretty soon I'll be declaring the Hormuz Strait a territory of the United States.
All right. He said pretty soon they're going to be declaring the Hormuz Strait as a territory of the United States. This is what he said in the last 2 days in one of his local speeches. I don't know how they keep dragging his ass outside. Ed, I think there's something you can do to your settings to allow you to hear everything that I'm playing. Because what I'm playing, it's coming through my system.
I'm just doing this on
track.
a cell phone, V.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure there's not.
No. There is because I have it programmed to do that. But I'm just saying, look, you can look at it later. I'm not saying right now.
Sure.
Yeah.
I can look up the clip later. But if you're saying that Trump is going to declare the Strait of Hormuz as a United States territory,
yes, that's what he said.
You think that's not going to piss off Iran?
Yeah, it's just another move to stay.
Think this is an escalation of the war that he wasn't going to start in the first place?
You caught it.
You
Definitely.
think this is going to end anytime soon?
No, it's not. They're doing this on. This is on purpose.
Do you understand that too? That Strait of Hormuz is a choke point. Iran owns the high ground. They have military capacity all over the place around there, between troops, between guns, between bombs.
And guess what they had?
They can
Guess
put
what they had?
drones in there.
Yeah, and
They
guess
have absolute control. They can drop mines in the strait and shut everything down. That's what they did originally, was they dropped mines, and all of these boats that need to be insured, these oil tankers, there's one company in the world that does that. It's Lloyd's of London. And Lloyd's of London said, if you want to drive your boat through that strait when it's mined, we're dropping your insurance. Okay? And so all of a sudden, nobody was driving through there.
yeah, just like everybody else's insurance company. If anything happens,
Just like everybody else's insurance company.
you know what I'm saying? Anything happened, we're gonna raise your motherfucking costs.
Good morning,
we're gonna make it so expensive to drive an oil tanker through there that you will have no profit on the other end if you make it in the first place.
So they have guaranteed money.
Saying, if you're gonna take your boat through there, we'll drop your insurance.
Right. Yeah, that's crazy. All right, hold on, Ed. Just hold it right there, because we got Sanders here again. Alice, damn.
Yeah. Hello. I just wanted to let you know we have someone in the Discord that can offer some insight into what carrier deployment is like. He was in the Navy.
In the Discord, where? I don't see anybody in the Discord.
He's in the main text chat right now.
Okay.
Called Devanich.
In the main text.
He has to be very, very careful about what he shares, but he can most definitely give us insight on how an extended deployment would be like.
Okay. So let me see.
It will not be today, though. It will not be today. It will have to be some other day. But we can set it up if you prepare some questions.
Okay. Cool. I will try to see if I can find them in this chat. All right, go ahead. Yo, I appreciate that, Sandika. Yo, Ed, what were you saying now? Go ahead.
Thanks, Sandika. That's cool information, man.
Yeah.
Anyway, you're going to have boots on the ground. You're going to have boats in the area that are going to be in harm's way. You're going to have a full-blown war going on.
Yeah.
If he wants to take that over, he can't just say Gulf of America like he did with the Gulf of Mexico.
Right. Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, Newsmax is saying Gulf of America. You know, everybody else in the world except for Newsmax still calls that the Gulf of Mexico.
Right.
If he tries to annex and colonize the Strait of Hormuz, Iran and Oman both are going to have a problem with that. He's going to have fire from the high ground on both sides. He's going to have to put boots on the ground to neutralize that. American soldiers are going to die. Boats are going to be blown up and sunk. There's not going to be a good outcome to this.
Nobody wants it. And what about China? You think China wants China?
Well, if we had never started this in the first place, then gas would probably still be $2.25 or $2.50 a gallon.
Right. China's going to get involved.
Yeah. He did this all of his own.
Yeah. It's terrible, man. It's terrible.
Nobody wants any of this.
No. Yeah, you're right, man. I don't want it. I mean, and I believe our troops are highly trained, but goddamn, we can't just do any old stupid affair either. You know what I mean?
Well, people die in wars, man. Even the enemy gets lucky once in a while. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
No matter how good your shit is. And Iran builds some of the best drones in the world. The United States does not. Ukraine, by all measures, builds the best drones, but Iran builds awfully good drones.
Yeah.
The United States has drones, but they're extremely expensive, not manufactured quickly. If you can build a drone for $50 that blows up a person, that's better than a drone that takes 6 months to build and costs $10 million and kills a person.
Right. Yeah, exactly. I get your point.
Their technology is far advanced compared to the United States in Iran and especially in Ukraine, as far as drone technology goes. Iran isn't going to fight us in a conventional war. the United States is way behind on these things because we still fight conventional wars. We fought a conventional war in Vietnam and lost because we fought a conventional war.
Right.
The enemy wasn't fighting a conventional war.
You're giving a good breakdown on this, Ed. I like how you're breaking it down for people. Go ahead.
You need to look at what the United States has done since the Vietnam War.
Yeah, exactly.
When it comes to what our military is capable of. And we're basically the same fighting force that we were in Vietnam.
I mean,
Big
so
boat,
in other words,
domination from the sky with our Air Force and things like that.
Right.
But once you put boots on the ground, all of a sudden, you're in a country where you don't know shit, and everybody that lives there knows all the fucking hidey holes. Automatically advantage. Afghanistan is a perfect example.
Yeah, Afghanistan is another example. Even Iraq was another example, right?
Out of Afghanistan for as long as Afghanistan has been Afghanistan.
Right. We will win the conventional war. We will lose the unconventional war. And the unconventional war is going to open up. It's going to open up around us.
Nobody's going to fight a conventional war with us.
Right. This is crazy, man. Yeah, exactly. They're going to go out there with rules. Everybody line up 1 foot apart from each other. Stand still now. Now go.
Exactly.
Make sure you wear your uniform.
Fucking target to shoot at.
You know what I'm saying? It's like this is crazy, man.
This is stupid shit, man.
Yeah, this is crazy,
man. That's not the way that it is done anymore. That's one of the reasons that
oh my God,
the United States is the United States. The British came over here with platoons of people in red coats that were easy to spot, and we were just wearing neutral colors and running around helter-skelter in the woods and picking them off.
Facts.
Jesus Christ. We were digging, we were the equivalent of the Vietnamese digging tunnels in Vietnam during the Revolutionary War. We were teaching somebody that had fought wars the same way for hundreds of years that there's a new way to teach wars.
Right.
There's a new way to fight wars.
Go ahead, Seneca. Go ahead.
Now there's a new way to fight wars. In World War II, it was big boat and more bombs. And now it's not.
Okay, stop. Hold it right there, Ed. Hold on. I hear you. Great. I appreciate you. But Seneca, you wanted to say something real quick about that?
I think that, the way people describe the Vietnamese war discredits the American soldiers, because in reality, they do think that, for every injured or killed American soldier, there was like 6 or 10 of them.
Yes.
But of course, they were fighting for their country. They were desperate to win, so they were just throwing people into the meat grinder.
And what is it today? Today it's still North Vietnam and South Vietnam. And so it was a stalemate. So we could throw, they have more bodies to throw at it too. And they're getting help from their neighbor, China. So that's why that ended up that way. And anytime people,
was not a popular war in the United States. There weren't people just signing up to go and fucking die.
I mean, think about how if somebody came and invaded the United States by foot. Think about that. How Americans would behave. They're not going to be Americans. Yeah, they're not going to be like sitting back saying, "Oh well, only we got to keep this even. One of us for one of them." No, that's not how people think when they're being invaded. They're thinking about something else. Like, you're never going to have this. You know what I mean? And their kids are thinking that way too. And so is the preacher.
It's not South Vietnam and North Vietnam anymore, as far as I know. And Devin has pointed that out as well. But I think
no, Vietnam's is still split. I think it's not split. Somebody said it's not split.
Vietnam's all one nation.
It's all one nation, but don't they have some sort of like there's no sort of split in there anymore. Like,
no, in during the Vietnam War, there was a demarcation line called the McNamara line.
right,
And I can't. It was kind of at the narrowest point of Vietnam. It's kind of big at the top, and it curls down like a backwards J
yeah,
at the bottom.
yeah, yeah.
There was a
They
place called
reunified. Yeah, they reunified it like a decade later.
that
Yeah, yeah, it's true.
North Vietnam was kind of controlled by. It was communist, and it was controlled by China, or influenced by China.
Right,
And South Vietnam was a democratic, if you want to call it that, state that was a military government backed by the United States.
right.
Back in the 60s, we were fighting communism all over the place. We had gotten out of Korea, and that was a stalemate. And now we've got Vietnam that we're going to go into. And Ho Chi Minh had Hanoi up in the north, and we had Saigon in the south. And the South Vietnamese army was fighting against the Viet Cong, and the North Vietnamese army being the regulars, and the Viet Cong being the guerrillas.
Yeah.
I've studied
it's
the
a common
Vietnam War a
they
ton, by the way.
yo, bro.
Figure that out.
It's basically China won that endeavor. China won the endeavor, the long endeavor.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's yeah. But it was at one time it ended as a stalemate, but then later China. Right. Yeah. That's crazy.
What we call now, with the they call it soft power. With like U.S. aid. Okay, we were giving AIDS medication and food to impoverished nations and other things besides that, but those were two of the big ones. Giving food help to a country that can't grow food, and giving AIDS medications to a country that has an AIDS epidemic going on in it, were things that U.S. aid did.
Right.
Cut that. We lost our soft power in those countries. China is moving in. Russia is moving in. They're providing AIDS medications and food for these people. And now these people are going to be aligned with Russia or with China instead of the United States. By giving away our surplus food, because we produce so much, we can't eat it all ourselves. By giving away our surplus food, we earn favor from other countries, so that when it comes right down to, are you going to be on our side or are you going to be on their side, they'll be on our side.
Yeah, because starvation is worse, right? Is the worst option.
By putting military in their country, we can ply them with food.
Right.
We can ply them with drugs that help. We
families.
Can make their country better.
You keep families together. You keep families together.
Already.
Right. Yeah.
But Donald Trump got that off, and now all of these people are going somewhere else.
Yeah, they don't have any choice.
On all the countries, and now all the countries are going somewhere else to get their stuff. China doesn't care about tariffs. They can sell their shit all around the world.
Basically,
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, if you don't have someone who has a alternative, a good alternative for you, then yes, they will. And Trump doesn't. It's something. His policy is totally backwards. His policy is basically cut off the rest of the world. Like he's shrinking our economy.
Benefits in the long run.
Say that again. Yeah, he claims that.
I said Trump's policy isn't backwards if you look at who it benefits in the long run.
Well, yeah, if
you look
it's true.
At everything that Trump has done, and you look at who it benefits, it's always Russia.
Sadly enough.
Always Russia comes out on top.
Yeah. Yeah, it's sad, man.
Russia was the only country in the world that wasn't blanket tariffed by Trump. Fuck, Trump put tariffs on Antarctica.
Right. No people, only seals.
Penguins.
Penguins and shit. Yeah, it's true, man. It's insane.
He doesn't know what he's doing, and he tariffed everybody across the board.
But let me ask you this, though. Hold on.
For different countries.
All right. But Ed, let me ask you this, just briefly. Let me just ask you this. Again, because I asked this about Hegseth. And Sandica, you can also chime in on this if you want to. Is Trump just this stupid, or is he this stupid and also owed money to the Russian mob and the Russians got control of him? Something like that. Is he also an asset? Is it just stupidity? Because I said this like before in the beginning, they just keep standing on the stupidity. They just keep doing it again and again and again. Is it just stupidity?
No.
I mean, he did work for Fox News.
Hegseth, but I'm talking about Trump too. Also Trump.
Right. But if you look at the entire administration, he has nothing but billionaires as advisors.
Yeah. So they're just in it for the early win, and then they can leave town when it's over.
People that are oligarchs.
Yeah.
Or oligarchs in waiting.
Yeah, they don't spend money the same way as everyday people do. They will never spend the amount of money ever in a lifetime. Yeah. So they just going to do what they need to make a dollar. Yeah.
Gasoline prices.
All right.
Yeah.
So let's move. Let's continue.
They have their own personal jet.
Yeah.
They don't fucking care.
All right, but hold on. Stop right here. Stop right there, Ed. Stop
it. Using Donald Trump. They're using Donald Trump to get what they want. And Donald Trump was told by somebody who he was going to appoint to these positions. Donald Trump is also, I'm sure, being blackmailed by Bibi Netanyahu and Vladimir Putin. At the bare minimum of the people that are blackmailing him.
Damn.
You don't get this stupid and make this many bad choices
over and over again. Yeah.
Over and letting it land on a table and figuring out heads and tails will make better decisions more often than Donald Trump does.
All right, stop right there, Ed. Stop right there. I agree 100%, and I like the analogy. Like if you could flip a coin and come out better. If you just flip a coin, you don't have to know anything about any place. Just flip the coin, boom, better decision than Trump. He just comes out bad every fucking time. Everything you don't want to get, somehow he finds a way to get it to happen. All right, but there's more bad news. That's why I said let's wait for a second.
It always benefits Russia.
Yeah, it always benefits Russia. All right, so let's hear some more about this ship, and then there's more bad news. So let me get on to playing some stuff here for the audience. Let's see, right here.
He served as Secretary of Veteran Affairs in the first Trump administration and is Undersecretary of Veterans Affairs for Health under President Obama, and he joins us now. Mr. Secretary, it's good to see you this evening. I want to begin with your broad take on what is happening to the thousands of service members aboard the USS Lincoln right now.
Well, look, it's very difficult to watch this, and we all need to take this seriously. The conditions in which our men and women are serving, not only on the U.S. Abraham Lincoln, 5,000 sailors, but frankly, 50,000 of our military are deployed in the contact zones and the conflict that's in the Middle East. All of them are experiencing a new type of warfare, the warfare of missiles and of drones. And that really is taking a toll on our military members. And these prolonged deployments are of significant concern. So we need to take this seriously. We need to get in there and make an assessment. And for those that are suffering, we need to be able to get them out of that area and get the help that they need. But action is definitely required. We also have frankly seen this before. In the Iraq and Afghanistan war, we know that 15 to 25% of those who served in those conflict areas come back and eventually will experience a behavioral health issue, and some of them extremely serious, leading to people taking their own lives.
So what do you imagine the family members, the loved ones of these service members feel and hear when the president says something standing on that tarmac, like he did earlier today, saying that this deployment was not nearly long enough?
Yeah, when I listen to the family members and we hear from them, I really take that seriously. One of the things that you have to understand when a son or daughter, husband, wife, brother, sister are serving, it's really that whole family that's serving. And this type of concern for the family member is with people all day long. And I have spent lots of time with these family members. These are patriotic families that want to support their service member who is volunteering and sacrificing for the country, but they want to see them being safe and they don't want to see them suffering. So I think that hearing from these family members that are generally among the most supportive and patriotic of our missions, particularly overseas, when we hear them showing this type of concern, we need to take that seriously.
I want you to take a listen to a White House spokesperson who spoke on Fox earlier about all this because of the way in which this administration, chiefly the president himself and Hegseth, seem to just be brushing off, even at times.
I saw somebody in the chat says Rome is falling. Yo, let me ask you a question. What country are you from, Tussie? What country are you from, and what's your ethnicity? I'm just curious about that. Because yeah. Maybe that's true. But do you know what happened when Rome fell? Like, do you know what that meant? Like, I'm just saying. I'm not saying it's good or bad, but do you think it was just great and it fell in a beautiful way? Like, yay! Flowers, everybody. Rome fell. Or do you think it fell like, you know, a lot of people off with their heads? You know what I mean? Like a lot of chaos, a vacuum of power. Do you think a vacuum of power creates peace? Or does the vacuum of power create war? You tell me. And what ethnicity and country are you from? Watching from South Africa. Okay, well, you should know better. I mean, shit falls all the time, but it don't always end up heads up. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's all I mean. Like, yeah. But, you know, I think it's a conversation. A lot of times people see, well, there's different ways you can approach this. There's some people that approach this as East versus West. I don't approach it as East versus West at all. Right. And the reason why I don't is because I know they both play games. You see what I mean? All imperialist nations play games, you know. All empires, if you don't want to call it an imperialist nation, all empires play games. Any place that has ever been an empire plays games. And usually they play games for themselves. And other people that get mixed up in it usually don't turn out that great. So my thoughts is be cautious about, you know, what side of the coin you want this shit to fall on, or choosing something, you know. Me, myself, even though I'm an American, I don't agree with U.S. policy. You know, I believe U.S. policy hasn't been nuanced enough, hasn't been progressive enough. Right. But all Americans don't feel the same way as me. Right. I believe there's many more good things we could have done that make sense that we haven't done. First of all, you know, dealing with our ethnicity. Right. We have a particular history in the Americas, North, South, Central America, Caribbean islands. We have a history. It's called colonialism. And we haven't really dealt with that conversation in terms of how we do our policy, you know, how the United States handles its policy in America. We haven't really had a real conversation about that. What the countries should look like. But after colonization, there's been anti-colonial movements the entire time. That's what led to a lot of changes. That's what even led to the United States becoming a nation, was the anti-colonialist movement, by the way. You know, even though people may not see it that way, but that's the facts. You know, it was a British territory before. right? And it ended up becoming its own country because of that movement. And you know, you have the other histories around the Americas of how things changed. You had Grand Colombia, the breaking up of Grand Colombia, which was Colombia, Panama, Venezuela, all these other nations that were Spanish territories dissolve because of anti-colonialist movement, anti-slavery movements, you know, led to the end of that. Then that gave birth to the Haitian Revolution. The Haitian Revolution gave birth to the American Revolution. You see what I mean? Things like this. So, but having said all of that, there's things that we could be doing that make more sense than what we're doing now and what we've been doing. We've had some politicians in the U.S. try to address some of those issues I'm talking about, but then we've always had a right wing that was very And I just think, you know, we should be able to look back within the last 50 years after the end of the Cold War and see how things on both sides don't necessarily turn out right. What Russia expected to get didn't necessarily turn out to be what they got. What Western powers wanted to get isn't necessarily what they wanted to get out of it, you know. So there's a lot to be examined. I myself don't think people want Russia falling, for example. Like Europe, if you look at Western Europe, most of them don't want Russia to fall. Why? Because it means like a lot of its problems will spread. Right? They've been saying this the whole time. They don't want weapons being disseminated everywhere. If Russia falls, weapons will be disseminated everywhere in that region. So people have opted to have a different approach. Let Russia be Russia. Don't let it dissolve into nothing. But let it be something that's healthy, democratic, more democratic, you know, less oligarchy and less the wealthy over the common person. Like people need access, people need freedom, and people need a choice in that freedom about who leads the country, you know, and you don't really have that in Russia, right? It's the same thing in the U.S. A lot of our neighbors don't want the U.S. to dissolve into civil war or want it to just dissolve. You know, even Mexico doesn't want it to just dissolve. You know, Canada, if the U.S. goes down, it's going to be a war. It's going to involve a lot of people. Like a lot of people will be involved, you know. So, you know, I just think this thing about empires falling, it sounds good. Ha ha ha. But it don't always look like what people think it is, will look like, you know. So, yeah, there might be some nuances there and some middle ground. But but let's hear some more, though. But that's an interesting thought.
Denying what service members are coming forward and telling the press. Take a listen to this.
Is the president concerned that these sailors and these ships are staying at sea far longer than they normally do?
Well, John, I think this president cares about our United States military service members, our troops, more than everybody. Remember Joe Biden, who unfortunately shifted the focus on our away from our war fighters and onto these woke DEI policies.
So you hear the spokesperson there going back to the Biden administration, bringing up DEI, which I don't think has anything to.
You hear that? DEI policy. This has something to do with DEI policy. That's what they throwing on Fox News. Like, damn. And the sad part about it is that it's probably not DEI. It's not anybody. First of all, DEI just means people that believe in equal rights for everybody. What the hell? Why should anyone oppose that? You know, like, why would any ethnic group in the United States of America want to be discriminated against? That would be wrong. And DEI is actually anti-discrimination for everybody, but yet somehow they've been able to reframe it how discrimination is anti-discrimination and anti-discrimination is discrimination. Like it's like the backwards world. But this is Fox News, obviously. This is what they got to say about this. I mean, this is the best they got, man. Look.
I think this president cares about our United States military service members, our troops, more than everybody. Remember Joe Biden, who unfortunately shifted the focus on our away from our war fighters and onto these woke DEI policies.
Well, didn't Trump get rid of the DEI? Like, what's the excuse now? Hoorah, hoo-ha, get rid of DEI. Now fight better. Yeah, whatever happened to the fight better after they get rid of the DEI? I mean, I don't understand it.
So you hear the spokesperson there going back to the Biden administration, bringing up DEI, which I don't think has anything to do with what's unfolding here and the needs of the service members and their families aboard this ship right now. Does this administration,
Put a one in the chat. Does the Biden era DEI have anything to do with what's going on now in this conflict with Iran? Put a one in the chat if it does. Put a two in the chat if no, this is all Trump. You know what I'm saying? Like, what the hell, man? This is goddamn all Trump, man. How many days? Is it going to be next year when it becomes all Trump? When is it going to become Trump? In 10 years from now, will it be Trump's fault? I mean, goddamn, when will it not be Biden, Obama, and Kamala's fault anymore? Like, what the hell? Motherfucker can't tie his shoes, can't fall down without it being Kamala Harris' fault anymore. Like, what the fuck? It's Biden who did that. Biden made it rain yesterday. God damn. You see the cloudy weather? That's Biden too. It's like, man, what the fuck? Trump's getting rich because of Biden, man. Did you know that? The oligarchs get everything they want because of Biden. Yeah, okay. We went to war with Iran because of Biden. Yeah, okay. Yeah, all right.
the Pentagon owe people a more direct?
Biden sure is great when it comes to getting people like Trump rich. That seems to be working out fine. Whose fault is that Trump got more billions of dollars than he ever had in his life? Whose fault is it that Trump made more money in this term than he did in his entire life? Is that Biden's fault? Whose fault is that? Oh, Kamala Harris' fault?
To answer about what they're going to do for them.
Yeah. Well, I've had the privilege of talking directly to President Trump, to President Biden, to President Obama, and other presidents who have been commander-in-chief. And I have to tell you, I think almost to every single one of them does honor and respect and know the sacrifice of our men and women. But I do think that the White House needs to acknowledge the conditions and that we can be doing more to support our sailors and those who are in this conflict zone. And I think we heard that from the Secretary of the Navy, who came out and acknowledged some of the shortcomings and acknowledged that we need to be doing more. They are going to be sending more resilience counselors. They are sending a new aircraft carrier to try to relieve the U.S. Abraham Lincoln. And so
whatever you do, just don't take your life, because you have to stay around long enough to see Trump go to jail. Like, straight up. Like, just remember that. That's around the corner. It's coming, but it is difficult. And that's the thing about signing up, because you sign up to take orders, you know, and pretty much. And even if the orders, even if the leader, the president, is not the most cleverest dude, you still are supposed to follow it, right? And the worst thing about it is that this is not just like a skirmish. This is not like involving the U.S. military in a way that doesn't make the rank and file wear down. This is not a smart way to involve the U.S. military. You know, we didn't have to be involved this way. There's so many other ways to go about, you know, this dynamic here if you really had a problem with Iran. But for some reason, we didn't do any of that stuff. And now we have sailors sitting around on motherfucking aircraft carriers just for a whole year, a whole fucking year, just sitting there, just like, oh, well, time to go to war with Iran. Got to have a war with Iran. It's like, who does that? Why are we in a direct war with Iran? Like, why is that us? Where do we do that? Biden didn't do that with Ukraine. He didn't send the U.S. military there on the ground to sit around and just, no, they didn't. They gave weapons to somebody else that wanted to fight. Very simple. It's been going on since the Roman days. No, it's been going on before the Romans. You know, that's usually what empires do. They give their weapons to another group to fight. You know, the group that's like, yeah, we're on your side. Okay. You give them some weapons. Boom. And you get it done, or you can't get it done, or whatever it is. We'll support you if you get it done, if it's really necessary. But this wasn't even support those groups. This was like, we going in first. Move out the way, everybody. It's us. Trump was like, I want this victory for myself. Like, goddamn. Like, this man is bad luck.
So it is important to be able to make sure that you're listening and hearing from those that are serving and making sure that you're acknowledging and acting in order to respond to what is a pretty serious situation.
Yeah, it's an incredibly serious situation. And I want to push on one thing there. I understand you've spoken to all of these presidents and, Americans across the board, across the political spectrum have immense respect.
Garbus Jones says, Iran, America mess with the wrong people and the country stop the lies. America and European Union, Australia, Canada, the crimes you committed and still committing around the world. Yo, Garbus, why is your account only 1 year old? What's your ethnicity? What's your nationality, Garbus? Because don't get me wrong, people like to know who's saying these kind of things. That might add more meaning to your statement. Right now, it just sounds like you don't really stand behind your statement really as the person you really are, man, because it's just anonymous account, 1 year old. Come on, man. How many of these accounts do you have? Like, come on. Freedom of speech exists. You don't have to hide anything. Just say what you want to say, man. If it makes sense, it makes sense. But right now, I just think what's strange about your comment is that you don't want nobody to know who he is, man. Why you have these feelings so no one can really engage the real person and ask you, why you think that way, Garbus? Let me put the link in the chat for Garbus. Here we go. Let's see here. Put the panel link in the chat. Let's see if Garbus turns out to be different from many people who have a lot to say in unidentified accounts, but never hop up on the panel to speak their mind. So people can ask them some questions and know who are you? You're an interesting fella. Let me see here. Here is the link to the panel. You can hop up. Now, let me just put your name there so you don't get confused and think I'm talking about somebody else. Garbus Jones. There it is. So hop on up, Garbus. Let's hear your perspective on that if you really mean it. But I don't believe you, to be honest with you. I don't believe you really mean that statement. I just got to tell you, I'm not a believer. Prove it to me. Hop up. Let us talk. Let me hear your accent. Let me know where you're from, man. Come on.
Respect for the sacrifice that service members and their family members.
Are you from another nation? Are you from one of those nations you mentioned that do all the bad? Are you American when you're saying that? Who are you? Where are you from? Huh? Just curious.
But I think people are wondering right now about this administration, just how seriously they do see that sacrifice when we've seen throughout the week them being unwilling to grapple with the gravity here, at times denying claims that service members were even attempting to jump overboard, something that numerous news outlets.
Look, hold on. Let me see something here. Let me see one other person. Sometimes I like to look at the chat and see what's going on. Now, there's one other person that says, let me pull this up on here too, so everybody can see what I'm talking about, so you don't think I'm just making this up. There's somebody else called Yosef Naish in the chat. Now, look at their comment. Their comment is, DEI is the only way stupid people get into places of control. Now, let me go show you what their account looks like. Here it is. They joined 2 years ago. Nothing else about them. We don't know. So, since Joseph Naish, since you are against DEI, can I ask you, what is your ethnicity? What is your nationality? Okay. Can we know the ethnicity of the person saying it? Can we know your nationality? What state do you live in? What part of the world do you live in? Or are you just an anonymous person that doesn't want anybody to know anything about you, but just put some views out there? Like, I don't think that's an American writing that. That's all I'm saying. But
including us here at MS Now, we've been able to talk to people and confirm that these mental health crises are real. And so I guess when you see this administration and their actions in recent days, do you get the sense that they just don't actually know the facts? They don't know the truth, and that's why they're having trouble acknowledging it? Or is there some sense in which they don't care?
Yeah, I do think that this administration recognizes the seriousness, particularly of behavioral health issues. But
look at this, y'all. I'm going to stop it one more time. Sorry for the listeners, the people that don't see the chat. Let me show you this one, too, so you can you can have some enjoyment, have fun with this. Look at this. This is wild. So we got somebody named Mike Hunt, right? Now look at Mike Hunt's comment. Look at this. He says 12 by 12, last 16 years, Democrats were in charge. They did nothing to bring down the premium cost. And there's fucking bullshit. Obamacare, that's just the beginning of your socialism, you idiots. Now look at this. Look, this account was open May 30th, 2026. Mike Hunt has nothing on the account about their nationality, their ethnicity. So they don't want you to even know if they're there. So this person's not American, in other words. So I'm going to put the link in the chat for you also, Mike Hunt. I'm pretty sure he's going to do the same thing the last person did, which is duck, hide, not hop up. Don't want us to hear the accent. So I'm going to invite the Mr. Intelligent Mike Hunt up on the panel. Or maybe it's a she. Is it a she? Sorry about that. If you're a she, Mike, I'm sorry. Sorry to call you a he. But feel free to hop on up. I don't think you will do it because I don't believe you. I think you're actually just pretending to be an American citizen and having an opinion. But you're welcome to bring the algorithm up. I appreciate that.
I think that
let's continue.
They're struggling with trying to acknowledge that publicly and wanting to show strength, especially to our enemies. But the most important thing that one can do to support our men and women and to keep that readiness and morale up there is to acknowledge and be transparent about not only what's going on and what's the current situation, but what are you going to do to respond to that? How are you going to be there to support? And I think that there is an opportunity for the administration.
All right. Yeah. So there's an opportunity, but yeah, people know this is what's going on under Trump's regime. Now we're getting closer to our Epstein part of this, but I appreciate everybody. It's 1 hour, 45 minutes into the stream. It's 10:37 Sunday, August 16th, Central European Time. That makes it, what is that? 4 in the morning, 4 a.m., 4:37 Eastern Standard Time, America. What's good, everybody?
Turning to a huge story about the Trump Organization, a major bank determined that it was violating money laundering rules. Capital One had to close basically 300 bank accounts linked to Trump Org. This was back in 21. And that was because of the idea that there were money laundering rules violated. This is a serious process. The bank's financial crimes team, with decades of law enforcement experience, made that call, as Reuters and NPR have reported. Now, the Trump Org has brought this all to light because they're suing, claiming a political discrimination that this related to Jan 6. The bank basically saying no, and we have the receipts to show at least the rule violations that concern. Whether or not actual money laundering occurred has not really been litigated. Meanwhile, the Trump administration is gutting a law that is supposed to deal with shady shell companies that are used for money laundering, which is suspicious. There are more and more comparisons to Putin. In fact, we just heard from Russian-born novelist and Trump and Putin critic Gary Steingard on these parallels.
You wouldn't even do corruption this openly in a country like Russia. You would not do that brazen, obvious level of corruption. This is like old school, I don't know, 17th century, the king is always right and takes whatever he wants levels of corruption. I mean, nobody crimes like this.
Nobody crimes like this. And that's the Putin comparison. We're joined by NYU history professor Ruth Ben-Ghiat, author of Strongmen, Mussolini to the Present. What do you see here?
Yeah, I see corruption is at the heart of how autocrats operate, and transparency is the enemy of corruption. And so, what is going on here? Trying to gut this corporate Transparency Act, which was a bipartisan measure. It was one of many things the Biden administration did to make financial malfeasance more difficult. And Marco Rubio called it my Corporate Transparency Act. He was very proud of it. And it required people to, when they opened a shell company, to put down a name. So you couldn't be anonymous. And that matters because shell companies, and the U.S. is the largest, it's the country that's at the top of money laundering in the world. This has been so for some years. It's not just money laundering, though. It's funding terrorism.
Okay. So here's a question everybody needs to chime in on. It's a 1 or 2 question. Should the U.S. government stop all money laundering within any, whether it's everyday American citizens, whether it's criminal organizations, whether it's political figures? Should they shut down any type of money laundering being done, regardless of who it is? Put a 1 in the chat if they should do that right now. Put a 2 in the chat if you think it's not necessary. If you think it's not so important because they've always been doing it, so why stop it now? I'm curious about that. Angelica Army, don't forget to answer. Mike Hunt, don't forget to answer. English, don't forget to answer. Let me see here. Who else was that in there? One other interesting person. Let's see here. Okay, they're not going to answer that question. So, you see, I figured something out. I've been on YouTube long enough to figure out how the chat works with trolling, right? Usually the people that put a lot of deep information, just paragraphs on the shit, these are never the people that want to show you who they are. They don't want you to know their ethnicity. They don't want you to know their nationality, but they always have a stark opinion about a political party. All right. See me, I don't give a fuck about political parties. I'm an American citizen, regardless of any political party affiliation. But I live outside of the U.S. So again, I don't live the life of a Democrat or a Republican. I don't live the life of an independent. I don't live the life of the average American citizen. So I could give a fuck about that. Neither party has universal health care, has accomplished universal health care. I live in Denmark. We have universal health care here. Neither party in the wealthiest country on earth have established universal education. In Denmark, we have universal education. My kids participate in that. I participate in it. So listen, if you think you're just listening to a Democrat channel or a lefty channel, you fooled yourself. You don't listen. I've said this a million times. Listen first. Have an opinion after, Mike Hunt. Okay? Whoever the other person, who is this? Angelic Army. Listen first. Stop commenting. Stop copy pasting the same thing you put in every chat everywhere else. Listen and participate in the dialogue and discussion here. Okay? Answer my question. Okay? Be a part of this conversation. Not some other imaginary shit you had yesterday. Okay? So if you notice, they didn't even answer the question. You see that? There it is. You see, they didn't answer. Look at this. Look at this. They can't answer it because I'm telling you. Look at this. So there you have it, folks. Let's continue.
Arms trafficking, drug.
Thank you very much.
Drug trafficking, all kinds of malfeasance. And so, of course, the Trump administration, it's not only acting to cover up activities of U.S. People engaged.
Yeah, for the record, Mike Hunt and Angelic Army, they don't want all corruption to be stopped and prosecuted by the government right now, regardless of who it is, average citizen or political figures. It's like, what is this? So you don't even want even the corruption you claim Biden participated in. You don't even want it prosecuted by the Trump administration. How come the Trump administration is not prosecuting the people you mentioned? The Democrats been doing this for years. So do something about it. Like, why are you not for them being punished? Like, see, that's not about Democrat or American. That's about you ain't American. That's what that's about. Because any American, the answer should be easy. Yes, punish it. What the fuck? What's wrong with you? Like, that is crazy, man. Yeah, anyway, let's continue. Yeah, go ahead, Seneca.
Can I just mention something?
Yeah.
I think part of the issue here is that this guy is in like 20 different chats,
Right.
He's not actually listening to the chat at all.
Exactly.
So it doesn't matter
or the
that
conversation
you're trying to educate them. They're just here to get their opinion across, right? Like they're probably paid actors in a lot of cases.
Yeah, I agree, because they're not in the conversation we're having. Then that's why the comments sound like copy paste, because it's not a part of what we're discussing here. All right, so let's continue. Let's see.
So it's many friends abroad who Chinese kleptocrats, Russian kleptocrats, and so this is considered very serious. And Senator Malinowski, who was another sponsor of the bill, says it's one of the most lawless and corrupt things this administration has ever done.
And it comes amidst this other reporting that 300 some accounts were closed over what in bank terminology they call these AML concerns. There are major departments, usually called compliance departments, that deal with this. And most operating businesses don't have this type of problem. Now, I want to be clear, as I said, there hasn't been a court process.
They're talking about 300 Trump Organization accounts closed amid money laundering probe. Now, that's going on right now. That's what we're talking about right now. So that's happening. Let me pull up some more information on this. Let's see here. Here we go. Yeah, so this is the context. Money laundering probe. Oh, hold on. It didn't go through. Here we go. Trump Organization accounts. Okay. 300. Now, here. Just check this out. Wow, this is interesting. Let me pull this up so everybody can see it. Now, of course, there will be people that will say you can't prosecute Trump. It's only a Democrat lie, and the only people that commit crimes are Democrats. So this crime, even though it's going through the U.S. justice system, should not be prosecuted. That's pretty much what proponents, people that promote Trump's wars, people that promote Trump's behavior, activities, the Trump administration, they generally never see anything legitimate against Trump, and only legitimate if it's against a Democrat. So here's what's going on right here. Background of the lawsuit. So early 2021, Capital One abruptly closed 300 business bank accounts belonging to the Trump Organization, which covered various Trump branded properties, golf courses, and wineries. On March 2025, now, right? Not this year. That's the beginning of Trump's first administration, right? The Trump Organization filed a lawsuit against Capital One, alleging the bank unfairly debanked them and shuttered the accounts for political reasons. I mean, this is so funny because all of this is going to come out, because for you to stop it, you have to actually provide proof. You have to present your arguments, and this is what the crazy part is. The Trump administration never wants the public to hear their actual arguments that they're making. But when it goes through a process of the courts, you actually have to, submit your argument before it goes to trial. Now, look, Capital One response in the court filings, because this is obviously a $1 billion bank. So they have lawyers, right? Capital One refuted the political claim, revealing that the decision was made after months of analysis and careful review conducted by their internal anti-money laundering AML compliance team. Again, some Americans are against compliance. Some Americans are for money laundering, right? Unless it's prosecuting Trump. Now, what the disclosure means. Capital One clarified its filings that it was not directly accusing the Trump Organization. Yeah, so what's the big deal? Right? Rather, banks of money laundering. Rather, banks are legally obligated under federal law, such as the Bank Secrecy Act, to monitor accounts for high-risk anomalous activity. So there was activity that wasn't appearing to be clear. They're obligated by law to either know what's going on through their bank or shut it down. If you want the transactions to continue to go forward, all you have to do is go to the bank and provide evidence of what is actually happening. Answer their questions. It's just the law, right? If Biden had done this, you would want them to do the same thing, right? So if Biden had done this, would you want Capital Bank to do the same thing? If so, put a 1 in the chat. If not, put a 2 in the chat. And that's everybody that's participating in the chat. If this was happening, if Biden had done this, if one of his organizations had done this, right, would you want them to prosecute? Or would you want them to say, nah, just let Biden off the hook. Let him do whatever he wants. Let me know. Put a 1 in the chat if you think they should prosecute Biden if he did the same thing. Put a 2 in the chat if you think no, they should not prosecute Biden if he does the same thing. Just curious about that. Now let me see. Let's see if the same famous people can't put a 1 or a 2 in the chat, but they got all the other information to put up there just over and over and over. Copy paste. Did you hear this question? If it was Biden who did this, would you want them to handle their business the same way? Or would you want them to just allow Biden to keep sending the money through these accounts and not have to follow the law, right? The AML compliance, anti-money laundering compliance team. All right. So what disclosures means? Capital One verified in its filings that it was not directly accusing the Trump organization of committing money laundering. Rather, banks are legally obligated under federal law already established, such as the Bank Secrecy Act, to monitor accounts for high-risk anomalous activity. The bank stated that the account closures were a risk management decision triggered by compliance standards rather than bias. So in other words, it's just the compliance standards. It's just the law. They weren't even looking for Trump. They didn't even suspect Trump. It's just 300 accounts triggered the red flags that their banks had set up in compliance with federal law, right? It would be interesting to even see if when this law was enacted, because I'm pretty sure this is not Biden administration law. Broader, if there is such a thing, in any case, broader context, Deutsche Bank and federal inquiries. Deutsche Bank reports Capital One is not the first institution linked to these compliance reviews. Internal anti-money laundering specialists at Deutsche Bank, Donald Trump's longtime primary lender, and also maybe one of Jeffrey Epstein's, associated banks, had also previously flagged suspicious transaction activity in accounts associated with Trump. Okay. Let me see. Federal counter. I know you can't see this part. Let me pull it up. Federal counter inquiries in response to claims of political bias by major financial institutions. The administration issued executive orders directing government agencies to review whether large banks have been unfairly debanked or targeted conservative clients. So in other words, anything that Trump wants is going to be made to happen. And if you don't listen to him, he's just going to have the Justice Department act out against you, regardless of what it is. So you can see Trump doesn't want to behave like every other citizen. Now, let me see here. How many other entities have been flagged with the same processes? And when did the federal law require these? Okay, hold on. When did the federal law require banks to act this way? Let me see. Let me just see what it says here. I'm curious about that. All right. So it says the rules. Here we go. Let me pull this up for everybody. The rules governing anti-money laundering, AML, and how financial institutions flag accounts are tied to longstanding federal laws and broad regulatory processes. When did federal law require banks to act this way? 1970. Is this a Biden, Kamala Harris, Obama law? Unfairly created to go specifically after Trump? No, because it was created in 1970. Okay, the legal obligation for banks to monitor and report suspicious account. This sounds like this shit was designed to catch drug dealers, in the 70s, man. The cocaine cartel. Okay, the goddamn cocaine cowboys, right? I mean, really. Report suspicious account behavior originated in the Bank Secrecy Act, BSA, in 1970. In 1970, the Bank Secrecy Act enacted to prevent individuals and businesses from using financial accounts for tax evasion or illegal enterprise. Exactly. It required financial institutions to keep transaction records and report cash transactions exceeding $10,000. 1986 Money Laundering Control Act, formal established money. So this is 86. Is this Obama? Kamala Harris? Who did this? Was it Biden the president? Maybe it was the Biden secret cabal that did it. Formally established money laundering as a federal crime, forcing banks to establish internal compliance. Should all this regulation just be cast out the window? Okay? It's no good for American business. Bring the drug cartels back. Make it easy for the Chinese to smuggle in fentanyl. Yeah, let's do it, y'all. Come on, everybody. Yay! Get rid of this. Get rid of this law. Make America great again. Okay? 1992. Anunzio Wiley Anti-Money Laundering Act officially established Suspicious Activity Reports, SARS. Under this act, banks became legally mandated to file SARS with federal regulators whenever. This is 92. Kamala Harris involved? Obama involved? Biden involved? Maybe it's the Biden secret Kabbalah before he became president, right? Okay, detected. I mean, but it's worth noting Reagan was the president in 92, right? Isn't that right? 92, or was it Clinton coming into office then? Okay, but in either way, connect the dots. Clinton, Hillary, Epstein Island, drinking baby blood. Didn't happen. Okay, so oops, bridge burnt out. Now they detected transaction patterns suggested fraud, tax evasion. Right. So now 2001 U.S. Patriot Act gets pretty interesting. So 2001 U.S. So this is to stop terrorists. Yeah, I see why you would have this. Right. You wouldn't want anybody selling out the United States of America or committing crimes. Right. You wouldn't want foreign institutions like Russia, right, or China or anyone committing criminal activity against the United States government. So you would need something like this, right? Monitoring cash or monitoring financial transactions, right? Large ones. Expanded the BSA. Following 9/11, it mandated strict know your consumer KYS rules and customer due diligence CDD. Okay, due diligence CDD, requiring banks to actively profile customer account behaviors traces. Okay, so under federal laws, banks face massive regulatory fines or loss of operating license if they fail to monitor accounts. There's no way he's going to win this case in a court of law. It's the law. They would be liable to penalty had they not do these things. I mean, come on. Consequences: bank rely automatic algorithms and internal AML compliance. Yeah, there's no bigotry here. The only time there would be bigotry is if all of a sudden they didn't just do it according to this automated algorithms and internal AML. So where's the bigotry? How political bigotry? How many other entities are flagged by these same processes? Federal anti-money laundering processes cover entire financial systems, resulting in millions of flagged entities and millions of account closures over each year. So this is not special to Trump, and this is not special. He just has a lot of accounts, or a lot of accounts associated to his businesses, right? Suspicious activity, 3.5 to 4 million suspicious activity reports to Financial Crimes Enforcement Network. Okay. Single SARS can cover. I mean, this is a lot, right? So tens of thousands of commercial and individual entities are dropped by the U.S. banks every year due to AML. So even dropping them is nothing special. It has nothing to do with, they don't know what you were doing. They just know you didn't comply with the law. And they would face fines if they allowed you to not comply with the law. And here we have Trump and his sycophants trying to change that because they want special rules only for them. Basically, classism and slavery. That's what they want, because that's what you would have when one group, a small group of people, have have laws specifically for them and nobody else, the masses of the country. I mean, the middle class and the poor. Come on, you think they're going to make exceptions to you? Tens of thousands of commercial individual entities dropped. Capital One's closure, roughly 300 Trump Organization accounts in 2021, was part of an internal AML review and operation routine across the right. So they dropped many others. Look at this. Dropped USA Banks, commercial, risk to somewhere. Where is it at? Tens of thousands. Every year, 3.5 million suspicious activity reports are filed, and tens of thousands are dropped every year. So 300 Trump accounts is not really special. All right, so let's go on. Let's see.
To review whether actual money laundering occurred. But you can get your account closed for less than that because you're not going to jail. They're just saying there's too much smoke here. How do you view that story? And then what?
Yo, who's there? Beverly, you there? I hear somebody in the background. All right, so let me just keep going. Let's see here.
What Steingart argued is kind of the blatant approach to all this.
So back during the first Trump administration, Congressman Adam Schiff talked about credible allegations of money laundering by Trump businesses, and money laundering through real estate, helping Russians in particular, has long been reputed and an object of interest, let's say. So this goes right into that. But I want to say that for autocrats, the whole purpose of holding office is totally.
All right, so this is the important part. Why would you allow this? What government goes after its own federal law and for the sake of its sitting president wants federal law to apply differently just for them? Who would do that? Who does that typically?
So this goes right into that. But I want to say that for autocrats.
For autocrats, that's who would do that. That's who would want the federal law to apply differently for them than anybody else, just out of the blue.
This goes right into that. But I want to say that for autocrats, the whole purpose of holding office is totally different than other kinds of leaders. It's not about public welfare. It's about rearranging government to be able to profit privately off of public office. And it's not just you, it's also your family, your kids, and cronies, and the families of cronies. And so we see this in the United States. Yeah. And this has been going on at record speed.
Okay, Ed, I appreciate you, bro. Appreciate you, Ed, for hopping out, man. Catch you, man. Catch you, all right? Peace.
And so many people have said it's unprecedented in American history.
Yo, Michael, you here?
But it's quite shockingly fast as a development, even if you compare it to the first 20 months of foreign autocracies. So we have media, Trump.
Mr. Victor Media.
There you go. I see you, man. I see you. How you been doing, bro? Yo, what? So, I mean, come on. Where do you want to chime in? You want to chime in on this part with the bank accounts and Trump and Todd Blanche suddenly not liking the bank accounts being flagged? Or you want to chime in on the U.S. military deployment on the ships? You know, people jumping ship.
With this segment, I like to ask questions, right?
Okay. Yeah.
Who is Todd Blanche? Right? What is his current position?
And is he in the Epstein files? Yeah. Todd Blanche is he's now the director of the Justice Department.
He is a Attorney General. He took over the position over who? Pam Bondi.
Yes, Pam Bondi. Yeah.
Right? Mm-hmm. Pam Bondi stepped down. Right?
Mm-hmm.
This is the same Todd Blanche who was Trump's personal attorney, right? Personal criminal attorney.
Yeah.
He represented Trump in his felony count.
Yeah, that would be like me getting my attorney for my drug conspiracy conviction to be my attorney when I become president. What the fuck?
There you go, right? And I want the viewers to understand that Todd Blanche, not even Todd Blanche. Todd Blanche played a role, but Trump is a felony convicted individual. And the only reason why he is allowed to hold office is because he bet everything on becoming president. Trump would have served time, and if not served time, pay fines in the billions of dollars.
I'm after me,
Right?
big in the chat.
What'd you say, Eric?
Sorry, E,
Hold on.
what's up?
Big girl's in the chat.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that. Go ahead, Mike.
And when I look at Todd Blanche, right, I want individuals, even to circle back to yesterday, Trump is an anomaly. He is the last greatest conservative neoliberal stance. And even with a J.D. Vance calling him a fascist, he fell in line.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
We have to overcome Trump. Right? We have to overcome the imagery of Trump. And what we do here on V Media is we speak facts. We speak facts. Right? Every fact that we speak, I hope that the individual viewers go back on their own and double check. Like, we can Google everything that we speak on here, right? The uncapping of the House, right? The Todd Blanches of the world that he represented Trump on his personal attorney, right? During his felony count, right? And the only reason why Trump's sentencing was postponed based on the fact that he was elected the next president, because we can't charge a standing president.
Yeah.
And this is why the midterms matter, right? The midterms matter because I'll do you one better.
You know what?
Right?
I think what we said. Not sorry to cut you off here, but I think
Please,
for me, it's just a matter of, like, I'm not into personalities. So, and I see there's a lot of people that, I'm just looking at the chat. There's a lot of people that they don't care about crime. They care about what the political party associated to the criminal is. And so
they don't care about immigration.
Yeah.
They don't care about crime.
Yeah,
they don't care about
exactly.
economics. They care about
Nothing.
Trump.
Exactly. So they'll always make an argument to, well, a Democrat did it before, but you're on
There
a
you
show.
go.
You're on a show right here that doesn't condone anyone doing it. So
that's a logical fallacy. It's called whataboutism.
Yeah. What if somebody?
What about Biden?
What if somebody?
What about Obama?
What if somebody?
What about Kamala?
Yeah. What if
No, we're
somebody
talking about
raped
Trump.
and robbed your kids? Would you sit there and
There we
say,
go.
what political party were they associated with? Then I'll tell you what
There
I
you
want you to
go.
do with them. You know, that's crazy that people do that, but you can see the chat is full of that shit, bro. Go ahead.
But,
Sorry.
You know, I think that's, look, I think obviously me as a co-host contributor to V Media, we want that. We don't want an echo chamber. We want the people in the chat to disprove them. They're here viewing for a reason because they themselves doubt it.
Right. True.
They wouldn't be here. They wouldn't be here if they didn't doubt their own comments that they mention. Would they? No, they can go into their own echo chamber, but they come to V Media because they can't deny the facts that we present. Right?
And don't we need new voices? Don't we need new voices? But look what we do with new voices. Look what we do with new voices.
Look,
you know.
Look, as V Media, we will discuss a topic vehemently to understand it. We're not an echo chamber. I'm not an echo chamber for you. You're not an echo chamber for me. We're not an echo chamber for anyone who stands up. Sandiker, Paul, Eddie, right? Like we're not right. We discuss what we don't understand.
We're in different
right?
regions. Even you and you and Ed are in different regions.
City, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Right, as Mom Donnie as my mayor, right? Go ahead. Look, and so when we speak about these topics, we speak about it because we want to understand the different perspectives, but that is what's called progression. And I think individuals who don't understand what progression looks like people who believe in the same thing, discussing topics that they care about in order to understand the different perspectives to move forward.
Yes.
Right? To move forward.
To make a decision tomorrow.
Exactly.
Right? At a later date. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Right? To make a decision for tomorrow that will reflect in today.
Yeah.
Right? And so, to circle back to Todd Blanche, Todd Blanche is look, we've discussed it. Look, people can go back to the previous lives. Todd Blanche was an attorney for the Southern District of New York, the same Southern District of New York that is the largest federal bureau in the nation, right? But they're the same federal bureau that charged Donald J. Trump with his felony count.
Yeah, the same exact one. So he knows what's in those files.
He knows. Do we think that Trump chose his personal defense attorney by coincidence?
I mean, this goes to show you that
in the Southern District?
He should have never, for those reasons alone, he should have never been permitted to serve. There's no senator that should have given him the okay. That's crazy.
I love you because we know that. And this is why we strive so much for voting, for primaries, for your individual state elections, right? Because we need senators who are going to stand against that and say, whoa.
It's an obvious conflict.
Exactly. Right?
It's crazy,
it's such an obvious conflict. But I do believe that living here in America, so many individuals have been disenfranchised by not utilizing their vote on the most local level, including the midterm.
They don't know the civics,
right?
They don't know that.
They don't.
Yeah, they don't know Todd Blanche knows what's in those files already. He knows all of that shit that came through New York. He knows it all. Yeah,
exactly. He knows the stuff that is redacted. Todd Blanche saw it before before the main federal bureau saw it. Todd Blanche saw it.
And you know what, bro?
He went to school with the individuals who are viewing the Epstein files unredacted, and the viewers don't understand that. America doesn't understand that. And just so happens to be Trump. Look, as much as I dislike Trump, as much as I think he is one of the most idiotic individuals in to take presidency, the people around him have chosen to protect him. And unfortunately, in a two-party system, the Republicans have fallen in line. They do, and they always have. Right? His vice president called him a fascist before Kamala Harris called him a fascist, before Biden called him a fascist. J.D. Vance called him a fascist. And he is now the current vice president of the United States of America. And how funny he falls in line and forgets the same rhetoric that he was anti-Trump because now he's vice president.
And Trump don't even trust him. That's crazy, right?
Wait, who did Trump promote for 2028?
Himself.
Oh my gosh! There we go, V. Right? Like,
and who's telling him that? Who's telling Trump to make those moves too? Because he's not thinking through all this himself.
Thank you. Thank you. Right? They have data. What we at V Media, we give the truth, but Trump, at the end of the day, the people around him are strategic. They have the data. Right? When we covered Rachel Maddow, right, discussing red states taking a stance or at least postponing redlining or redistricting, because I call it redlining, redistricting, right? New age redlining, right? How many Republicans are going to be in the House in 2027? How many?
Zero. This is crazy. So for all these people that were out there suggesting you black Americans need to get off the Democrat plantation. Well, guess what? You're not going to have one black Republican representative.
Do we think that's representation for taxation? Do we think that?
It can't be. It's impossible. So they went to less representation in the Republican Party, less to the 4 that they had is now 0. It will be 0 at the top of the year. And these people talking about get off the Democrat party plant, motherfucker, they don't even want you on the Republican. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? No representation for black Republicans in the South. None. Like, That is wild. And they call that an improvement. And then they want to use that as an argument to tell black Democrats, like, listen, the Democratic Party is a big party. People aren't rank and file, don't walk rank and file in the Democratic Party. It's a big tent. You know, I'm a registered Democrat. Am I talking about the things that all Democrats are talking about No, because it's not even possible. I'm considered a left Democrat, and I don't even consider myself that far left. But it's not even possible because I live in a different country, so I have different ideals. You know, even though I vote and I'm an American citizen, that's the only citizenship I have. But I mean, when I vote for things I know work. You know, and I vote for things that I know exist in other parts of the Western world, in NATO nations. So I know that the U.S. healthcare system is a fraud. I know it's a fraud on the American people. It's not a opinion. It's a fact. It's a fact. It's a fact. Because so it's like I can't vote for that shit, and I can't vote for people that are lying to American citizens, regardless of whether they're Republican or not, or Democrat.
Right. And as a host and a contributor, as someone who's an American, I think the viewers need to understand. I choose to contribute. I go on many leftist channels. I choose to be a co-host and a consistent contributor here on B Media because we give the facts, the proper dynamics. We still advocate for your Second Amendment, right? Because that is important, right? You have people who are so far left who think I've gone on leftist channels where they don't believe in the left movement because they think that all leftists don't believe in the Second Amendment. V, do you believe in the Second Amendment?
Oh, definitely. I believe in it so much to where I don't even believe a license is, when it really comes down to it, a license is not really necessary. Right. You know, that's how much I believe in it. So
there we go. And people will say, oh, that's a conservative view. No, that's an American view.
Yeah. That's an American view.
It's an American view. Not a conservative view. It's an American view. Because it is literally freedom of speech. Second is what? The right to bear arms.
Exactly. I think they both should be, they both should be respected. All of our civil rights should be respected. Very simple.
There we go. And when we look at, the Trump MAGA movement, right? And this is where I always will argue. Trump is an anomaly, right? And I would hope that we here at V Media get the viewers to understand. Don't get Trump is an anomaly. This man is 82 he's 80 years old. By the end of his term, he'll be 82, turning 82 years old, right? Mm-hmm. This man shits on himself. He is taking life-saving treatment in order to be able to even stand up.
And who would walk him through? That's what lets you know it is such a scam. It's such a scam. Like, they throw him out there, but somebody else is calling policy. It's not him.
They have to.
Yeah.
He can't. Literally, he cannot.
And it ain't J.D. Vance.
It's not.
And it ain't Mark Rubio.
It is.
So who is it?
It is the Republican Party as a whole.
Somebody.
Right? Because now they see the galvanization that Trump, as the ideologic strongman of the Republican Party that they can back, will get the policies done. Mm-hmm. Right? Mm-hmm. But this is why midterms are important, right? We need Trump to be a lame duck.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we do.
Right? I want you to look up the BBC lawsuit against the Trump administration. We have Donald Trump Jr., we have Ivanka, and we have Jared Kushner, who are going to take the stand and be questioned. Look that up. BBC lawsuit with Trump administration, or Trump in particular.
That's going on parallel to this Katie Fang thing with the Epstein files. Let's see here. It says, and actually there's some new reporting coming out of from her also on this, on the, some of the claims that were made and some of the information that's come out of her lawsuit. They have that Trump needs to come up with. He's got to make his arguments. But in any case, here it says the most high profile battle involving British Broadcasting Corporation, BBC. Right. Let me see. Can everybody see that on the screen? Here we go. Involving the BBC, right? Lawsuit filed by Donald Trump. The case stems from how news outlets edited the speech given by Trump prior to the January 6, 2021 Capitol riot. He's so consumed with this, you know. The origin of suit. I mean, does it change the context of what he said? No, but they're claiming it does. Origin of the suit. Donald Trump sued the BBC over a clip used in 2024 documentary Trump: A Second Chance. The lawsuit alleges that BBC misleadingly spliced together separate parts of his January 6th speech to make it look like he directly called for violent action, while cutting out statements where he urged supporters to demonstrate peacefully. The claim: Trump filed suit seeking $10 billion, $5 billion in defamation and $5 billion in trade practice claims, alleging that the edited footage, the edit severely damaged his personal reputation and business brand. So, in other words, he didn't want you to go down there peacefully, or he wanted you to go there peacefully, and you violated his orders. I don't understand it. BBC response,
solution, right?
Yeah, like,
and that's where the BBC has taken him to court. But what that leads to is any court proceeding, right?
Yeah.
And I think that's where the viewers need to understand where that's how important the midterm elections are, right?
Yeah.
The Senate can order investigations that once it reaches litigation, they have to prove otherwise, and that proving that information that they give to support their claim becomes public.
Right? But it's already people that went public on it. People that went down there, they went public and were like, we were told we wouldn't have a country that exists if we didn't. So,
and guess what? We're going to find that out in the court of law, right? Because they don't believe me, they don't believe you, they don't believe a source directly.
But
right?
it's public information. It's people that got video of people saying it. People that were there. They already litigated this. So it's in the prior litigation, the Jan 6 litigation. They had people testify against Trump.
And the reason why Trump was so emboldened and even suing a BBC is because guess the last lawsuits he's done, they've paid out. Why? Because he owns the FCC.
Yeah.
They won't have a license to broadcast if they don't settle.
If they don't do it.
So they settle.
Yeah.
But BBC is not here in America. They don't control the broadcasting rights of the BBC.
Yeah.
Right? So they're gonna take it through court, right?
And this is big, bro. This is big.
It is. Look,
because now you got the Tate brothers. You got Epstein. You got the Tate brothers, and now you got this.
Would I have told you to look it up if it wasn't a fact?
Yeah, but it's interesting how they don't control, how the administration is not on board with Britain regarding Epstein, regarding Tate brothers, regarding BBC.
It circles back to isolationism and the control of media, right? They're trying to control what information gets out, right? And on top of controlling what information gets out, they want to dictate that narrative, right? And that's what this look. I think what I always say as someone who exists. Personally, I'm an anarchist, right? I do think that the two-party system needs to be destroyed. I think the cap on the House needs to be destroyed. I think that Second Amendment needs to be more broader, even for progressives, right? So we are outliers of outliers, right? Here at V-Media. But with that said, I do think that the progression looks like exposing what the hypocrisy of the right looks like. Right? And that comes in the form of controlling the media, right? He's suing. The only reason why he's in court is because Trump chose to sue the BBC. And he thought the outcome was going to be the same as every other media company here in America because he controls the FCC. The BBC's not that, right?
Why do you think he falls for this over and over and over? It's like he kicks himself. Is it that he's doing somebody's bidding, but the same people he's doing the bidding for want him hung also? Because if you're going to advise him to do one thing a certain way and then advise him so poorly in this way, I don't get it, man.
Look, the way I see it is they want to control Trump, but Trump has his outburst. He owns True Social, so he's gonna say what he wants to.
Right.
But Trump is the neoconservative and neoliberal wet dream. He is their segue into putting in policy every policy
So his
that they
narcissism
want to do.
is so
There
his,
we go.
his narcissism he couldn't keep his mouth shut about this, so he had to do it.
Yeah,
and now his family's involved in it.
Yeah. And even he will be involved in it after the midterm.
He's dumb.
If we think it stops with Jared Kushner, with Ivanka, and obviously the deposition of like a Donald Trump Jr., after the midterms, they're going after Trump if it is a majority Democrat, right?
Yeah.
They're going to force him to take a stand. And when we force any individual to take a stance, regardless of who they are, they have to present evidence, right? And that evidence, once it's presented in a court of law, it will be made public.
Right.
And that's where I hope, and I look, as much as I hate and despise the current the current Republican Party, Democrats don't stay on their necks, right? The Rachel Maddow's of the world, she applauded the fact that there was individual states who decided to go to pause the redistricting, right? But she didn't say that there was going to be zero black representation in 2027.
No, they left that part out, and I know a lot of these so-called black forums that say they support Trump. They left that out too. Tariq Nasheed left that out. How many others? They were saying all of this other shit, and then now, but they didn't warn people. But you might end up with less representation in the Republican Party. No, not only did you not warn people, that would obviously be the outcome. Come on,
they will.
These people crazy, bro.
That's not a maybe. That is a fact. I don't make it up, right? Do we think that even me as a progressive, that I don't want black representation in the Republican Party? I hope that that's the case, but it won't be the case in 2027. And if it's not the case in 2027, midterms happen every 2 years.
They got a DEI party, anti-DEI party, or they got a DEI party. They got a DEI party specifically about culture and race.
Yes,
they collect. That's what they wanted. Oh well. They didn't want anti-discrimination party. No. They didn't want DEI party. They wanted an ethnocentric party, and that's what they got.
And that's what they will have. Not even that's what they got. That's what they will have in 2027.
Yeah, it's
right.
Nothing else.
Unfortunately,
that's like me saying I'm for African Americans and no one else, no other type of ethnicity. Fuck all the rest of you Americans. I'm only for African Americans. I'm only for the black. I'm only for the black. Well, how far would that party go in the United States? And it's, but they're saying it. They're saying we're for the ethnocentric American. We're for the white Christian. That's it. If you're not willing to have that rapist baby, we don't want you. If you want health care, we don't want you. We want fair. You want a healthcare system where you don't get ripped off. Get out of here, commie. And
this is the argument I have on plenty leftist channels, where they'll always say, "Hey, look, the left won't wake up." V Media, we don't do that.
Oh, they out of their mind, bro. I don't know what left. Who are these channels you talking about? Where do they live? Where do they live in America? Like, what the fuck? Who you listening to?
I want to say, but I also want the viewers to understand that we'll collab with them in the future, and we'll challenge them on those perspectives, right? We'll be able to challenge them on those perspectives because they see the left as an absolute, where here we're an outlier. We are an outlier, right? Where people think that they're all leftists don't believe in Second Amendment. All leftists just go with the established Democrats. Where here at V Media, we just don't. Right? Yeah. We try to educate as much to stand by the ideals that we represent. And you know, when we look at these leftist channels, and I speak on some of these leftist channels, you know, again, I won't say who. I've linked it in the past, but I'll wait for the collaborations. They don't believe in the left, right? They're more anarchist than they are left, right?
Okay.
They don't promote voting, right? Where here we promote voting.
Yeah,
Right?
they
It
don't.
matters.
Yeah. They have a very narrow view of the left and
Yeah.
what it is to be a leftist. Like, how can you be a left anything in the United States when you don't believe in voting? Like, how
There you
can?
go.
What is your point? And if you don't believe in voting, what's your point if you don't believe in any of these amendments? Like, I don't understand that. What are you fighting for? Like, it doesn't look. Believing in the Second Amendment doesn't mean you need to have a gun. It doesn't mean that at all. It doesn't mean you need a gun to solve all your problems. But what it means is that you still are not the type of person that believes in restricting them for certain reasons. Like me, myself, I'm very clear about it. If somebody's breaking into my home or the law prevented me from having a weapon to be able to protect my family, protect my country, protect my community from an invasion, from harm of any type of individual or my family, and you're going to question me about did I register the gun when I needed this gun to protect my goddamn family, you out of your motherfucking mind. Of course I'm not going to care about the registration. I'm going to care about my family first. I'm going to care about my community first. I'm going to care about my country first. What the fuck are you talking about registration? It doesn't say that in the Constitution. You see what I mean? Like, so your right to your right to bear arms, it's written in the Constitution. They already put the outliers there. So it's not that I'm against people registering, and it's not that I'm against registering, but I'm also not against prohibiting either. Like, I already know how it plays out in court. There was actually a political commentator that lived in D.C. A lot of politicians and people like this live in D.C. And someone tried to break into their home. Someone broke into their backyard, right? Climbed their fence. The person shot them. The individual that climbed their fence and tried to enter their home died. When it came out that the person didn't have a registered weapon, people were like, oh, what are you going to do about it? But the law is very clear on that. You have the right to defend yourself anyway. You still have that right. And you have the right to, of course, they might give you a misdemeanor for possessing a weapon. But that's basically it. That's basically what it is. You see, if it is determined self-defense in D.C. and it's a federal city, so they're very strict about these kind of laws, right? If it's determined that it's self-defense, right? And if you don't have any other kind of criminal association to weapons or something like that, you're not really, you basically might face a fine and no jail time. That's pretty much what it would be. If it's not, and that's if you're defending yourself with the weapon. If you just happen to have the weapon and it's unregistered and you don't have any association to any other criminal offense, that's a misdemeanor. You're going to walk out. You might pay a fine. That's it. But that's how the law works. But then you have your own judgment. Why the hell am I going to believe in myself being defenseless? Why would I believe in that? In a country where people have the right to bear arms, that just doesn't make sense. So, yeah, that's my view about it. I don't have any qualms about it either, to be honest with you. And DC, you still there, Michael?
I'm here.
Yeah.
I'm here.
Yeah. In DC, we didn't even have the right to have the weapons that all these other states had. When I was growing up, we didn't have the right to have handguns in DC. We didn't have the right. We had the right to have a shotgun in our home. That's what we had the right to. So you think everybody's trying to walk around with a goddamn shotgun to protect their family in a country full of fucking weapons? Like, do you think that works? Do you think that really works? Like, get out of here. Of course, that's not how it works. And of course, that's not how it's being done. Nobody's going to tell you that, though. I'm telling you, but not too many people are going to volunteer it for free. But I'm telling you, like, who in their right mind believes in not being able to protect their family or their self or their property in a country full of guns?
There we go. Right?
I don't see how that makes sense. So
we have a ton of leftists that, because they are pro something, that they think that, pro Second Amendment becomes a conservative movement. No, it's not. It's an American movement, right? And I think that's
we shouldn't, because we don't believe in fair capitalism. Because we don't believe in fair capitalism, we've, I think, been able to swap guns for your right to have guns, and we will remove your right to live in a fairly capitalistic country, a country that everyone has health care, everyone has a safety net in the richest country. I think without the safety net, you would reduce a lot of crime. The conversation about guns, less people would even want guns because it wouldn't be necessary. But we live in the United States is an extremist capitalist country. There's crime everywhere due to money, poverty. So you can't have your cake and eat it too. You know what I mean? You got to decide a direction to go in. You got to decide one where you're going to make sure there's less people that are so desperate they need to commit a crime to pay the bills, to solve some problem, or you're going to live in a country where you don't have safety net and your only safety net is a gun. And people in the United States have chosen your only safety net is going to be a gun. That's what they chose.
Unfortunately, but we can't live in a fantasy world, right? Where there's people who hold guns and there's people who don't hold guns but want to be progressive, right?
Right.
And in order to make sure that your point of view is understood, unfortunately, here in America, your Second Amendment has to be exercised.
Right.
Right?
Right.
Has to be exercised, right? Because if you're going to bring a knife to a gunfight, I mean, it writes itself, right? And so, again, plenty of these leftist channels assume they don't fully believe in the left because they believe that along with progressivism comes anti-Second Amendment. And that's just not the case, right? I will always agree with anyone who has the belief and the knowledge to stand by their conviction.
I just wonder where they get that from. Nancy Pelosi has a gun. Hakeem Jeffries has a gun. Kamala Harris has a gun. I'm like, what are you talking about? Like,
well, they don't promote it, right? Like, on the left, when we look at the figurehead, they don't promote it.
Yeah, promoting it is one thing. You don't have to go outside and say, "See my gun, y'all? Look at I have a gun." Like, that's also stupid.
It is.
But you know what I'm saying? But why would you want to let people know what you have? What's the point in that? You know what I'm saying? And also it shouldn't be such a thing where to me it seems like showing people this stuff is not necessarily the same thing as being responsible. Right? So I can understand if you're a person that's advocating for gun rights, that you show it. That's different. But just being the average person showing your gun, listen, why do you have to leave your house with a weapon, like with an assault rifle? Why do you have to do that? Like, do you think you're going to use that gun that day? You think you're going to need it? Like, is that what you think? So why would you just carry it around? I just have it just because. It's like, nah, man, come on. People are smarter than that. Look, if you live in a society where people have believe in their gun rights, then they know that there's a likeliness of many people having a weapon. That doesn't mean you need to walk around showing it, man. Like carrying it around with you like this. Like, that's different. That means you could be provoking people, unnecessarily, also. So I'm not for that type of, bragging about the weapons.
That's what the right does, right?
Yeah.
The right provokes.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
They provoke.
Another mention, do you really need the man-killer bullets that fragment into 90 pieces?
Right. Do you need that? So I still believe in gun reform. You know what I mean? But I just don't believe in you denying people their right. You know what I mean? And I believe everybody should evaluate those rights clearly too. You know what I mean? People should be encouraged to just know what your rights are. Like, don't be afraid of it, but also don't be obsessive about your gun. Like, what the
There we
fuck?
go.
What is
The
that?
last time I checked, even with blue states having strict gun laws, it is a 5-to-1 ratio for every person here in America. Can you imagine? There's 5 guns that exist for every one person here in America.
Exactly. Do you need a license? Do you need a gun store to get a gun?
Right.
When it's
And
that many guns
you
around, like, come on, like,
There you go.
know, it's crazy,
Right?
man.
And so, to circle back to everything, I do think that, to kill the leftist argument of, at least the far left argument that, people on the left don't believe in the Second Amendment, please consider it if you haven't thought about it. And if you have thought about it, make sure you go to your state, find the guidelines, and at least protect yourself and your individual rights. Obviously we speak in a broader topic, so I would hope that individuals understand the broader topic, but understand where you live, understand your state, understand your city, understand those legislations, right? Because in order to be progressivism, and I will always say this, progressivism in one state, in one county, in one city looks different in the other county, in the other city, in the other state, right?
Facts.
And understanding where you land in that spectrum will allow for you to advocate for the rights that you are allowed as a tax-paying citizen. And I can hope that we here at V Media encourage you to find that out, right? Because V is initially from Washington, D.C., here in Copenhagen. I'm here in Brooklyn, New York, right? In New York City, one of the most progressive cities and states in the country. But you may be listening from a Kentucky. You may be listening from a state that maybe isn't as leftist as what the perspective
Well,
that
look,
we give.
I'll give you another example. Not to cut you off, but I'll give you another example.
Please.
Look, we have particular rights in Washington, D.C. Did the way that we deal with gun rights in Washington, D.C., did it stop January 6th from happening? Is the way we deal with gun rights in D.C., is it going to stop an invasion of the Capitol building where they kill a vice president? Like, no people in any city in the United States should feel like other people can come into their motherfucking town and attack anybody. Period. Especially a damn building. You know what I'm saying? Like, so in my view, the local government failed Washingtonians. Like, the Washingtonians don't have to sit back waiting for somebody to come in that's more armed, an armed militia to walk into their goddamn city. Like, what is this about? And that's what they failed to do on January 6th. So after January 6th, I was like, what's the reasoning behind this anymore? You already let these people do this. It doesn't matter their political affiliation. They let them go that far. That can never happen again. There's no argument. Those people could have went anywhere else in the city and hurt people.
There you go.
I'm not for that bullshit. Like, and I'm not telling anybody. I think people should be on guard. Like, Americans, especially on the left, are going to be armed. Like, the days of all this other shit is over.
Right? Would you allow someone to enter your home with a firearm and ideals that violate what you believe in?
Hell no. And these people are sitting around there like you already saw what they could do. You want to let it happen again? They have people going around stopping you. People that don't even come from your goddamn state. That don't even come from the city, that are federal agents now stopping you at random. Like, oh, really?
There you go.
Oh, really? Wow, that's deep. So why don't you send me and a whole bunch of Washington, D.C. people to your goddamn town so we can stop all of you, give us a federal badge so we can just start looking at all of you and start asking, are you fucking Russian? Where's your ID? Like, seriously, they try to act like they're looking for, looking for no, they're harassing people based on their ethnicity. Yes. You know what I'm saying? And anybody can play in that game. But the first thing you got to do is say never again. I mean, I think everybody in D.C. and across the East Coast and any liberal city, any country that we believe in blue policy, go right out there and write down the 14th Amendment in chalk on the street. on every goddamn street. So when you know a federal agent hits the fucking ground for violating one of those constitutional rights, they will have full warning in advance.
Yes.
That's what I think. Follow these laws, bitch. Follow these laws, and you won't have a problem.
They'll be cautious to violate those rights, right? They'll be cautious to violate those rights. Hey, look, this person might be armed. This person might. So you know what? Maybe I'm not as aggressive as I want to be. Right?
Of course.
When we exercise our rights in the proper way, we force the checkpoints on a federal level, right? And we've seen what, the January 6th looks like and what that can look like, even in terms of the right protesting, right? They protest with their full freedom of speech, quote unquote, right to bear arms.
Yep. Hang Mike Pence. Freedom of speech.
There we go.
Freedom of speech.
Right?
Yeah. It's going to be J.D. Vance next. It's going to be Donald Trump next.
There we go. And this is exactly where, when we speak from a leftist perspective, whenever I look at the two-party system, I always, as a nonpartisan, try to look for the equivalency on the left, right? And for me, that's what it means to be a progressive, right? What the right does, how does the left respond, right?
You know what we should do, though, bro? Like, I think in terms of that, I think there needs to maintain, like, people on the left don't need to behave like these people on the right. We need to, like, be clever, be smart. Like, I'm saying this, I'm speaking about what I believe my rights to do. I'm an American citizen, but I live in Denmark. So I think what people need to do is understand that it's not about what you're saying. You know what I mean? It's not about saying it. It's about how you do it. Practice it. Be cautious. Like, understand these people don't like you. These people are looking for a way to make America not free again. You know what I mean? Yeah. But you need to go out and ask the state governor, what's your policy on this, governor? Like, if they're talking about taking away our rights, what's your policy to defend our state? The people have a right. So it's really the language. American citizens have a right to defend their state. They have a right to defend their state, their country, against a tyrannical government. That's in the Constitution. That's the Bill of Rights. You have that right. So you have the right to ask, what's your plan?
And you should.
Yeah, what's the fucking plan?
You should. Because that is the power of your vote, right? And that's when we say vote.org. It's not only for the midterm, it is for your local elections.
Are you going to pardon people?
Right?
On the state level? Like, what are you going to do?
There you go. And don't be a one voter issue, right? Oh, I don't like this issue. So even if everything else disenfranchises me, this one issue, I'm going to vote against it. Don't be that.
Right.
Don't be that.
Yeah. Don't do things that way, because it's a lot of issues.
Yes. Challenge the individual who you see as the incumbent and ask those questions, right? Rally within your community.
I mean, you know what I think states can do? I think what states can do is they can create programs and encourage members, people from certain age group and up, to attend what do you call it, civics classes on gun ownership. Like, that should be mandatory. Like, they should have some other way of getting some, like, make it like a part-time job. Don't just make a summer job, summer training course.
Look, that's why I take it a step further. Not only the Second Amendment, but the
First
fact
Amendment
that we have a cap on the Senate, right? The basic civics, the civics that
summer civics class, and you get a check.
There you go.
Summer civics program.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Right? Understanding that we have a cap on the House, how that affects the representation within that House, right? Calling out the hypocrisy of having zero black representation in the Republican House in 2027, right? That's the only reason why, as someone who obviously is a progressive, disagrees with the establishment Dems, right? They want to keep an establishment where they can appeal to both high income earners and donors versus the mass majority who are the disenfranchised, right? And holding them accountable through policy and legislation versus rhetoric is what we need to do as people who are progressive. Whether you identify as a left or right, that's up to you. But if you identify as a progressive, that's what you should do, right? Understanding the people who you are electing, why you should elect them, and not just voting because you believe in them, but why do you believe in them? What legislation and policy have they passed or presented to you as a constituent within your state, within your city, within your county that allows for you to believe in them, right? And when you believe in someone the same way MAGA believes in fucking Trump, you can advocate for those policies. When someone asks you, why are you voting for this person? Well, because they want to enact X, Y, Z.
Well, you know what? I think let's move on from this, but I think that's something about this summer civics camp where you get a salary to attend, just like they do in the Marion Barry Institute summer program. You know what I mean? It gets young people off the streets. It gets them into a place where they can benefit themselves, where they can prepare themselves for society. And civics, playing a role in your own politics, right? Playing a role in government and knowing how civics work. It's a civil duty. That's just being a citizen that's up on game, being a responsible citizen. I think that would be great. And then you can cover you can cover many topics, right? Right. But go ahead. I think that's a great initiative for any mayor.
And obviously,
any governor too.
We'll move forward from here. But that is, I think, the premise that we want the viewers to understand, right? We want them to understand that understanding legislation, understanding civics, and I do think that that's a progressive manner to help them understand, right? If by having an incentive, even if that's paying, I rather them, instead of spend 8, 11, 20 million on primaries within the same party, I rather them pay that to the citizen tax-paying dollars who can say, you know what, we'll just have a civic class, right, to have you understand the basics and learn from there. I rather that than having big money behind, two incumbents of the same party. Right, when we're looking at the progressive Dems versus the establishment Dems, how much money is being wasted, it disgusts me because they could have used that money to just educate their constituents.
Basically,
to make a progressive movement, right? Like, right?
Yeah, it's true.
You just spent $20 million for 3 months when you could have spent half of that just basically incentivizing through payment to educate, right?
Facts.
But we'll move on, B.
No, but I think you're right, bro. And I'm glad we had that conversation because I think the main question is what can states do to push back? Yeah, that's what states can do. Governors and mayors can have summer youth programs where kids come, they get a check to be engaged in their civics, to learn about their civics, learn about their constitution, learn about their constitutional rights, and also maybe engage in some activity where they can also do some, I don't want to, it might look different from what part of town you're from, but some community service that's also connected to your civics lessons. I think, and civics meaning all your civil rights, explain them thoroughly, learn them thoroughly. I think that's what they can do. And it even comes down to gun rights. We shouldn't be teaching citizens we should teach citizens the proper use, what the proper use of your gun rights are. The real proper use, and not just limited to it's my house. That's it. It's my house. No, it's my town too, motherfucker. It's my country too. And yes, our country can be invaded. Our country, we can have a tyrannical government, right? That can happen. And even in that circumstance, that's what this is for. So how do you, make sure that doesn't happen? Knowing your civics, participating in it, and shaping the society the way you want it to be by being active in it, you know. And if you don't know your civics, you can't really be active in it. You know, it's like what we say Democrats are doing with money, wasting some money in some areas. Well, you would waste money and you would waste time and energy when you're dealing with a population that doesn't know their civics and isn't encouraged to know their civics, you know. And when I'm talking about gun rights, I'm not saying it to just be a lunatic. Most places, even when I'm in the U.S., most places I do not show up to with a weapon. I'm not even thinking about a weapon. Why should I do that? Because every place I go to is planned, pretty much. You see what I mean? All the activities I do on a day-to-day when I'm in the U.S. are planned out in advance. You know, and I'm always going to meet other people in places that I know are, you know, designed a certain way. But at the same time, goddamn, if I feel like I need, have to have a weapon for some goddamn reason, I'm not going to be like worried about why that is. You see what I mean? I'm not going to tell you that I'm not going to defend myself. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to limit my ability to protect myself. The first thing I'm going to know is what the law says. In DC, I don't have a criminal record. So that means, I understand I could have an unregistered weapon on me. And that will be a misdemeanor. So, you want to threaten my life, motherfucker? Just understand that I understand the law. So, I'm not going to be completely defenseless. You know what I mean? Because I understand the law too. So, the moment you get some kind of threat, the moment somebody starts doing this and this, I already know what the law says. Give me this. All I'm going to do is reach out to my buddies. Make sure I get one of these. You see what I'm saying? And don't ever forget, in the United States of America, people are getting unmarked weapons all the time. Why? Why is that? Why is that? How is that possible? How is it possible in the United States of America? It's because they're so proliferated so much. You see what I'm saying? So, I mean, the bottom line is people are getting these weapons. They're getting weapons at swap meets. Some people are stealing weapons. You see what I mean? Unused weapons and bringing them to other states and leaving them.
There you go. Right here in New York, obviously we have strict gun laws. The most illegal guns that come here are sold in gun-friendly states, mainly Virginia. Here in New York,
they originate in these red states.
There we go. And look. I'll do you one better. The red states that have loose gun laws, guess what they also have? They also have higher violent gun crimes at a rate per capita.
Yeah.
They also do have higher murder rates by firearms per capita.
Because people are just celebrating it. You know, like, a gun for everything. Every problem you got, a gun's going to solve it. It's like, what the fuck? What the hell is this? You know, I'm speaking, when I talk about gun rights, I mean more conservatively. Even if I say maybe it won't be registered, I'm still speaking conservatively, you know, because that's just a technicality, whether it's registered or not. If the gun is not used in a
progressive manner, right?
Exactly.
Conservative but in a progressive manner.
Yeah,
conservative in the right to own the gun, but progressive in the right to how you use that firearm.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
I mean, plenty of people, you know, my age group, you know, it's just, let's change the topic. Let's change the topic, bro. Sorry about that.
There we go.
Don't want to go too long on it. Yeah.
We'll move forward. Take it from here.
Yeah, exactly. But I encourage everybody, and listen, go down there and register. If you have the right to legally possess a weapon, go register it. I encourage people to buy a weapon, prepare, have a gun, learn, and most importantly, learn how to use it. You know, go to a range, you register your weapon, go to a range, use it, learn how to get yourself in a club in the region. And governors, mayors need to encourage responsible gun ownership, but don't just encourage it for shop owners. Don't just encourage it like that. No, because we living in a different day and time. Encourage it. Just let everybody know why these rights exist. And that they're for various things, not just to protect your shop, not just to protect your home or your property, but also to protect your country against a tyrannical government. Also for that. Yep, exactly. So as long as it's done by the Constitution, I think it's great. But as far as I know, Constitution, it varies from state to state. People don't always see it the same. One state says this is constitutional. The other state says this is constitutional. So they leave a loophole. They leave gaps, in the interpretation themselves. So, yeah. All I can say is that I don't advise anybody to not defend themselves, whether you have a registered weapon or not. Defend yourself, defend your family, defend your country. And that other shit comes after, because January 6th did happen. A mob of people were encouraged to come to Washington, D.C., ransack the fucking Capitol building. And that means the local police and the federal government have no plan to protect you. No real plan. Because if they did, they could have stopped that. And they didn't. And you have no guarantee. The same guy that was president last time is president this time. So be on the lookout. Prepare. It could happen to you, and most likely will. So, on to the next topic. More Trump shit. Let's see here. They found some stuff in the Katie Lang files. So, some new developments.
Or at least
Here we go. This is from Keith Edwards. Let's see here.
Where he used to. And Katie Lang has been able to uncover a handwritten note from a survivor about Donald Trump and his connection to Epstein.
And some of this is handwritten notes from the FBI agents interviewing victims and also potentially even perpetrators, right?
Well, the FBI handwritten notes implicate Donald Trump. And I don't think it's a secret why they're doing this dance at the DOJ to not release them. They are handwritten notes by 4 different meetings with a victim who alleges when she was 13, she was sexually abused by Donald Trump. That's the allegation. Now, the actual 302s, the official FBI reports, they've been turned over. After much hullabaloo and pushing by media, they were turned over. Why aren't you turning over these handwritten notes? Well, today, the prosecution said, well, you know what? They're duplicative. That's the first time they've ever said it. Before they said it was substantially similar to the 302. So what did the judge do today? He said that the handwritten notes must be turned over in camera, unredacted, so that he can check them out, because they continue to refuse to give them to the court.
And of course, President Trump denies any wrongdoing having to do with the Epstein files.
As he does.
Yes, as he does. So on your lawsuit itself, aside from wanting the Justice Department to provide a list with all the redacted...
Hold on. Now, let me go back. She just said what's in it is
on your
what?
lawsuit,
Hold on.
By the actual 302...
And perpetrators, right?
Well, the FBI handwritten notes implicate Donald Trump.
Right. Handwritten notes FBI took during witness interviews. Right. Files in foreign languages. Yep. Anybody seen those yet? Explanations of redactions. What the DOJ has not produced, and they were ordered to produce them.
And I don't think it's a secret why they're doing this dance at the DOJ to not release them. They are handwritten notes by 4 different meetings with a victim who alleges when she was 13, she was sexually abused by Donald Trump. That's the allegation. Now, the actual 302s, the official FBI reports, they've been turned over. After much hullabaloo and pushing by media, they were turned over. Why aren't you turning over these handwritten notes? Well, today, the prosecution said, well, you know what? They're duplicative. That's the first time they've ever said it. Before they said it was substantially similar to the 302. So what did the judge do today? He said that the handwritten notes must be turned over in camera, unredacted, so that he can check them out, because they continue to refuse to give them to the court.
And of course, President Trump denies any wrongdoing having to do with the Epstein files.
As he does.
Yes, as he does. So on your lawsuit itself, aside from wanting the Justice Department to provide a list with all the redactions in the Epstein files, what specifically are you looking for and why?
The lawsuit that I have brought wants the entirety of the Epstein files with proper legal redaction withholds that the Epstein Files Transparency Act says.
Which is just this identifying information of the...
Just so people, not to go back, because I see some people are in a time delay. Maybe they don't have, the ability to know what I'm speaking about when they're in the chat at the exact time I'm saying it. But listen, this is what I'm talking about here. Why states still act differently, even with the single federal standard set by the Supreme Court. States differ in how they apply due to primary factors. Supreme Court has made it clear that the Second Amendment is not absolute. You see that? The Second Amendment is not absolute. So that's, first of all, that's not the Constitution. That's the Supreme Court's interpretation of this sitting Supreme Court right now. that you live under, if you are an American citizen, because maybe some of you aren't, right? This sitting Supreme Court views it this way. Okay. Let me see. Let me go back here. Here it is. See, series of landmark Supreme Court rulings. The core meaning of the Second Amendment, right, applies to 50 states, right? Now, here, let's see here. The states don't, but they act differently. And that's what I mean. Official interpretations of the Second Amendment is set by a U.S. Supreme Court. That's current. They can always overrule it at any time they choose to, for whatever reasons they choose to for, right? However, because state legislatures and state courts approach gun regulation through contrasting political and legal philosophies, gun laws are very, very drastically across the country. You see what I'm saying? There you have it. Different. Okay? The federal legal baseline. Under a series of landmark Supreme Court rulings, the core meaning of the Second Amendment applies to all 50 states, even though they don't practice it the same. So there's a problem there. District of Columbia versus Heller 2008 established the Second Amendment protects an individual right to own a firearm for self-defense unconnected to service in militia. Do you understand me? So I'm from Washington, D.C., so I'm well aware. Protects individuals' right to own a firearm for self-defense unconnected to service in the militia. So I'm aware of that. McDonald City, Chicago, 2010 ruled Second Amendment applies to state and local governments through the 14th Amendment. Yeah, that's also good. I see that, right? Ruled that Second Amendment protection, the right to carry a firearm in public for self-defense, and established that any gun regulation must be consistent with the nation's historical traditional firearm regulations. Okay, that's another one. Now, am I telling people that because I believe in my right, even to have an unregistered weapon to defend myself, does it mean I'm telling people everybody should walk around with a weapon? Absolutely not. That's not at all what I mean. I actually think that's stupid. But again, this is a conversation people need to have where others need to listen to what people are saying and think about what it is they're exactly saying when they say it. So just because I believe in the right doesn't mean I advise people to take it to these limits where everybody's walking around with a gun. In my view, that's utterly stupid. Borderline harassing, but it's just ignorant. But I also don't advise people to have a gun if you don't have some sort of course on it or understanding, if you're not given that opportunity. Like, you need to understand how it works and what it's for. More importantly, what is it for? All right. Is it for, to go out there doing the police job? No, I don't believe that. Generally you should not go out by yourself fighting crime. Okay. Now, self-defense, that's a different argument. If somebody's been threatening you or you feel like you're being threatened and the police are not taking this shit up properly, like you feel like it needs to be taken up, then, hey, I'm not telling you to be defenseless to a real threat either. You see what I mean? But, be wise about how you go about this. That's all I'm saying. But people need to know the states do operate differently when it comes to gun laws in the United States of America and your rights. Okay, so although somebody may say Second Amendment right, doesn't mean Second Amendment right is the same in every state. It's just not. That's not how the United States works. Yeah, go ahead.
That's what it means to be progressive, right? Progressive in New York isn't progressive in Texas, isn't progressive in Florida, isn't progressive in Kentucky, isn't progressive in Chicago, right?
It looks
Find
different.
out what your state's laws and regulations are and exercise that to the maximum. And always try to protect yourself, right? I think, I always say this, right? When we think of a conservative mindset, they're what they're not for, right? They'll tell you what they don't want. Whereas a progressive, before you tell someone what you don't want, tell them what you do advocate for.
Right.
Right?
Right.
And when we look at individual states, because, again, we discussed this, America is just such a huge landmass as one country, but we function so differently on a state level. Find out what your state laws are, what your state's guidelines are. Advocate for progressivism within those lines, right? I don't expect for a Mondani to pop up in Kentucky tomorrow because that's a different type of progressivism,
Right.
right? What I will advocate for is that every blue state and blue city looks at a Mamdani and wants a Mamdani. I don't expect for that to happen in Florida tomorrow, right?
Right. If they have one, it will look different.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
Totally different. He'll advocate for different progressiveness.
His name will be
the framework.
His name will be El Acosto.
Exactly. His name might be Tellerico.
You know what I'm saying? Tellerico. Exactly. You know what I'm saying?
His name probably will be Tellerico, right? And that looks different, right? That looks different in a different state, in a different city, in a different district, right? And that's where we advocate for vote.org, right? Voting within wherever you are from, learning the legislations and the policies where you are from, and then secondly, advocating for progressivism based off where you're at, not where you want to be, where you are at. You may want to be where New York is. Your state and city and district may not be ready for that, right?
Right.
So advocate within those guidelines. Otherwise, you're going to be looked as crazy, right? And you can always hope to get where we are here, you know, in a New York City, but advocate for that in the smallest ways to get where you want to get to based off the city and state and district and area that you're in. Vote.org, right? Know your assembly member.
Right.
Know your congressmember. Know your senators, right? Know your mayor. Know your governor. Know the policies they run on, because it's going to look different. You may admire New York. I admire New York. I live here. But that may not be where your city and state is ready for. But advocate for what progression looks like, even in the slightest, in a two-party system. But go ahead, baby.
Yeah, it should be dealt with in a progressive way, I think, according to whatever state you're in. You know, because there are safety concerns. You know, obviously that's the first thing you need to think about. How do you store a gun so it doesn't get let out into someone else's hands? That's a big issue, right? Just the fact that people buy guns every day and then all of a sudden they get listed as stolen and those guns are sent somewhere else in the country, right? So there's a vacuum there, right? But also just safety yourself, so you don't hurt yourself or hurt someone else on accident, right? And there are some real issues, like this is the thing. People connect safety, mental illness to this issue, and I also think it's wise, but I don't think the mental illness should just be about weapons. I think we need stronger, we need better access to people that have mental illness in the U.S. That's healthcare. We need stronger healthcare rights in the United States of America. And I don't think the issue should only be brought up regarding guns. You know what I mean? But that's how we relate to it, because we've let things go so far to where a person is going to get a weapon at any time and go shoot 100 people in the United States of America. And it is a problem. But that doesn't mean that it's going to that the issue is being effectively dealt with, right? That doesn't mean that we're doing everything we can to stop that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think in the United States, in a place where you have so many guns proliferated, you're going to stop people from doing acts like that at the gun store. It might help, but there's so many weapons out there. People can get guns in other ways, sadly to say. And there are people that buy weapons and sell weapons in the United States of America. There is a black market for gun dealing in the United States of America, and it is vast. There's a black market for gun dealing from others that bring guns into the United States too. It is vast, right? Criminal organizations don't need a license to have weapons. That's the thing. They don't. And criminal organizations, they commit a lot of harm. They might come with their own weapons somehow. You never know what it is. But I think mental illness, if we're going to deal with that, if that's an issue with gun ownership, I think it just needs to be an issue that we deal with regarding healthcare. Like everybody, whether it creates a problem with a gun or it creates a problem with something else. Everybody should have access to mental health.
That's a progressive mindset, right? We should have comprehensive mental health care, right?
I think so. So I'm an advocate for that too.
Of whether you're in a red or blue state, right? We
Right.
should have comprehensive mental health care.
Because some of these people, if you listen to the things that they say, they do have a lot of them. Yeah, you could argue they got some mental issues, man. They thinking things that is just not real.
Yes.
They go out there, listen to Rush Limbaugh, and fuck around and go shoot some people, and you're like, what? You didn't know he was fake?
Unfortunately, we live in the Trump era where facts are selective, right? Where you can pick and choose what is reality. And that's unfortunate, right? I think that Trump is an anomaly when it comes to something as that. We have people who would otherwise fall in line in a two-party system thinking on the outskirts and saying, I don't have a mental health issue. I don't need mental health. Anyway, it's going to cost too much, but I'm just going to carry my gun and I'm going to advocate. And anyone who disagrees with me, I'll shoot them.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah. You don't want that either. That's also bad. That's equally bad, Yeah, so you need. I think it can be done under progressives. Progressives can enact good healthcare law that will make room for other things. Also, good education law
would help that
will make room for other things.
Universal health care would help that? V? Do you think universal health care would help even just?
I'm gonna tell you what I think. I think the basics are like this: universal health care, universal education. Access to education, so you can you can move up in rank, you can expand your lifestyle, you can get a better job later, and also fair housing. I think those three things solve a whole lot of issues, solve all the other problems. I think people have access to those three things. A lot of this other shit we wouldn't even be talking about really in the United States of America. That's what I think. But until we get shit like that, we have the other side where we're talking about January 6th and what somebody going to do to stop the next one. And are you going to be safe during the next January 6th type event after this election? Is your town or your people going to be respected? I think this is, we didn't do the other things. So now this is the conversation we have to have, in the richest country on earth. So it's just sad, but you can't have your cake and eat it too. That's what it comes down to. You cannot have your cake and eat it too. If you don't want citizens being concerned about their fucking life and in their town, then you better start respecting people when you come to their goddamn town. Like straight up. And, that's really what it comes down to. You better start respecting people, and you need to stop this mob shit about going out when you don't win an election and fucking invading the Capitol. Don't you know people live in Washington, D.C.? Don't you know that's people's fucking home? Nobody in Washington, D.C. has to give you any notice about what they're going to do to your ass if you try January 6th again. Don't come to D.C. if you don't want to get your ass shot, okay? Like, seriously, do not come invading any buildings because you didn't win an election. Do not come to that city thinking you're better than other people. Okay? Don't come to that city trashing any fucking thing. Okay? Go back to your own country, or your own city, your own state, and trash that fucking place. Okay? But stop thinking you can travel your ass around to different parts of the country and fucking harass people and trash people's towns. Like, nah, that shit is going to stop, bro. That shit is, and it's going to stop with this election. It's going to stop. People are not going to behave the same way after this election. Like, they tried this shit again, they're not going to get the same response. If the United States government does not protect the voting rights of American citizens and does not stop all people from harassing American citizens for any reason whatsoever, when they're headed to vote, when they're going to register, there's going to be a problem. That means Don't stop one American citizen, even if you fucking want to know where they're from. If they're an American citizen, don't even stop them. That's what that means. That means if you stop them and they were an American citizen, you need to go to fucking jail. That's what that means. That's what that means. You don't have the right to stop an American citizen for 1 fucking second when they're headed to vote. That's what that means. Okay? And when it comes time to count those votes, they better get counted. You know what I'm saying? That's what that means. Nobody else is sitting back playing this game twice. Fuck that. And I'm not encouraging anybody to sit back and play this game twice. It already happened once. Do whatever you need to do to make sure it ain't going to happen again. Okay? Even if it means not. Just do whatever you need to do. Fuck it. I'm not. I don't have advice for everybody, but I'm not telling you to sit down and take shit. You know, that's what I'm saying.
Survivors and the victims. That's it.
Exactly, because what we have heard through Blanche's filings, what
no more Jeffrey Epstein government.
we heard today from this federal prosecutor is the DOJ decided to do something called an attorney protocol review. Or attorney review protocol. And the timing of it is very interesting because they decided to publish this DOJ memo talking about how they went through the Epstein files to redact them. But it came out in January when the full production was supposed to be due in December of 2025. But what the DOJ did under Blanche and I guess maybe then Pam Bondi is they...
Yo, excuse me, Clint Sire, whatever that is. There's only one person that can call the National Guard into D.C., you dumbass. Learn your civics. Okay? It's a federal city. It's the fucking president. Jack off. Like, why don't you know your fucking civics, you moron? The only person that can call the National Guard is the president in a federal city. Why don't you understand that? Like, get the fuck out of here with your bullshit, your little bullshit, man. Nobody needs to Google anything about who didn't call. There's only one person that can call them. Yeah.
Expanded the universe of people that could claim that they were victims. And so what the federal prosecutor told the judge today was, hey, judge, the redactions that have happened in this case, it's victims that have self-identified or identified through lawyers, and we haven't actually tested any of that. There's no litmus testing on whether or not they're real victims. We're just letting them self-identify. But if you can think about that, that opens up a huge Pandora's box of people that are doing it. I don't want people to be improperly exposed. That is not what the DOJ, well, that's what the DOJ said today, but that's not the case. What I want is the DOJ to follow the law.
Right.
Nothing more, nothing less. And what we have seen time and time again is this active concealment and cover up by this DOJ to not release this information. I also want the files that Todd Blanche continues to sit on.
Like 3 million of them, right?
Yes, he claims that they're duplicative. He claims that they're not responsive. And yet what we heard today, even from Judge Sullivan, is I don't believe you, DOJ. You have to show your work. And once again today, there was no actual proof provided by Todd Blanche.
Kitty Fing on her own channel.
Boom. Only person that can call it. Ultimately, the President of the United States holds sole executive authority as Commander-in-Chief of the D.C. National Guard because Washington, D.C. is a federal district and not a state. It has no governor to command its guard unit. Okay? That's how it works in Washington, D.C. for people that don't know. Okay, not women that don't know, not men that don't know, not adults that don't know, not kids that don't know, not LGBT that don't know, not heterosexual cis people that don't know, none of that. Just all kinds of people: black, white, Chinese, Asian, Muslim, Christian, Jew. That is the law. Okay, and that is why, and that's why we advocate for people knowing their civics. Okay. Civics is very important to resolving any problems in the United States of America. And if you have more people knowing their civics, they would be less susceptible to disinformation, right? So please don't spread the disinformation here. Learn your civics and take it serious, okay? You know what I mean by civics? I mean your constitutional rights. There's a lot of them. Miss one, you might miss the next one or the one after that or the one after that. Take them all serious.
And I'll
all
then
right?
explain how and why this is so monumental and important.
And then this is a really important part of what happened today, and I want to make sure that we talk about this. I had raised the issue of having Todd Blanche held in contempt of court. The judge took a long time to explain an anecdote about how he, years ago, held four DOJ prosecutors in contempt of court, in civil contempt, because they refused to turn over documents to a criminal defendant. Once he held these federal prosecutors in contempt of court, he purged the contempt once they turned over the documents. 3 out of those 4 federal prosecutors appealed that order of contempt, and the federal appeals court upheld Judge Sullivan's finding of contempt.
Yo, facts, Johnny. Exactly. With free Google AI search, there's no excuse for anyone to not know these basic facts. It is true, and it's sad because look, the person will even start going out there and try to divide people. Like, you know, they want to sell disinformation. And then because you don't accept disinformation, they want to try to make the reason that it's because you're a man, or it's because you this, or it's because you're black, or it's because you're Christian, or it's because you're a Muslim, or it's because you're straight, or because you're gay, or because... No, it's just know your civics. All of you people, know your goddamn civics. Like, what is this? That's civics 101. DC is a federal city. Only the president can actually send the National Guard. Anybody can beg him, please, Mr. President, will you send the National Guard? You can beg him. The only person that can give the order is the president. So there it is. Enough said.
Judge Sullivan said, I am the only federal judge who has held DOJ.
The governor would have to declare a state of emergency under certain circumstances.
Yeah, but DC got no governor. DC has no governor. That's why we go. Yeah, in other states,
that's what you need to
the governor,
them, right?
Yeah,
they don't understand that.
Yeah.
That's what you need to explain, right? Does DC have a governor?
No. So in any place that has a governor, the governor can do it. If they don't have a governor, it's the president. But and you know, I'm starting to think, like, is that where does that extend to, like, the U.S. Virgin Islands, Puerto Rico? Like,
to be honest with you, I think it does, right? Where the president himself would have to declare that a state of emergency and then send the National Guards, right? I'm close to 100% sure, but yes.
Okay.
If they don't have a governor to represent them, otherwise the president himself would have to declare a state of emergency and then send National Guards there to protect the sovereignty of that said state or territory of America.
Yeah, bro.
Of the US.
Okay, it says so Virgin Islands has a governor. Can federalize the guard? US 50 states governors. Okay. And then the president under Title 10. Okay, Puerto Rico, governor to Puerto. So they have a governor. DC doesn't have a governor. So that's what it is. So that's why. So there is a difference. They have governors even though they don't have full voting rights, right? So all right. So let's continue here. Yeah, this is Katie Fang. She's breaking down some info here. We got into our gun rights here for a second. So those of you that want to peep that conversation, it started like an hour ago, and then we kind of been in and out of it. But I appreciate everybody for showing up today. Listen, just for those of you that don't know, I believe I have a anti-slavery perspective on civil rights. That means I don't believe anybody owns your body. Okay, I believe you own your body. Your body is your own property. You do whatever the fuck you want to do with your own body. You don't do that to other people's bodies. Okay, so whether you're a person that's part of the trans community, it doesn't have I don't really. You do what you want to your own body, man. What the hell is that? If you're a person that's part of the LGBT or whatever, you love whoever the hell you want to love. I don't care about that. That's not me. You don't control my body. I don't control yours. If it's a woman that needs to have an abortion, I'm not telling that woman what she needs to do. If it's not a personal family member that I know and they want to open up to me about what it is their issue is, I'm not interfering in that. It's not my perspective to have. Also, when it comes to my civil rights to go vote, motherfucker, you better not put your hands on me. Get the fuck out of my way as an American citizen. These kind of things, I'm pretty open. I'm pretty, I respect all people's rights, their civil rights. So, and I think my background is just very simple: anti-slavery. I don't need to own somebody else. They need the right to choose for themselves. I need the right to choose for myself. So if you coming here trying to make it seem like somehow I'm anti-LGBT or somehow I've seen people do this all the time. Somehow say I'm anti-women because I'm a man. Yo, I'm just doing the best I can. What the hell? Give a brother a break. I'm just doing the best I can with what I got. How about that? I'm also a human being,
B, aside from that, I saw someone in the chat saying that the president is the only person who can declare the National Guard. Can we show that to the viewers?
Yeah, in DC.
That's not the case. Like governor, no, in DC only because they don't have a governor.
Yeah.
But
it's only in
they
DC.
assume that the president's the only person. No, we don't pretend to know something. I wouldn't tell it if it wasn't a fact, right? Can we Google, is the president the only person who can send the National Guard?
Yeah, here it is.
Google that.
Yeah. I did show it. Here's what it says. Ultimately, the president of the United States holds the sole executive authority as commander-in-chief of the DC National Guard because Washington, D.C. is a federal district and not a state. Right.
Aside from DC.
Right. Now, aside from DC.
Aside from DC, the governors, right? Can we Google?
There it is, right there.
Who can deploy the national?
Here it is.
The governors can, under a state of emergency.
Yeah.
They can
deploy
the National Guard.
Yeah, these are the lists.
Show it.
There it is. It's jurisdiction. Okay. 50 states, state governors. Puerto Rico, governor of Puerto Rico. U.S. Virgin Islands, governor of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Guam, governor of Guam. Washington, D.C., president of the United States. So, so there's some nuance there. Now, the U.S. Virgin Islands, they don't have a vote in the Senate or in the Congress. I believe they have a sitting person, a shadow, what's called a shadow senator, shadow congressman. That's like what DC has. We don't have a vote, but we have a shadow one. But they have a governor. DC doesn't have a governor. Let me just make sure I got that right. But that is the facts. It's the facts, and that's the only facts that exist on it. And if someone told you something different, they misinformed you. And people that grow up in Washington, D.C. know this kind of stuff because we're born and raised there. So we have these arguments every day. But just as people in Puerto Rico would know who can call the National Guard, people in the U.S. Virgin Islands would know they have a governor. I didn't even know they had a governor, but I'm not from the U.S. Virgin Islands. They are. So they know. They have those conversations every day. But let me see here. Let me see. Can Puerto Rico and USVI vote in Congress and the Senate? Even though they have a governor, can they vote in the Congress and in the Senate? And here's what it comes up with. And this is all known stuff. You see, this is what I was saying. No. So this is like DC in that way. And the other way, it's not like DC. Okay. It's not like DC. It's like DC because they cannot vote in the Congress and the Senate. DC is the same. We have a shadow senator. We have a shadow Congress member, but we cannot vote on the floor. But it's not like DC when it comes to deploying the National Guard because they have a governor. DC just has no governor. DC just has a mayor. Okay. So the local government is run by the mayor in Washington, D.C. In the U.S. Virgin Islands, they have a governor that oversees all of, and then they have mayors for different towns. It works a little different. So there you have it. Right. Puerto Rico sends a resident commissioner who serves a 4-year term. Right. Both territories send non-voting members to the House of Representatives. That's what it is. You see that? There it is. U.S. Virgin Islands sends a delegate who serves 2 years. By the way, big up to Shelley Moorhead. I believe he's running for governor of the U.S. Virgin Islands also. I believe. Is he running for governor's office or is it Senate or something? Anyway, Shelley's done a lot of work with the reparations movement out of the U.S. Virgin Islands, especially in regarding the communications between Denmark and the U.S. Virgin Islands. So, Yeah, big up to Shelly and everybody else down there. Now, let me see here. Let's get back to Katie Fang's story because it's pretty big here. Let's go.
Attorneys in civil contempt. Now, I have no desire to do it again, but because contempt.
Now, the U.S. Todd Blanche did not turn over the information requested by the judge. So let's just pull that back a little bit and then replay.
It's very interesting because they decided to publish this DOJ memo talking about how they went through the Epstein files to redact them. But it came out in January when the full production was supposed to be due in December of 2025. But what the DOJ did under Blanche and I guess maybe then Pam Bondi is they expanded the universe of people that could claim that they were victims. And so what the federal prosecutor told the judge.
So you hear that? So Todd Blanche and Pam Bondi tried to expand the definition of victims, meaning not the people who were assaulted, right, and trafficked, but to other people that were around them that they're now looked at as victims because their name could be tarnished if anyone ever knew that they were there. That's what they tried to do.
Pam Bondi, in her deposition, admitted that it was Todd Blanche who put forth that rhetoric.
Yes.
But, okay.
Yeah. So, and look, Pam Bondi stepped down, but she's also out of Florida. She was the deputy to Alacosta when he was the state attorney general for Florida when Epstein was prosecuted, right? So they all surrounding the Epstein files, the whole activities damn near. But it's an interesting note to know that Pam Bondi on her way out said Todd Blanche did that. That's very interesting. She threw him under the bus and he's taking up the mantle like, yeah, I did that, ho. And so what? Yo, Todd Blanche was like, I'll take that stripe. Yeah, I did it for Mr. Trump. Yeah, it's like, it is crazy. But so they tried to expand the definition of a victim to mean other people that were present watching watching victimization go down or happen to be on the same.
Who's the current attorney general?
Todd Blanche.
Oh, okay. I just want to make sure.
Todd Blanche.
I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
Who was Trump's personal attorney prior to being AG?
Another guy named Blanche Todd. Not the same. Two different people. They sound alike. One guy has a wig with a mustache. And the other dude plays an attorney every day. One dude plays a private attorney. The other dude plays a district state U.S. jail.
I say all that to say, V, look, this is what I think the viewers don't understand. They get so caught up in single voter issues or what they like and dislike that they don't see the politics of it. Right? It's not a coincidence that Todd Blanche was handling the Epstein individuals while not being acting or even AG himself, while Pam Bondi was, right? And even obviously, I don't want to make the segment any longer, but when we look at Pam Bondi's deposition, this is all the stuff that she blamed on Todd Blanche as a non-acting AG, right? While she was in position.
Exactly. So that shit ain't gonna ride. You know what I'm saying? It's but
I mean, no. I think that's where we have to understand. Hopefully, we can reach a point where senators will call out this hypocrisy, right? Where House representatives will call out this hypocrisy because we don't see it called out. We just don't.
Or Americans,
right?
Americans, they running the scam on us, man. They running the scam on us.
And our politicians aren't highlighting it.
Yeah.
Right?
It's true.
They don't like highlighting it, right? And I think that's where my frustration and a lot of voter frustration comes into play, at least the educated. And hopefully we can educate, the viewers to have that perspective where you should be upset at the fact that even legacy media, right? Where here at V Media, we do it different, right? Because that's something legacy media just doesn't cover. They won't tell you that Todd Blanche was mentioned plenty of times in Pam Bondi's deposition in terms of interfering with the Epstein files, right? That he was the same person who got Ghislaine Maxwell into a minimum security prison, right? From her maximum, right? As a non-acting AG, while Pam Bondi was the literal AG, right? As Todd Blanche was Trump's personal attorney, right? Personal criminal attorney who defended him, right? Coming out of the Southern District of New York with the same felony, with the same district that charged Trump with his felony counts. None of it is by coincidence. It's all by design, unfortunately, right? And hopefully the viewers can see the connection, right? And we can only hope to point them in the right direction, but the information is free. Please look it up.
I mean, they're definitely conspiring to cover up the files. That's what it is, So it's no accident. They are conspiring to cover up the files. That's what they're doing, and it's an active conspiracy. I mean, and they can be charged with that because I'm sure they had communications about it with different people. It probably goes across state lines. You know what I mean? So it's a conspiracy. It's a real federal crime. Ongoing federal crime.
That's why the midterms matter, right? Because we need a House and a Senate to push an investigation to that in order for charges to even be considered. But go ahead, Bree.
Yeah, exactly. Otherwise, they're going to walk. All the people are going to walk if you don't have the Senate, the Congress, and the Senate are the line for everything in the United States. Right now, we have Trump running amok, but who's to blame at this point? The Congress and the Senate for not acting to remove him. That's really what it is. And all this other shit is the same. Trump got away with everything because the Congress and the Senate refused to serve the American people first. That should scare taxpayers because you pay their salary. We pay the Congress and the senators enough money that they even get private health care. They don't even need Medicaid and Medicare. Their kids go to private schools, all of this shit. Do you never hear their kids having an issue about paying back college funds? Their college money.
Is Mitch McConnell still getting paid?
Huh?
Is Mitch McConnell still getting paid?
Oh, hell yeah. Everybody's paying Mitch McConnell's bills right now.
Make sure.
Yeah. Whether you like him or not, you paying his bills. Yeah.
When was he last active?
He got
on 5 months, right?
And he doesn't even need Medicaid and Medicare. That shit ain't covering his hospital bills. He got high. He's got more expensive costs.
He's getting a $200K salary of Blue Cross while being insured by Blue Cross Blue Shield, while most of it, 80% of it, is covered through taxpayer dollars, while he hasn't been able to effectively be a representative in his own district. Stop it.
Yeah. He's good. He's living high off the hog. You know what I'm saying?
He may be brain dead for all we know. He's still getting paid, and he's still an active, quote unquote, representative for Kentucky.
They ain't unplugging him. That should tell you something. That bill is expensive, bro. They still ain't unplugged his ass yet. I mean, that costs money to keep him plugged up. Anyway, I mean, I'm serious, man. You haven't seen him? I don't know why he wouldn't be plugged up. Why wouldn't Mitch McConnell be plugged up right now to life what do they call it? Life anyway, let's go on. This is Katie Fang. She's talking about how they're getting away with hiding and how they expanded the definition of victim, right, to cover up assailants, people that participated or conspired with Jeffrey Epstein. So here we go.
Judge today was, hey, Judge, the redactions that have happened in this case, it's victims that have self-identified or identified through lawyers, and we haven't actually tested any of that. There's no litmus testing on whether or not they're real victims. We're just letting them self-identify. But if you can think about that, that opens up a huge Pandora's box of people that are doing it. I don't want people to be improperly exposed. That is not what the DOJ, well, that's what the DOJ said today, but that's not the case. What I want is the DOJ to follow the law.
Right.
Nothing more, nothing less. And what we have seen time and time again is this active concealment and cover up by this DOJ to not release this information. I also want the files that Todd Blanche continues to sit on.
Like 3 million of them, right?
Yes, he claims that they're duplicative. He claims that they're not responsive, and yet what we heard today.
How can 3 million files be people all inside of it that did nothing? That's half of the files. So you're trying to say literally half of the files has a bunch of people in it that you don't need to know about. That just makes no sense. And there's a better way they can go about this, redacting their names. Look, if you don't have anything to hide, what is there to hide? If you didn't do anything, what is there to hide? You like
no, but Biden, but Obama.
Yeah. You don't see, yeah. What about Clinton? What did they hide? They went in front of a damn committee, congressional committee, and for hours and shit. They had Hillary Clinton, who wasn't even on the island, right? There. Not to say that the island is the only place, but I mean they had Bill Clinton's wife there. Okay. Maybe she has some association, but they still called her forward for a committee. Now, all these other people, they don't want to call them forward for a committee, and they don't even want you to know who they are. Why is that? Like, what's up with that? It sounds to me like,
I mean, we're finding a lot about the Epstein files through foreign governments like the UK, right? Based off the information that they had to give up based off who they were prosecuting, right?
yes,
We're not even getting it from our own government.
exactly. Every other government is releasing more shit and doing more shit about the Epstein files than our own government, and the shit happened in our country. So people need to be, vigilant, but vote for this shit. Like, vote for these people to be prosecuted. If somebody's not trying to prosecute, first of all, we need a list of things that everybody that you vote for needs to be for. They should be for universal health care. They should be for fair housing. They should be for more access or fair access to education, regardless of what your economic situation is. Higher education, right? They should be for what? What else? The food supplemental program. What did they call that? That is normal in the U.S. Used to be Republican.
Progressive jail reform.
Right.
Progressive work reform, right?
Right.
In terms of training, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we are so far behind that, like, we could name several other things, right? And, even as far as universal child care and universal child education on an early level,
That
right?
would do so much for crime.
It would, right?
That would do
And
so
I
much
think
for
that's
mental
what-
health.
But we rather fund wars and justify gas prices based off a war that we didn't start, right? And somehow they say, okay. And that's where conservatives lose me, right? Their ideals flip-flop based off of what someone tells them, not what they stand for. I have a problem with that. Right? I have a problem with someone telling me that they don't want Iran to have a nuclear weapon when that wasn't an issue until Israel attacked them, and then we continued that conflict. That's where I have an issue.
Yeah.
But go ahead, Manny.
Yeah, we got money for a lot of other shit. We got money for Trump. Trump, by the way, he's made more money in this second term than he has in his whole career, his whole lifetime. Congratulations, Trump, and the Trump family. Hoorah. Good job. All right, let's
From
continue.
Judge Sullivan is, I don't believe you, DOJ. You have to show your work. And once again today, there was no actual proof provided by Todd Blanche.
Katie Fang on her own channel then explained how and why this is so monumental and important.
And then this is a really important part of what happened today, and I want to make sure that we talk about this. I had raised the issue of having Todd Blanche held in contempt of court. The judge took a long time to explain an anecdote about how he, years ago, held four DOJ prosecutors in contempt of court, in civil contempt, because they refused to turn over documents to a criminal defendant. Once he held these federal prosecutors in contempt of court, he purged the contempt once they turned over the documents. 3 out of those 4 federal prosecutors appealed that order of contempt, and the federal appeals court upheld Judge Sullivan's finding of contempt. Judge Sullivan said, I am the only federal judge who has held DOJ attorneys in civil contempt. Now, I have no desire to do it again, but because contempt is serious. But he said this, but I will do it. That's not a threat. That's a promise. He then went on to say, I am not focused on contempt. I am focused on compliance with court orders. I understand how difficult your job is. No one ever has enough time, but you've never asked me for more time. And he goes, look, we don't have to do a conversation. I'm just talking about this. You don't have to respond. This was so important because he made it very clear to these DOJ attorneys that he's willing and able to do it. He doesn't want to hold them in contempt, but he's done it before and he'll do it again. And that's a really important lesson to impart to these young lawyers that showed up. Although, again, I'm not quite sure if it was an intentional thing to bring these lawyers in at the last minute that didn't have answers that the judge demanded. I know it was frustrating. I heard that we pretty much crashed the dial-in system for the court today, so a lot of you weren't able to get this. I'll do a little bit more of a deeper analysis tomorrow, but I just wanted to make sure that I got this readout to you immediately so that you had this information.
So Katie Fang is doing extremely important work, and it's obviously making a difference because we're now getting evidence that we never would have seen before. And as I said, Donald Trump's popularity within his own party is crashing down. It's collapsing. And we're now even getting reports that people who have voted for him 3 times in a row are now considering, for the first time ever, voting for a Democrat.
Shannon Ebersole is a rancher, a Republican, a 3-time Trump voter, and a midterm wild card. Not happy with the war.
First and foremost, we need to take care of our Americans. And that is one frustrating point of the Iran war, is because I voted to take care of us first.
Wow, there you go. Like, bravo, bravo, bravo. I'm so happy to hear that. And what does she mean by our Americans first? Okay, I hope she means Americans like myself. and just Americans. What is an American? Do you mean American citizen? Do you mean ethnic American? What is it that you mean? I mean, but I'm happy to hear that little change. Let me just peep this. Big up to Keith Edwards too, by the way. Let's see here.
And that is one frustrating point of the Iran war, is because I voted to take care of us first.
And not happy with a Republican congressman she sees as too willing to put the party line ahead of rural Iowa.
Do you take a chance on a new Democrat and say that would send a message, right?
I am really still leaning that way.
Leaning for change.
Yes. I believe that change is always a good thing.
And I want to end with this because...
Oh, really? Well, damn. Now, this one's a little more clever than, you don't always expect them to go this far. But for me, too, listen, I'm a registered Democrat. But I don't vote party line. No, there's nothing like that. Yeah, you could say there are some features that Democrats generally agree with across the line, but all the candidates, some progressive candidates are more progressive than others. And so because of my situation, because I live outside of the U.S., I know that universal health care can easily be done. And the United States can have the best universal health care system in the world if it wanted to, for less money than you pay now. Since I know that's a fact, I lean further left because I don't think that the center Democrats do a good enough job exposing that. Why that's the actual reality, right? But I'm really proud to see that there's somebody here that's not voting just party. That's not just, this is it and that's all, nothing else, that we can't do better. I'm happy because you can always do better. And sometimes you got to shake shit up. Look at her. She's coming from the right. And look at what people in the right are saying about the left. Saying about people like Mamdani. You see all the bullshit they threw at him? Mamdani is actually America first. That's actually what he is. And the damn Republican Party that claims to be American first is not even American first. Isn't this what Abdul said? Listen to her words. Abdul, even the dude in Michigan who just won the primary, said these same words. Listen to this. Listen.
Happy with the war.
Not happy with the war? That's what Mamdani said. That's what Abdul said.
For the first...
Let's hear it.
And a midterm wild card. Not happy with the war.
First and foremost, we need to take care of our Americans. And that is one frustrating point of the Iran war, is because I voted to take care of us first.
Yes.
And not happy with a Republican congressman she sees as too willing to put the party line ahead of rural Iowa.
Do you take a chance on a new Democrat and say that would send a message, right?
I am really still leaning.
He said, would you take a chance on a new Democrat? Did I hear that right?
To put the party line ahead of rural Iowa.
Do you take a chance on a new Democrat and say that would send a message, right?
Would you take a chance on a new Democrat that would send a message, right? I mean, that's what I heard him say. What does he mean by new? And my understanding of the English language, new means not your standard Democrat. That wouldn't be new. But maybe he just means it that way. I don't know.
Of the Iran war, is because I voted to take care of us first.
And not happy with a Republican congressman she sees as too willing to put the party line ahead of rural Iowa.
Do you take a chance on a new Democrat and say that would send a message, right?
I am really still leaning that way.
Leaning for change.
Yes. I believe that change is always a good thing.
And I want to end with this because remember, as Donald Trump is losing power, he's not losing money. His family is literally doing everything they can to take as much as they can. And we're experiencing, I think, what is probably the biggest criminal heist in, I don't even know, is it American history? World history? It's insane. And here's Hunter Biden with someone who just was on the channel yesterday, Waj Ali, talking about the insanity of all of this.
Watching it on a daily basis, and I promise you, from 50 years of being around this, I know that if this is what we're seeing, it is literally the tip of the iceberg of what's occurring. It is literally like if I know of the $6.2 billion in Gulf state money that Jared Kushner has taken into a fund, of which he collects over $100 million of fees annually, then that is literally just the tip of the iceberg. If I know that they're talking about they're acquiring an Albanian island that they discovered, then I know it's just the tip of the iceberg. $3.9 billion of what we see to the two boys in government DOD contracts, direct Department of Defense contracts. Don Jr. got a $620 million loan for one of his underlying companies, pushed through by Peter Navarro directly from the White House. They have the communications of pushing that through. The largest single loan guarantee given by the Department of Defense ever in its history. If we know that, I promise you what's going on is 1,000 times worse.
Yeah,
and so they need to be held accountable.
For the wall accountability. I want a sheriff.
Balls to the wall. I don't want. By the way, I don't want to hear anybody saying, "Oh, look, it's going to make us look like a banana republic," or "Oh, look, isn't this what weak democracies do?" You know what? We lost our democracy the day that Donald Trump became president of the United States, and he proves that every day by ignoring court orders, by putting his own lawyer in as the U.S. as the Attorney General of the United States. You know, after all of that, in the ring in her hands, and Bill Cassidy says, "Well, at least I know that he'll adhere to the Constitution." What's the first thing he did once he got confirmed as Attorney General? He went and he issued a memorandum to the White House that says that executive privilege no longer is contained as it relates to the communications between a president and their White House advisors. Executive privilege now expands to anyone that the president talks to or does business with.
You're talking about, of course, Todd Blanche, for those who don't know, the Donald Trump's personal attorney, who is architect of the Epstein cover-up.
Yeah, architect of the Epstein cover-up, literally. And by the way, here we are talking about all this other shit, and we got literally these guys still covering for the most prolific child rapist.
I see somebody said in the chat, Banana Republic by DSA. What are you talking about? What government does DSA run? I mean, I'm not understanding that. He's talking about federal crimes. What are the DSA federal officials? Who are they? Like, I think you need to learn your civics, man. Are you even American, Carlos Blanca? Like, learn your civics. Learn how the government works, man. Like, really, get serious.
In history.
So that's why this is so important that we have not only independent media, but that folks like you are able to stay connected, stay engaged.
Yeah, all right. Big up to Keith Edwards actually on that one. Now let's go on. Let me see here. Unthinkable. Appreciate everybody showing up, by the way. Let me forward on now. I want to see what else. Let's bring this up. Here we go. Let's move on to Democracy Docket real quick. I appreciate everybody coming out. Do me a favor, click the like button if you haven't clicked the like button.
Donald Trump may try to declare an
if you haven't clicked the like button, do me a favor, click the like button. If you've been here for 5 minutes or something, click the like button and subscribe too. Obviously, there's something you like about the channel, so subscribe. Here, it's not typical internet rhetoric. Whether you want to talk about Dems or Republicans, I have a different approach to this. Although I'm a Democrat myself, I live outside of the U.S., so my reality is a little different. Even though I'm born and raised in Washington, D.C., moved outside of the country when I was 30 years old. Right. And so I've seen and traveled around. I've traveled around all the U.S., traveled around a lot of America, too. By the way, quiet as kept. I've traveled outside of the United States, too. So, I give my perspective that's kind of based on that. You know what I'm saying? And not based on somebody else's. But I connect on the channel with a lot of different cats. I have my co-contributor here, Michael Best from Brooklyn, New York, right? We have another contributor, Eric Klein from San Diego, California. Then we have another one, Eric Thornton from Arizona, right? And I forget what part of Arizona. You in Tucson? And then we have a few others. So you're welcome to join the panel. Here, let me put that up. And then we also have Sander. We got others outside. I'm sorry. We got Sanderka from Norway, just north of Denmark, where I am. And then we have a few others hop on from time to time and talk about their perspective. But, most of my viewers are 60, 70% are 35 and up. 70% are 35 and up for sure. So we have, and that's between 35 and 70, something like that. So we have adult viewers here, people that know their civics, people that want a real political conversation about what's going on in the United States, what's going on in NATO, what's going on in the world, the Western countries. So they want to, I'm just letting you know that in case you haven't heard my programming before. If you know civics and you follow politics and you're serious, you care about your tax dollars, how they're used, and you got something you want to say about that, feel free to hop up on the panel. I'm gonna put the link in the chat in 2 seconds. Now, this is Chris Elias, right, from Democracy Docket. Let's see what he had to say. Big up also to Democracy Docket doing a lot of the legal claims against the Trump administration in the federal courts. So let's hear what they have to what they got to say.
He may try to declare martial law. He may impose the Insurrection Act. He may issue executive orders to try to seize ballots. He may deploy ICE at the polls. I'm here to tell you we cannot dress that up as legal. We cannot dress that up as constitutional. We cannot assume that there is some secret rule book that Donald Trump and his allies have. My job is to not let him get away with it in court. And my record's pretty good. Martial law, the Insurrection Act, now a national security emergency. These are all the things that the right wing are urging Donald Trump to declare in order to take over the 2026 midterm elections. And look, I don't put anything past Donald Trump. There is nothing he won't stoop below. There is no rule of law that he will follow. There is no one in his administration who will constrain him. But I got to tell you, we're getting not just to the fringe, we're getting to the fringe of the fringe in what is going on in the discourse. And we are still more than 60 days before the midterm elections. Hi, this is Mark Elias, founder of Democracy Docket. And in addition to litigating against Donald Trump and the Republicans and beating them in court over and over again, I also try to help keep you informed about what is actually true and what is just made up nonsense, what you really should be worried about, and frankly, what is just a distraction. So today in this episode, I want to walk you through these alarmist claims that are being made by Trump's most virulent right-wing supporters, what we should be concerned about and what we shouldn't, and what they are not telling us. So look, this is going to be a journey. So sit back, grab yourself a drink, get comfortable, and enjoy the ride. But one thing you can do for me right now is to subscribe to Democracy Docket. It is the news and information and analysis outlet I created in 2020 for precisely moments like this. The link to do so is on the screen. It's also in the description of this episode, or type in democracydocket.com/YouTube. Okay, so if you're not familiar with the latest of these wild-eyed claims that has triggered this discussion that I'm talking about, I want to go ahead and show you a clip of Wayne Allen Root talking to the President of the United States.
Let me put an idea in your head, okay? Because it's so hard to get the Senate to do anything, now they're on recess, they don't get anything done if they never get the Save America Act done. You have the right to declare a national security emergency for elections. And the Supreme Court ruled in 1983 under Reagan that INS versus Chadha, that if you declare...
let me see. I see. Carlos Blanca, I asked you a question. What's your nationality and what's your ethnicity? It's a very simple question. What's your issue with that? It's just to understand your comments and statements more. Maybe you're not American. Maybe you have a special ethnicity. I don't know. But you asked the question. Somebody else asked it, you asked the question, who is this clown? I'll tell you who this clown is. It is Wayne Allen. It states it on the screen, right? You should understand it. It's written in English since you're writing English in the chat, Carlos, right? It is Wayne Allen giving an exclusive interview with Donald Trump. If you don't know who Donald Trump is, like I said, I asked your nationality. I asked your ethnicity. Maybe you don't know who Donald Trump is, but Donald Trump is the president of the United States right now. He's the sitting president of the United States, in case you don't know that. So let me explain more for Carlos. In simple language, he's going to communicate with Donald Trump about Donald Trump's ideas only. So what you're hearing here is only the ideas of Wayne Allen Root and Donald Trump. Let me know what you think specifically about their views and their comments they are about to make themselves. Here we go, y'all.
YouTube. Go ahead and show you a clip of Wayne Allen Root talking to the President of the United States.
Let me put an idea in your head, okay? Because it's so hard to get the Senate to do anything, now they're on recess, they don't get anything done if they never get the Save America Act done. You have the right to declare a national security emergency for elections. And the Supreme Court ruled in 1983 under Reagan that INS versus Chadha, that if you declare a national security emergency as the President of the United States, they can't challenge it. It can only be overturned by a 2/3 vote of both houses of Congress. So if you do this in the next month, we will get photo ID, proof of citizenship, and a limit to mail-in ballots. And
Let
you
me
don't
just
even
say that
need
stranger
the
things
Senate
have
vote.
happened. Okay, I'll leave it at that.
All right, we'll leave it at that.
Okay, we're going to break this down, but let's just start with something that I feel like has escaped notice. Wayne Allen Root is a conspiracy nut doing a streaming television show of sorts, which is fine. Good for Wayne Allen Root. But the person he's interviewing is the President of the United States. Like the guy who is supposed to be running a war in Iran. The person who is supposed to be singularly focused on lowering costs. The guy who is running the vast government bureaucracy that is the executive branch. And he's talking to Wayne Allen Root about, well, you just saw the clip, about how Wayne Allen Root wants him to declare a national security emergency in order to implement, without congressional approval, the Save America Act. There's one thing I can agree with Wayne Allen Root about. So mark this tape. The Senate is not passing the Save America Act. The Senate has, in fact, gone on recess.
All right, so the Republicans have the majority in the Senate. They still have the majority in the Congress. So
yes, they do.
So they could, if they wanted to do things like they did the Healthcare Act, right, or the tax cut. That was, I believe, wasn't that all? Didn't they all vote for that? Let me see.
Yes, sir.
I believe I believe they did. They voted. All the Republicans and senators, they lined up behind that bill, that tax break.
In combination with a handful of Democrats. Yes, they did.
Yeah, and they even had some Democrats on board, but all Republicans was like, go. Now, this time, they could do it that way if they wanted, but for some reason,
they could, but they're not.
But
right?
they're not doing it, right?
You have that means he knows that there are representatives in the House and Senate who are vehemently against it. Right? And we've covered this before, right? The Save America Act is going to disproportionately affect rural red states and areas.
And why is that? Why is that?
One, they lack the funds to acquire a state ID, a passport, right? Two, they normally don't need it because they are in rural areas where they're more locally known and don't need to ask or prove identification, right? And so, especially during the midterms, something like the Save America Act is going to essentially diminish his base's voting ability, which I find just kind of idiotic, right? That's kind of where, obviously it's a conservative movement, but for the people who want to argue what's so wrong with a voter ID, hey, look, you have 80% of Democrats who are in line with it as long as it is given for free and not a voter tax in the form of you having to have an ID and pay for it, right?
Right.
You know, and I mean,
why don't you have a state ID?
Well, I think we have to understand in some rural areas, you don't need an ID, right? If you're going to, right, the same store, the same bars, the local areas where you're known, the last thing you'll need is an ID, right?
Right.
And I think that's the reality. Like, obviously here in New York,
when I go to the store and I buy shit, I don't bring my ID all the time. Sometimes I'm just on a morning stroll, man. I just jump out, want to grab a few things.
There you go. And it's even less in red states, right? And rural areas. I want to say rural areas. It just so happens to be that overwhelmingly those rural areas just so happen to be in red states. Right.
Yeah.
And so when we look at that, you know, even something like the Save America Act, there is a reason why you have Republicans in the House and Senate who aren't willing to back it 100%.
Why do they need why do they want people to have why isn't the state ID that they have good enough?
Well, they don't believe. Well, here's what I will say. In certain states, like a New York, you can get your state ID without necessarily being a citizen, right? You can't get your driver's license, but you can get your state ID without necessarily being a citizen. And so,
but why can't they deal with that themselves? Like why can't the state say, you know what? Let's have a state ID that shows whether you're a citizen or not. But obviously they don't do that because they don't want people discriminating against non-citizens. Right?
No, and I think a part of
it would lead to something else. It would lead to some kind of harassment or something, right? Like some kind of unfair practices, right?
Discrimination, but also the fact that they need additional federal funding because they don't produce the funding themselves in taxes.
All right. Okay.
Right.
Okay.
So that would lead to additional spending on the federal government's part to pay for these IDs that aren't already there. Right?
So what do states do already to stop illegals or non-citizens from voting in federal elections? What is the practice like? If let's just say,
well, when you register to vote,
right? Okay,
when you register to vote, right? You register to vote. You register. Ideally, your main point of registration is at DMV, right?
Okay.
And that DMV acts for several points of ID, which include your birth certificate, right? Which include your past license, right? Or identification, which include proof of residence, which include a bunch of other points of ID to validate who you are in order to even get a newer ID. And that's one of the main points, that once you fill out that form, at the bottom, the last part of that form is a voter registration, right? And you can't register to vote once you're going through the process of getting your new ID if you aren't a legal citizen.
Right.
Okay. And that's the main point. It's not the only point, it's the main point at which you do register to vote. So most people are registered through their DMV when they go to get their driver's license or renew a regular identification through their state.
So when they go to get a license, they ask them for what? They ask them for their birth certificate?
Their birth certificate, social security card, prior identification, utility bill.
So if you don't have a birth certificate, or you can't prove that you're an American, if you don't have a social security number or what, like, see, what I'm trying to figure out is
birth certificate from here, right? Then you cannot be registered to vote.
Okay, so you can register to vote later if you go get all that other information, right? But if you want to be registered, like myself, if I
get an ID. You can't get an ID. Yeah. They won't give you an ID if you don't have the point system. I think it's a 5-point or 3-point system, depending on your state.
They want
where those identifications need to be had in order for you to renew an ID or even get an identification or driver's license.
Right. So they want a new ID, right? Because if I understand this right, me myself,
they want a voter ID exclusive of your individual state ID.
But they want it to have reach the same criteria as a passport, right? So like I have a passport, so I just carry my passport with me whenever somebody wants to prove if I'm an American citizen, right? So if I need that, I carry my passport with me, right? Which I usually carry all the time anyway. Even when I'm in the U.S., I usually carry, because when I'm in the U.S., I'm only there for short periods of time, right? So so my driver's license is not American, it's foreign, but it allows me to drive in the U.S. too, right? So I usually just carry my passport and my Danish driver's license with me, right? So when I travel and I get stopped by the police, I give them my passport. If I wanted to do something locally, right, like go downtown, for some other reason, if it's to register to vote or whatever, I show them my passport. If I want to do something in D.C. government, they know who I am. I'm born and raised in D.C. They have my social security number on record. I show them my passport as my ID. I use my passport as all those IDs. So what I don't understand is this. Like, they're making like all these options for people to do stuff, right? You know, you can get an ID, or you could come with your birth certificate, or you could come. Why don't they? I mean, is there another way they can do this? Like, I'm just trying to understand, like, why do they need another ID? Like,
they want another ID.
Why do they need an ID? But here's the thing.
They want another ID.
But here's the thing. They want the ID to have the same verification as a passport. Yes. So what is the difference in the price? I pay like $200 for a passport.
Yep.
Right. Let me see.
Just about.
And so I'm just right. This is what I'm trying to figure out. Like, how much does a USA passport cost? Because I'm like, yo, if they want an ID that says I'm an American citizen, then isn't that a passport? Isn't that what they asking for? Because
essentially, but they want a whole separate, just to placate them, to say voter ID, right? The same qualifications you would need to register to vote and to have a passport.
It costs it costs $130. Costs $130 for one. For the card, it costs $30 extra. But you need to get the first one first. So that would be the passport, and then you can get a smaller ID that costs $30 extra. So $130 just for the passport, the first part, right? So what do they expect the national ID to cost somebody if the passport got to cost $130?
That's what they haven't done. They haven't proposed it.
Okay.
They haven't proposed it, and that's where I laugh at it.
Okay.
There's no comprehensiveness around it.
Yeah.
Never proposed what that looks like in cost. They haven't gave a comprehensive plan of what that's going to detail in terms of a voter ID. They're just dog whistling to a base, knowing that this bill most likely won't pass.
Yeah. If you need the passport rushed, if you need it in a hurry, and with all the little fees and everything, it might cost you up to $200. It's true what some people are saying. Plus the mail.
$180.
Yeah. It's true. Yeah. Go ahead. All right. I'm just curious about that.
When we look at it, there's no additional qualifications aside from a passport or what it would take to register at your local DMV. It's just an addition, and this is where it becomes constitutionally challenged, right?
Yeah.
It becomes a tax on the voters to vote.
And that's also against the Constitution.
Yes.
Right.
Exactly.
So something that costs
Constitution.
Right. So something before an election, done for an election, that cost American citizens an extra fine or extra fee or extra tax is against the Constitution. So if they just paid for it, then, and they could ensure that every single person could get that ID within a week's time, right? Or if they can't get it within a certain amount of time due to their state's lack of ability, they can still vote with their old ID. People would pretty much be okay with it, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Right. Yeah.
Overwhelmingly.
Yeah, because then it wouldn't be against the Constitution.
There you go. Even on the Democratic side.
Right.
If I'm not mistaken, the percentages range in the high 80s to 90 percentile.
Right.
If that were the case, where Democrats and progressives go against it, is essentially becoming a voter tax.
Right.
Where if I have to pay anything additional to what my regular IDs prove that I'm a citizen, including a passport,
right,
is a voter tax, and that is unconstitutional, right? And when we look at I hope that the viewers understand this. It's not that we're against it, right?
Well, it's illegal. It's illegal. It's against the Constitution.
Exactly. It's illegal on a constitutional level. but voter fraud in itself is virtually non-existent.
Right. Somebody in the
Every
chat,
metric shows that.
somebody in the chat, Gine2287 said, in regards to voting, right, and this tax, says the Nazi Socialist Zionist loving party loves giving away free money for foreign Jews.
Wait,
okay.
So does that mean Trump, who
What does that
overwhelmingly supports Israel, is a Zionist and a Democrat?
I don't have any clue what that means. So we talking about the goddamn Voting Rights Act.
We can stay along that line of logic. No, we can stay along the line of that logic.
Okay.
Who is currently backing the war in Iran?
Trump. Is he a Nazi? Socialist?
Who is best friends or currently friends with Netanyahu?
Yeah, are the Republicans Zionists, socialists, Nazis?
Who overwhelmingly receives large AIPAC money more so than the Democrats?
Republicans.
The Republicans.
Republicans.
Like,
yeah.
what are we talking about?
Yeah, they live off
Right?
it. They drink AIPAC money. You know, they put AIPAC money in their motherfucking gas guzzling ass car and shit. Here you go, more AIPAC money for my gasoline engine. I'm going to pay for my charcoal for my barbecue with AIPAC money. They pay for everything with their fucking AIPAC money. The Republicans, what? Private school for my kids? AIPAC money. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, good.
It goes to show how ignorant a conservative mindset is. It goes to serve how conservative.
I think Guy was being ironic. I think Guy was, I don't know.
Hopefully he was using some sort of sarcasm, right?
I just wanted to know what he meant because I was caught off guard. All right, go ahead. Go ahead. Let's continue.
No, but that's the average conservative mindset, whether he's using sarcasm or not.
Yeah, yeah.
And hopefully he's obviously not being literal. But
yeah,
these are things that, you know, when we speak about voter ID, everyone would be okay with it if it were free.
Yeah.
Right? The same way we can spend money on missiles and wars. They could easily pass what's called a comprehensive voter ID. They don't want that.
All right.
Right? Because they want to continue to signal to their base and have a way out to say Democrats don't want this. Republicans want safety in elections. Safety in elections, and they want illegals to vote because they don't want to pass the Save American Act.
You know, you know something? I think you know there's been some disinformation put out there, and this is what the Pentagon is warning American citizens about, like disinformation. You know, now I'm not trying to say that Democrats don't receive AIPAC money. What we just said here is that Republicans receive more. There's more Democrats opposed to AIPAC not receiving money than there are Republicans. That's just a fact. And you can't change that statement to mean whatever you want. It's only the facts. If you don't have the facts, you can't make good decisions based on facts if you don't have the facts. Now, yeah, but there's
overwhelmingly supported Section 224, now Section 219 in the NDAA.
Right, you talking about the bill to make Israel a permanent fixture inside of the U.S. military budget? Yeah, that's Republicans. Republicans. All Republicans in Congress and in the Senate, they are for. Hold on, in Congress, they are for the implementation of the Israeli military budget being put into the U.S. permanent budget. So they're for that, you know. Many Democrats voted against it, you know. So
do we still blame Democrats for it? If
we blame, we talk about the Democrats that do support. That's what we do. Ones that support these things.
Overwhelmingly supported.
Republicans. Without the Republicans, it wouldn't happen. It couldn't even get anywhere without Republicans. But here's the thing.
I just want to know: is this still Democrats who propagated it?
No, it's Republicans. It's a Republican. It's Republicans. It's Republicans. You know, it wouldn't even be on the floor. It wouldn't have never made the Senate if it wasn't Republicans, right? But it's an election year, so we need to not repeat the same things of last year. Last year in 2024, I mean, there was a lot of disinformation put out about the candidates, right, that were running. And that's why you got Trump as the president, right? And I noticed some similarities, like dealing with this AIPAC thing. Not that I want to stay here. I want to move on with this election. But that also affects AIPAC because AIPAC is heavily invested in these midterm elections, right? So people were saying that the Democrats support AIPAC, they're the same. Listen, you need to take the conversation further than that. Kamala Harris did not get AIPAC money in her election campaign. She didn't. She got J Street money, which is a pro-Palestinian actual organization, Jewish pro-Palestinian state. They're not AIPAC. AIPAC is against that. You see what I mean? So people need to look and dissect it. Now you could try to say J Street is the same as AIPAC. You could say that if you want, but it's not a fact. And you're not helping anybody by perpetuating a lie. And you're also not helping the conversation, because people need real facts, Now, they did the same thing with Jasmine Crockett. This election that Jasmine Crockett faced, they said she got AIPAC money. She didn't get AIPAC money. So it's an election year. People, now you could vote for Tallarico or you could vote for Jasmine Crockett. I think they're both okay. I was for Jasmine Crockett, but whether you're talking about Tallarico or Jasmine Crockett, I'm not for people lying about anybody. I'm against people lying about anybody. Okay? It doesn't matter who they are. Exactly. Those are the facts. Now, I'm just curious. People hear a lot of things, but they don't always go and look and try to find out. I've been looking at this over and over. Listen, who is trying to say there was a lot of people saying that Jasmine Crockett got AIPAC money? I know it's not true. She didn't get it. She got money early, I think sometime before, but no, she didn't even get AIPAC money. She took a trip to Israel to see what the situation was. That's not even the same thing, as getting the donor money. She took a trip with a lot of other delegates from the U.S. And but here's the thing. I'm not even opposed to criticizing anybody for any reason whatsoever. So, but I'm just saying that information about her getting AIPAC money, that wasn't true. And this is an election year. She had an election. She was affected by those rumors. People, if you don't want Trump to be the president, you should be concerned about just repeating what other people say. We don't do that here. On this channel, we don't just repeat what people say. Now, do you have a source on Kamala Harris getting AIPAC money? Hop up on the panel. Show me the source. Here, I'm going to put the link in the chat, and you can feel free. We have about we got about a half an hour left. Shouldn't take you that long. Here we go. Panel. Anybody that has any information, that a source on Kamala Harris or Yasmin Crockett getting AIPAC money to their campaign, right, in 2024 or in 2026, hop up on the panel so we can review your source right here live. Period. So let's continue with this though, because AIPAC is heavily invested in this election, right? Does anybody disagree? Is AIPAC heavily invested in the congressional in the midterm elections? Put a 1 in the chat if they are. Put a 2 in the chat if they're not. Okay. I think that's just another fact. You can't. I mean, come on. What is it? Just be honest about it. All right. Now let's continue. Also, if you in the chat, the rules of the chat is that everybody that's in the chat has to participate in the 1 and 2 questions. So if you're not answering 1 or 2, it means the rest of your comments don't make sense. All that other shit you're saying doesn't make sense. I need to qualify your other comments by asking you a basic question. So, Gine, answer the question. News Troll, answer the question. All right. Is AIPAC heavily invested in the midterm elections in the U.S.? Put a 1 in the chat if they are. Put a 2 in the chat if they're not. Nothing else you say matters until you answer that. All right. That's all. So let's continue here.
And I agree with him. It is difficult to get the U.S. Senate to enact legislation, particularly where that legislation would trample on the rights of American voters. So that I agree with him about. Everything else he said is just a bunch of gibberish. So, first of all, I don't even know what he means by a national security emergency. It's like when we heard right-wing activists say that Donald Trump should declare martial law. Can someone find me in the U.S. Constitution where the President of the United States has the authority to declare a national security emergency to implement voting rules? Can someone show me where Congress has given this authority? It doesn't exist. This is made up. Yes, there is something called the Insurrection Act. It's actually quite different than what Wayne Allen Root is talking about and what people who claim that they want martial law are talking about. The Insurrection Act allows the president, under certain prescribed circumstances, to essentially deploy the U.S. military in the United States, in the continental United States plus Hawaii and Alaska, and have them execute domestic law enforcement powers. You see, the Posse Comitatus Act, another law passed by Congress, prohibits the U.S. military from engaging in activity in the United States if what they are doing are law enforcement functions. And it otherwise prescribes how the military acts domestically. And so that is a concern, the Insurrection Act. It's something I've talked about in prior episodes. You've seen me write about. You've seen me do podcasts on other channels. You've seen me be interviewed on television about. But the national security emergency to implement a law that Congress has refused to pass, that doesn't exist. Now, he cites a case, INS v. Chadha, for the proposition that the president has the power to do this, and that the only way that it could then be challenged is by a 2/3 vote of each house of Congress. That is not what INS v. Chadha says. I know, because I'm a lawyer, and I've read INS v. Chadha. INS v. Chadha is referred to as the legislative veto case that basically said Congress cannot pass a law, which they had, that allows a single house of the Congress to essentially veto an executive branch act. Essentially, it, like I said, is referred to as a legislative veto, that if Congress wants to overturn a veto by the President of the United States, they have to both vote 2/3 in order to overrule it. That's in the Constitution, right? Congress passes laws, presidents sign laws. If he vetoes a law, Congress can override the veto by both houses of Congress voting with a 2/3 majority to override the veto, and at that point the law goes into effect. Okay, that has nothing to do with Congress refusing to pass a law. The President of the United States declaring a national security emergency and then just implementing it unless Congress by 2/3 majority overrides it. That isn't how it works. That's never how it's worked. And it is not how it's going to work in the future. That might be the reason why Donald Trump, who himself is no constitutional scholar, but who probably knows enough to know how he signs a law, that his answer was, quote, stranger things have happened. No, Donald Trump, stranger things have not happened. That would be among the strangest things that would ever happen. But before Donald Trump said stranger things have happened, Wayne Allen Root walked through what it was that he thinks Donald Trump should implement. Photo ID, proof of citizenship, and limit on mail-in voting. And Donald Trump, rather than just saying, no, I don't have the power to do this, he humored him. Like I said, he said, stranger things have happened. And that is because Donald Trump wants to leave the viewers of the highly watched Wayne Allen Root show with the idea that actually this could happen. Stranger things have happened. He wants to feed the big lie. He wants the idea to take hold that the elections are going to be irregular and that Donald Trump could exercise some magical powers, some emergency powers, some powers that nobody's ever heard of before, citing a case from 1983 that does not stand for the proposition it's being cited for, that allows some mystical act by Donald Trump. And that if Donald Trump is unable to do this or doesn't do it or tries to do it and it fails, it is just further proof of a conspiracy of the deep state. You know, I have to tell you, I periodically get accused of being part of the deep state or being a globalist. And I have to tell you, it's odd because I've never worked in government, so I don't know how I could be part of the deep state.
Yeah, me either.
And I rarely travel outside the United States. I don't practice international law.
I do, but what does that got to do with it? I mean, being a globalist, what the fuck? You're born on Earth. You are born on Earth. You didn't have a choice. Nobody asked you where you want to be born. What the fuck? You're a globalist. Yeah, I'm also an Earthling, motherfucker. Goddamn.
Even represent people in elections in foreign countries. So I don't understand how they consider me a globalist. Except, well, I think I know why they call me a globalist. But we'll save that for another episode. What all of these conspiracy theories have in common, what all of these extreme measures have in common, is the same thing that we saw after the 2020 election with January 6th. Like, there's been a lot of discourse about what January 6th was and what January 6th wasn't. But at its heart, okay, at its core, the people who were in Washington, D.C. on January 6th, the people who went to the Capitol, the people who beat up police officers, the people who broke into the House and Senate chambers, right? Those people were there for a specific reason. They were there on a specific day for a specific reason. It's because January 6th is the date set in the law for Congress to open the boxes of the certificates from all the states with the electoral college results, count them, tally them, and then certify those results. Okay, that is set out to all happen very closely choreographed on January 6th, not on January 5th, not on January 7th. And the original theory for January 6th, for the attacks, for the breaking into the Capitol, was that if they could prevent Congress from doing those things, right? If they could seize the papers so that Congress had nothing to count, if they could shut down the Capitol so that Congress couldn't meet, there was a conspiracy theory that the window would close and Donald Trump would stay in office. That is what has been lost in the sanitized telling of January 6th. Is yes, January 6th was a violent insurrection in the nation's capital. Yes, it was an assault on democracy. Yes, it was instigated by Donald Trump. But the underlying conspiracy behind it all, the underlying, theory that these right-wing zealots and lunatics had was that they were going to keep Donald Trump in office. And they were going to keep him in office in a very specific way. And so as I listen to people like Wayne Allen Root today, and others like him, I mean, we're singling him out because that clip is the one that has been the most recent and has gone somewhat viral. So it's like illustrative of a type. But what is worrisome about so much of the discourse right now, and by the way, discourse fanned by this president, fanned by Donald Trump, is that it again hinges on these sort of very fringe, outlandish legal theories that will end with the idea that Donald Trump can declare something. Martial law, national emergency, invoke the Insurrection Act, right? It always ends with Donald Trump taking some grand act that will allow him to take control. It's not, I don't think that people who operate in this plane, operate in this world, think.
Except with the Epstein files.
That it ends with implementing photo ID, proof of citizenship, and limiting mail-in balloting, right? I mean, after all, if Donald Trump's going to declare a state of emergency, why not just go whole hog? Why not just seize ballots? Why not just shut down polling places? Why not just try to dictate the outcome of the results? Why not just enter into a conspiracy with Mike Johnson and John Thune and a bunch of other people to rig the certification, right? Like, it doesn't end with, it's never going to end with one conspiracy failing. Because what happens is when one conspiracy fails, they have to go further down that rabbit hole. And again, that's what we saw in 2020, right? Before the election in 2020, we saw a lot of conspiracy theories. We saw a lot of attacks on voting by mail. We saw a lot of attacks on elections. I know because I was litigating those cases before the election and obviously did so afterwards. But also because I started Democracy Docket in the thick of that. Yeah, I started Democracy Docket in March of 2020 because there needed to be a independent pro-democracy place, a platform for people like you to understand, to get straight information about what Donald Trump and his allies were trying to do to democracy, particularly with the courts. and how the courts were fighting back, how lawyers like me were pushing back, and how we were winning. And since then, it has grown beyond my wildest expectations. It now has 500,000 subscribers. This YouTube channel is more than 750,000 subscribers. It's got millions of people on social media. And all of this is in service of that original mission to debunk the lies that you are told and to debunk the half-truths and the both sides journalism that the legacy media gives you. What you can do to access that while also doing a big favor to me and the Democracy Docket team is to become a Democracy Docket subscriber. The link to do so is on the screen. It's also in the description of this episode. You can also go to democracydocket.com/YouTube and sign up now. Nor is this the first time since 2020 that we've seen these kinds of conspiracies. You know, people forget that after January 6th, there was actually an effort to impeach and remove Donald Trump from office. He was impeached, but Senate Republicans refused to remove. You know, they all talked a big game. They all said how, you know, they were appalled by what Donald Trump did, appalled by what became of the 2020 certification process. But that they didn't think it was worth removing him because he was leaving office anyway. Now all those Republicans, they've all had amnesia. They're all now completely under Donald Trump's spell. They're all now just election deniers. You know, one of the things that always annoys me is the media is constantly like, well, you know, Mike Lindell is an election denier, and he just lost his gubernatorial campaign in Minnesota. And I'm like, you think Mike Lindell's the only election denier? Like, he's a certain kind of election denier. But honestly, like Mike Rogers, you know, the so-called normie Republican running in Michigan, he's bought into the Trump nonsense. They've all bought into the Trump nonsense. Like, there are no Republicans who don't buy into the election denialism to one extent or another. That's how you run as a Republican in 2026. And so, sure, the Mike Lindells are the craziest of the crazy. And, you know, the interview that you saw this clip, this may be further out there, but do you think, like, if you watched more mainstream right-wing news outlets, you'd get something that was approaching normal? No, like, it's baked into the cake. And that's oftentimes what frustrates me, frankly, about the legacy media, where they try to draw these distinctions. But, you know, I mentioned that's what happened after January 6th in 2020. But what happened next? In 2021, we saw Republican state after Republican state enact mass voter suppression laws, right? That's not because they didn't believe in the big lie. It's because that was their way of manifesting belief in the big lie. That was their way of manifesting that they were election deniers to be believed. You know, think about the Save America Act itself. The Save America Act began as the SAVE Act, and it was something concocted by Mike Johnson shortly after he became Speaker. Donald Trump at this point is not even in the White House. Donald Trump at this point is in Mar-a-Lago. And Mike Johnson goes down to Mar-a-Lago because his speakership's in danger. There is going to potentially be a no confidence vote against him and remove him from the speaker's chair. And so he goes down to Mar-a-Lago and pitches Donald Trump on this thing called the SAVE Act, which will attack voter registration by claiming we need to prove citizenship and cause people to jump through all kinds of hoops. And sure, it has the added benefit, if you're Mike Johnson and you're trying to keep control of the House, it has an added benefit that it will disenfranchise large numbers of women. Right? You've all read about the gender gap between men and women. So it's no coincidence that that's who it targets. It also, by the way, disproportionately hits Black voters relative to white voters, because there are only two documents that are going to prove citizenship in the United States today. One is a U.S. passport that's valid, and fewer Black citizens have passports than whites as a percentage basis. And the only other document that will do it is an original birth certificate. And of course, if you're a married woman who has changed their last name, your birth certificate is not going to help you because it's going to have a different name than you currently use. So good luck to you proving citizenship. And for everybody out there saying, oh, I'm not worried because
I want people to comment on this particular part right here. If you're not caught up in the video, fast forward the video, get to the end so you're with everybody in the chat in the live part. Now, this part right here, who does it concern? What their act did, the Save America Act, it leaves a problem for women, American citizen women, because of their gender, and really Christian women, because women, not maybe not younger ones, but the older generation. I don't understand why people don't think about this. Not older, but just conservatives. Women Christians typically change their name and take on their husband's name when they get married. And their new identification usually shows their husband's name, not their birth name, not their maiden name. So proving it, right? How would you prove it without going to get your birth certificate, right? Find your birth certificate. You would have to go back. But how many people don't have a birth certificate, And you're doing this during an election year. And the reason why I say that is, listen, the reason why I can ask how many people have a birth certificate is I can use my own personal story as an example. I had a copy of my birth certificate. At one point, that copy was okay for the law. Okay. Yeah, it was just that way. Why? Because they had other things that I could use to qualify the authenticity of my claim, like a social security card too. So I came with my copy of my birth certificate and my social security card, which was the original, and then other documents to show that I am actually this person too inside of the U.S. At one time that worked. So I didn't need to have my actual birth certificate. But then later, when I moved out of the U.S., I didn't even need that to get my goddamn passport. Are you crazy? My first passport, I didn't even need my original birth certificate because they ask you so many. You got to understand, getting a passport, do you understand how many questions they ask you? Do you understand what they ask you to give them? They're not only waiting on your birth certificate, like that matters. You could go in there with your birth certificate alone and say, here I am, this is me. They're going to ask you a whole lot of other shit too. They're not going to just say, well, here it is, must be you. No, they cross-reference information. That's how it really works. So, and later, the law changed. When I had to get a passport, then before I could get a new passport updated some years later, the law had changed. I actually had to go back and get a new certified birth certificate. I never had to do that before. So I got one. Although I was outside of the country, I had to communicate with my local government, Washington, D.C., the District of Columbia, and get a new certified copy sent to me by mail. That certified copy, I also had the U.S. Embassy make a copy of that certified copy themselves so that they would have that on their record themselves and then send me my new certified copy, right? So send it back to me. Now, here's the thing. I'm aware that they don't just require that one thing. I'm aware that they cross-correlate different information, right? So this is what the election offices already do. They already cross-correlate this information. But here's the key thing. Even if you're for this Save America Act, you're doing it during the year 2 months before an election. How long do you think it's going to take all of these women to get all their information straight? How long do you think? You think it's going to take 1 week? You think everybody has that kind of luck? I didn't. That takes a while. And there was nothing wrong with my shit. It just takes longer. You think they need people to look at your fucking shit, And even if you go down there to their office, they ain't going to do nothing that day you show up. They have to verify stuff. Don't you understand there's a process? So doing that during an election year makes no sense. Here's the other thing that makes no sense. Are you literally trying to say that maybe Trump won the election because illegals voted for him? Is that what you're trying to say? Because the same law, Trump had the same thing. So when Trump won the 2016 election, he became the president. Are you trying to say Democrats should have said, no, he didn't? Illegals voted for him? Are you trying to say that? That was a conspiracy? He didn't actually win? Democrats didn't say that. When he won the 2024 election, shouldn't Democrats have said, hey, illegals voted for Trump, people voted for Trump, non-citizens voted for Trump? It's not guaranteed. Did you know it could be some mistakes? 0.2% actually could have mistakenly voted for Trump. Wrong. Stop election. Didn't happen. Trump lost. Count all the votes over. Is this what you... So why don't the Democrats do this? What? The Democrats never did this when they scared of a fucking election. They tell you go out and vote. Even if you don't like the Democrats, they still tell you go out and vote. That's what they tell you. So to me, it's totally biased. It's not even worth really a conversation. It is a conspiracy to suggest that there's a problem with the election process in the US. The only problem we have is online trolls. That's the problem people have, spreading disinformation. That is the primary problem American citizens have with elections. It's not how you register to vote. It's not how you vote. States have it all under control. My state did. My state said, yes, send this dude a new certified birth certificate. There it is. Yeah, he's proven who he is according to the standards we have in the federal city of Washington, D.C. Right? So if I know about this process and it's a federal process, why is everybody else across the country so confused about it? Like, I don't get that. I don't get it. You know? The second thing is that I see there's some people in the chat still talking about AIPAC and la la la. Listen. Make it I want to make this very clear. I don't care who did what. I care about the truth when talking about who did what, and the truth matters. Lying about Kamala Harris means you fuck up the rest of your claim. Anything else you claim, if you're okay with a lie, it means no one should listen to anything else you say. Because you should care about the truth even if you disagree with it. Okay? Same thing with Jasmine Crockett. You should care about people lying. See, you can't go back later and say, oh, well, but it doesn't matter because she somehow did this and they helped her before. No. Fuck all of that. Know what you're talking about when you make the claim, or don't make it at all. Period. Because details matter. Details matter. When they get your ass up on trial ready to prosecute your fucking ass, do you want them throwing the book at you, just generalizing? Or do you want every single thing that they bring to the table to be 100% accurate at all times, then convict you of something? You can't have it both ways. You cannot have it both ways. And because you weren't accurate is why you got Trump as a president. So bravo. I hope he keeps kicking your inaccurate ass and your family's ass. Okay? Because if you are stupid enough to go out there and spread disinformation about elected officials that's not true, and the result you got is Trump, and you don't like Trump today, you're a fucking hypocrite. Learn your goddamn lesson before you repeat it again, stupid ass. Like, sir, only a stupid ass finds out they did something wrong and doesn't upgrade their game. You better than that. Don't be fucking lazy. It is literally your ass on the line. Your family's ass on the line. Not mine. Not mine. I care, but it ain't my ass on the line. I care about the shit I say being accurate. Okay? So, just be accurate. You don't have to turn anything into some mysticism. You don't have to spookify people with your politics. Just be accurate about what you say. That's all you have to do. If you're accurate about what you say, you're leaving it up to people to make a real decision then. If you're happy not being accurate, then you don't even want a real decision to be made. You can't expect people to be better when you ain't better. You know what I'm saying? So just learn that lesson. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can say anything you want, but if it didn't happen, it didn't happen. You need to correct yourself and be happy about correcting yourself and say, sorry, my bad. I was one of those people that said some shit that wasn't true. I should have said something else instead. I'll do that next time. I'll do better. You can do better. or you can not. You can have Trump again. So yeah, we'll see how that turns out. Yo, but I got to be out for the moment. I appreciate everybody for tuning in. Yo, Michael, you want to say one more thing? I'm gonna let this play out, but you want to say something here about this AIPAC shit, these misnomers, difference between AIPAC, difference between J Street, what politicians get J Street money, which politicians get AIPAC money, why is there a difference in the first place, what should people know about either group, and you know, this overall, we know that they're all active in this election. AIPAC is heavily active in this election, giving money. But look, and we know Democrats and Republicans get it, but there's nuances there. We do want to know more than just that. We don't want to know, do Democrats and Republicans get AIPAC money? No shit, Sherlock. We want to know more than that. We want to know how many Republicans get it, how many Democrats get it, who gets it, who doesn't get it, and is J Street money the same as AIPAC money? And if it's not, then let's say it's not. And let's first talk about what the two are doing. Do they agree with each other? What are the differences? Should you say they got AIPAC money when they got money from another one? Or, you know, just get into the details. Let's get into, should any of them really, should they be involved in our election process any case? What are the limits that they should be involved? You already hear that plenty of Americans, left and right, don't want to be dealing with this issue. They don't want AIPAC being involved in elections. A lot of Americans don't want that. They don't want lobbying, not just AIPAC, but a lot of people don't want private corporate donations. Americans are tired of this shit. So there's a lot to be accurate about. We can get poor representation when we spread disinformation that's inaccurate. We got grown-ups here. Grown-ups listen to my channel. They like accuracy. They like pinpoint detail. They can handle it. They're not little kids anymore. You see what I'm saying? And we can handle being wrong. You know how you handle being wrong? When you're grown folk, you just say, oops, I was wrong about that. Damn. You know, now I know better. Thank you. That's what an adult says. So, hey, Michael, you there? Let me see if he's here. Maybe he's caught up for the minute, or maybe his the stream is a little slow on that side. But in any case, let's hear the rest of this out from Democracy Docket, Mark Elias. Right? Let me make sure, because sometimes I call him Chris. Man, I'll be fucking up. Yeah. And see what his perspective is on this. Yeah, I got a great respect for this guy. Most people should. If you don't know, then please do go subscribe to his channel, because he is actively one of the organizations. Democracy Docket is one of the main ones fighting and litigating pro-democracy in the courts, so that American citizens still have their rights, their civil rights. Like, seriously. So check it out, listen to it, and let's continue. Let's see here
about the gender gap between men and women. People to jump through all kinds of hoops. And sure, it has the added benefit, if you're Mike Johnson and you're trying to keep control of the House, it has an added benefit that it will disenfranchise large numbers of women. Right? You've all read about the gender gap between men and women. So it's no coincidence that that's who it targets. It also, by the way, disproportionately hits black voters relative to white voters, because there are only two documents that are going to prove citizenship in the United States today. One is a U.S. passport that's valid, and fewer black citizens have passports than whites as a percentage basis. And the only other document that will do it is an original birth certificate. And of course, if you're a married woman who has changed their last name, your birth certificate is not going to help you, because it's going to have a different name than you currently use. So good luck to you proving citizenship. And for everybody out there saying, oh, I'm not worried because I have a Real ID driver's license, I got news for you. Real ID driver's licenses don't prove citizenship. Yeah, no, they don't. What they do is they prove that you are not a threat and you are who you say you are. But if you're a green card holder, you can get a Real ID driver's license. If you're a visa holder, a foreign national, you can get a Real ID driver's license. It's not a proxy for citizenship. In fact, there are 5 states in the United States that do issue driver's licenses that do denote that you are a U.S. citizen, but it's only 5 states and they all border Canada. This whole thing about proof of citizenship originated with Mike Johnson as a way to demagogue about elections, a way to prove that he was an election denier before Donald Trump, like I said, had even run for office again. Then, of course, in the 2024 election, when Donald Trump ran, it was the centerpiece, right? At this point, he had been indicted. He had been indicted for his role as a ringleader and other things related to January 6th. And so, like, becoming part of the cause of Donald Trump, making him and the January 6ers the victims rather than the perpetrators, became an article of faith. And it's one that continues to this day. And you see it in clips like the one I showed. You see it in the way in which Republicans talk about this. And again, I'm not just talking about the Wayne Allen Roots. I'm not just talking about Fox News. I'm not just talking about Donald Trump and his cabinet. I mean, we don't expect anything better from them. I mean, you go find the most normie Republican you can find, and they embrace some part of this. Remember Brad Ratzenberger? Everyone cheered Brad Ratzenberger. You know, I'm not going to find 11,000 votes. That whole guy. Look at what he puts out now. Like, sure, he's not an election denier about 2020, but he sure as hell a vote suppressor. He certainly has embraced aspects of the Save America Act. He may have, for all I know, even endorsed the whole damn thing. But he's part of that genre, that vibe, for lack of a better term, around the Republican Party, because you have to be. So, you know, this is a guy who challenged the Voting Rights Act, saying it's unconstitutional. He was not in the Calais case that ultimately shut it down, but, you know, like, he's in that movement because there's no space in the Republican Party if you're not part of that. That's why we have never Trumpers, right? That's why the people at the Bulwark exist, right? Because they couldn't stomach it. It's why people like Nicole Wallace, who, you know, started as a Republican, worked in the Bush White House, you know, is now one of the strongest voices for democracy, because a lot of the Republicans who were horrified by this, they had to leave the party. And they are now among the most stalwart people in the fight for free and fair elections. So all of this is to say, Donald Trump may try to declare a national emergency. He didn't rule it out. He wants the optionality. He may try to declare martial law. He may impose the Insurrection Act. He may issue executive orders to try to seize ballots. He may deploy ICE at the polls. Like, I'm not here to tell you that Donald Trump's not going to do any of those things. I'm here to tell you we cannot dress that up as legal. We cannot dress that up as constitutional. We cannot assume that there is some secret rule book that Donald Trump and his allies have, that they're going to unfurl and they're going to get away with it. My job is to not let them get away with it in court. And my record's pretty good. Not just in 2020, but since then. You know, Donald Trump's been trying to rig the elections, for example, by getting access to your sensitive voter data. They sued 30 states to get access to that data. You know what happened? Me and my law firm, we intervened in those 30 cases. The Department of Justice is 0 for 21. 0 for 21. They haven't won a single damn case, including a bunch of them before Republican judges and including a bunch before judges appointed by Donald Trump. Donald Trump's issued a couple of executive orders trying to co-opt the Postal Service, trying to take over the voting counting. He's demolished and dissolved the Election Assistance Commission. Like, Donald Trump's got a lot of tools and a lot of ideas here, but he's not succeeding. And he's not going to succeed. And lawyers are going to play a big role of that, but so are you. Because people like you can debunk the crap that we see being put out on social media, on right-wing websites, on streaming services, and yes, in the legacy media too. Yes, they're not as bad. I'm not here to say that CBS is the same thing as, you know, what the clip I showed, but I am here to say that the legacy media has at its core a desire to be able to do business with Donald Trump. They want to be able to get access. They want to be able to get approvals for their unrelated business deals. And so independent media is playing a vital role right now. And look, I'm like not by training a journalist. I'm not a commentator. I'm not a pundit. I'm not a former something telling you the way it was. I'm just a lawyer in the courts every single day trying to keep you informed about what is happening so that you can do your part by sharing good, accurate information, by debunking the nonsense, by telling your friends, your families, your neighbors, your customers, your clients, your bowling league, your mahjong group, telling them what is actually happening and giving them the information they need. So please do me a favor, share this video, like this channel, hit the bell to make sure you're alerted, but most of all, subscribe to Democracy Docket by
Yes, exactly. Yo, I hope people take the warnings. This is Democracy Docket again. You know, actually, when it comes to what's going on in the courts, I pretty much watch Democracy Docket and a few other channels, but this is the main one because Chris Hayes is not just talking about it. His law firm is in the courts fighting. Like really across the country. It's not a joke. So if you want to know from someone that is actually has firsthand information and has a legal team that's going through every bit of the information, the filings and all of this stuff, and is actively fighting cases in the courts across the country, this would be the channel to watch. So do that. But listen, I appreciate everybody for coming out and showing up again. Do me a favor. The thing about the caps is that I'm the only person allowed to use the caps. It's just because I want my statements to stand out because I'm not always in the chat every second, right? So outside of that, everybody else, please, regardless of what your opinions are and your perspective, just use the same rules and then it's all good. I see some people don't respect the fact that they're able to be here and all you do is ask them to follow the same rules as everybody else and they get upset or think that's crime. No, it's not crime. There's a reason. There's a reason for everything. If I'm asking you to do something a certain way, it's well thought out already in advance. It's not about you personally. Okay, so just understand that. It's not. And yeah, I see you, Judge Hanley. Vote. Yeah, and vote. You can do that. You can say vote out loud because, that needs some people screaming. You know what I'm saying? We need to scream vote. And indeed, vote. Now, we don't always know what's going to happen. I like his breakdown over what could happen. Donald Trump could do this insurrection act. You don't know. But what I would say is this. It's Americans. It's your country. It's my country. That's the country. I'm only a citizen to one country. Although I live abroad, I'm only a citizen to one country, and you don't get this back. This kind of thing is not something you're going to easily get back if you lose it. If you lose power over your own country and lose it because of a clown like Trump that invited in foreign agents from outside, from Russia, from Israel, according to what the Pentagon says, if you think that's not going to have consequences for your freedom, you just keep thinking that. This should not be a party issue. This should be about an American sovereignty issue. I mean, how the hell are you going to care about the border and you don't care about what the fuck Donald Trump has invited into the United States, into his own cabinet? Are you a goddamn hypocrite? Like, what the hell? You care about some poor ass people trying to fucking cut your lawn and pick berries, but you don't care about foreign agents all up in the fucking Trump administration? Like, what's wrong with you? Get it together. Get it together. Your tax dollars, at best, 45% of your tax dollars that you pay go to something and you can see in your community in the United States of America. Your mother, your sister, your cousin, your teachers in your community, the fire, any of that, anybody. At best, 45%. As soon as you leave the United States of America and go to any other Western number, that number jumps up to 60% of the taxes people pay. They can see working for them, their communities. Some countries like Denmark, it's up to 70% of the taxes people say they see them working for them, their families, their children, their mothers, their fathers, their community, where they live. Where they live. And they vote at a higher rate too. Did you know that? A lot more than Americans do. So there is a correlation between your civil rights, your taxes, and the quality of the life you live. That is the most direct lane, because you work hard already. Whoosh. You work hard, goddammit. Whoosh. You work harder than a lot of people in the West, more hours. Wake the fuck up. If you're willing to go to work and work your ass for a wage where you're paying taxes out of it, every penny that you make, then you need to be out there voting. Like, vote. Don't make an excuse. On that note, I'm out. And I am proud to be on the left. What the fuck? You know what I'm saying? I'm as long as the left is making more sense than the right, I'm on the left. And on top of it, I'm not just on the average left. I already know we made an argument about this plenty of times. The United States could have the most efficient and best universal health care the planet knows if we didn't allow for so much extreme capitalistic exploitation. Every other Western nation is a capitalistic nation, but they all have universal health care. Most of them, 80%, well, I think 80% people have universal education. Meaning when their education is no longer valid, they can take up a new education and it's part of the tax system. Come on, why the fuck are we last? Why are we, and trust me when I say this, we are last in the Western world. We're last. These corporations, they laugh at us. They laugh at how stupid Americans are, how ignorant we are of the world we actually live in. They laugh at us. That ain't no way to live life, yo, being laughed at. That is no way. And trust me, they laughing. So get prepared. Get out there, register to vote. And until then, I appreciate everybody for sharing your Sunday with me, your Sunday morning. I will be back in the next 18 hours. Yes. So I will see you all then in that time, 02:30 Eastern Standard Time, 08:30 Central European Time. Big up to everybody that showed up on the panel today. Michael, you there? You want to say one last thing before I'm out? If not, I think he got caught up. I will catch everybody in the next episode. So until then, peace. All right, y'all. Appreciate it. Eric, good looking out. Ed Thornton, appreciate you hopping up. Everyone else, Big Girl, I didn't see you up here. You know, you was there, but you didn't say anything. But I appreciate everybody else. We catch up soon. All right, one. Impeach Trump.
Crime babies looking for food, starvation, the recipe, people subdued. When the people you trust got it in for you. Deceit is the word of the day in every crew. Don't let it go, it's from the days of old. Time is up, but some still do not know. Can I make up my mind? Is it worth the dime? Do I have to take a minute just to make it mine? Life's never fair, but don't listen to the TV. Go out and take a listen to the streets with the people in the slums and the homeless bums with degrees and degrees sitting under a tree. It's not easy in the world for the poor man, the one that brought you to reality. See, they don't want you to know about the black sheep. Even 7 roads to the 12 families all around the globe with an ancient code. Is it really asking a lot to say a dead old? Cause we sitting on the earth looking back at extinct. Then I'm standing on some ground that's about to sink. I ain't scared for a minute, I ain't about to blink, but I documented for the world what I see and think. Feel we on the call and I feel we on the break. All Congress gonna do is waste paper and ink. Vote or die. You voted and you'll die. You can have it both ways, can't say it's a lie. You can march all you want, but they playing you wrong. They only understand war, it's the same old song. They want war, all they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. War, all they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. Like a lotus coming out of the mud with colors, I create envy in those with power but jealous. I unify the poor with my song, the hell with the others. Descended the way they treat indigenous brothers, cause I understand we link forever. They try to hate us even though that we keep it together. I'm not talking about controlling the air or the weather. I'm talking about maintaining the truth, the high endeavor. A rebel drops bombs in the midst of trouble. The free world counterattack and now there's double. But nature gets the shit in a way that's subtle. If you stop the machines for a minute you might hear, but they won't cause the TVs whisper in the ear. And capitalism has eyes that don't fear, and they cloud up and get crazy and won't steer. And like an ab, it's hard to get an ass to listen. Living like this is like living in prison. It's hard to keep hope when you're living in prison. The spiritual thoughts, so yes, the mental prison. The outside, yes, it's got to get through. Something's gotta die, so something here can live. Your life is nothing if you got nothing to give. Keeping the spiritual, yes, disguised as religion. Controlling your mind, the mental prison. They want war, all they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. War, all they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. whack MC when he bustin', but I just back away real cool, no fussin'. I'd rather go kicking in the streets with the bums and use the knowledge to collect what? Some funds. Open a non-profit and build a damn school. And this is the story of how a great king rules. There's many that claim to know the local demographic, but don't have the nerve to tell you the truth. It's tragic, but I do. So sit back and let me spit this shit to you. You feel better when I spit this shit to you. Despite the system trying to clamp down on the people, the people will learn how to stand up to evil. Not evil that's across the globe, that's too far, but evil that lies in their own backyard. And fighting, it's not an option, they can't win. The government, it's not supposed to represent sin, but then again they do, and that's a problem. So let's go down and figure out how to solve them. It's not fun being a rapper that can't speak, but we do, yes, and plus we make fat beats. Yo, we smoke weed, break up trees. Listen, bringing fat beats, that is our mission. You wanted to see us, homeboy, shut up and listen. Thelonious and Big Bennett, brother, check the vision. Mentalities of different realities. Enter the Star Trek room when you hear the boom. I be the Walkman with the super bass. Automatic stop, yes, stereo cassette player. With the delayer, freaky lyrical sprayer. Extraterrestrial rhyme sayer. I be the poetical VIC/master of the ceremony. Tenderoni, won't you come step with me? I'm on a historical journey. Kinda like Sigourney. Implore me to represent the attorney that represents my niggas, go figure. It's the card, they call me Uncle Bigger. Niggas love your blunts, down your liquors. I read the parallel to the fiction. You're fixated on this brother's nature. Relaxed behavior, I might save your change. Flip it, rearrange the whole concept. You was good for all your brain. Insane, psychotic, neurotic, black onyx, and hooked on phonics. Just atomic, bees like a bonnet. Cut with the Asiatic, they all up on it. Rhyme static with the erratic type of skill. You wonder, is this nigga Vic really for real? It's still, but only necessary in the berry. I'm milk like dairy, they quite contrary. That's scary, but I'm a dog in the prairie. I scurry to grab my bones and just bury. Lyrical flurry, go get your secretary with impeccable dictions. My style might vary, so get a hold of your own shit real fast. Fucking with us, we take it right out your ass. Prairie dogs chill while the other dogs howl. Too many dogs get sent to the pound. Back on the hill, me and my peeps just lounge. Prairie dogs, we keep it on the down. Splatter, don't like gun splatter. We try to climb the ladder, wicked men get better. They make it like splatter, but it really don't matter. Cause you know we coming back to our sons and our daughters. So follow him, the one who protects ya. And the mother, she will never neglect ya. Through divine nature, the people respect ya. And in this way I deliver my lecture.